限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合う吐息を二人だけが知る日々動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた風情な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile 笑い合えたら宝物だね雨上がりたどってこればかりを持って頭の中に響く声見えすいた嘘で似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてないって嘘が消えた綺麗にもGoodbye 伝えてよ Goodbye
Ladies and gents, boys and girls, good morning and welcome to APAC North Day 6. This is our penultimate play day. There's only today and tomorrow as well. Is it tomorrow? Yes. It's tomorrow. Today and tomorrow to go. I was like, wow, is it really that close? Today and tomorrow, and then our group stage is done. Okay, that's good to know. Today and tomorrow, and then our group stage is done, and we go into playoffs. It is going at a pace, Tim, given it feels like EML only just started. I think that's on like play day 3 at the minute or something crazy.
Yeah, that's it. APL in the sort of regular stage of things is kind of a little bit ahead because there's like playoffs and all sorts of stuff that needs to happen for them. So they've kind of got, I think, a bit of a weightier back end, we'll call it, where there's more matchups to be played in the second half. So we needed to get this bit done.
Well, let's get you through some of the detail first, in case you haven't watched much of the region. How do things currently stand? What games are coming up today? We'll take a look at that now and have a good chat through things. Here's how things currently stand. Tim, get that big brain of yours switched on. I know it's early in the morning, but tell us what's been going on in APAC North.
Oh, it's been interesting. So look, we've got a situation at the minute whereby two teams, Cyclops and Fearex, up at the top of the table. They are locked in for playoffs. They are safe now with only 2 play days left to go. But, and this is the real kicker, the exciting bit, everybody below that, PSG Talon down to Mer, nothing is decided and will all be locked in over the next 2 play days. There is a scenario we'll talk about later where it could be decided today. Very unlikely though, or 90% decided. Very, very unlikely though, and I think honestly going into tomorrow this is going to be super close because look at it, Scarz down in 7th could in theory still catch PSG Talon in 3rd. Like it's all to play for. It's been a super close region and predictions have been really difficult.
And I'm sure it's going to carry on being exactly that way, Tim. You know, we had that chat before the broadcast. You know, Scarz, Mer, both in big danger. We've got to step things up. Fearex and Kag looking down at the rest like, peasants, you still need to qualify for playoffs. They're very, very happy right now. But let's take a look at what games we're going into today so you can see how this could yet be influenced, because there are some spicy ones coming up. I'm going to get things off with Scarz versus Dplus Kia. Both teams need to get a little bit deeper into this competition. Scarz currently in the drop zone, so need to go big. Kag versus Kinotrope. Enterforce versus Mer is a very interesting one, because if Mer lose that game and other results go the right way, Mer could be knocked out today and have no ability to make it to playoffs. And then we close things out with what would, at the start of the stage, Tim, look like the clearest cut and dry game you'll ever see. Fearex versus PSG Talon. But PSG are now up there in the table a little bit. They're at 8 points. Yes, they're 4 behind Fearex, but you just never know what they're going to bring on the day, do you?
In APAC North, honestly, this stage, like it seems like one of them things we'd say to try and sell it, but it's really not. Genuinely, everybody has been beating everybody. We come into play days and you've just no idea what's going to happen. You know, yes, Cyclops and Fearex are kind of sat there up at the top, but they're not. They're there by a million miles. They've both had losses, and it really is anybody's in every single one of these matchups. But like you say, the big 2 to watch out for today so far, I would say, are Scarz and Mer Gaming. They both need big results today to throw them right back in the mix.
Well, given you mentioned their names, Tim, let's take a look at their roster as they are part of our first matchup. Scarz versus Dplus Kia. And we'll kick things off with what has been for the longest time, Tim, probably regarded as the golden child of the region. I know Kag was the exciting one on the international stage, but Scarz, they've been together a hell of a long time. They've always been at every event. They've consistently beaten out CAG, but something has started to go a little bit wrong this stage. And if we don't see them making it to playoffs and don't essentially see them at Munich, it's going to feel very weird.
Yeah, it really looks like the wheels have come off for Scarz, doesn't it? One win, one overtime win, and 3 losses. It's like practically unheard of, especially, you know, when we look at the teams maybe that. And the manner of the losses has been the big thing, like the 7-2 to Cyclops. That would never normally have happened. It would have been a much closer game. And then a 3-7 against, a 5-7 against Fearex, a 3-7 against PSG. That's the one I was looking at. Like, these are teams that Scarz should be competing with, but they've consistently lost against the top performers. They've been getting the wins against the bottom, but yeah, they need these players stepping up. Rek at just above average 1 or 2. You know, we need more from him. Ayagator, we've seen big seasons from. Washoy, we've seen big moments from. And they just haven't been able to do it. Whether, I don't know, whether it's a, you know, change in meta thing, whether it's a change in strategy thing, whether there's, you know, I don't know, whether there's issues in the team. Who knows? It could be absolutely anything. But one way or another, the performances haven't been there.
We're going to take a look at them a little bit further today, Tim, and we'll be able to decipher and figure out exactly what's been going wrong. However, let's take a look at their opponents in Dplus Kia. Ooh, here's the imports. No one likes them to do well, but they're doing all right now, Tim. A bit of a rough start to the stage, I think it's fair to say. Narrowly beating out PSG. Got battered by Mer on day 2, and we were like, what the hell is going on? They're only at 7 points, so if they lose this game, Scarz basically take their spot up in 4th place, and Dplus then start to have major worries going into tomorrow because, Tim, they face Fearex tomorrow. They need 3 points today. Otherwise, they could be the team not making it into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're expecting, when I look at it, that playoff cut-off to maybe be around the 8-point mark, and Dplus are currently on 7, so like you say, they could easily, depending on results, get thrown, you know, right into that mix of, do they make 6th or 7th, 8th, you know, where do they end up? And like you say, look, there's, you know, lots of discussion, I'm sure, to be had about the import rosters, but I think, you know, this is a real example that it is not a straightforward process. It is not, you know, just bring in the Brazilian players and win the region, because Dplus Kia have been on a roller coaster ride. It has been win, loss, win, loss. They haven't had any consistency, and they have struggled against the top teams on the whole.
Yep, and it may well continue today, Tim. And those Scarz aren't currently a team in form, but they are still what many would look at as a top team. So let's find out the battleground that these two are going to face down on. Spoke a lot about maps throughout the season, Tim, and there's been a lot of surprises where teams have taken people to their permabans. Today, we're going to Clubhouse, which feels like a little bit of a neutral map, but when I look at the stats for it, it isn't really. Yes, we've got Dplus Kia who were 2-0 on it over the last 6 months. Interestingly, last time they played it was against Scarz, and they beat them. They banned the map an awful lot, but they only play it in very, very limited scenarios. Scarz, they quite like the map, Tim, but they're 0-4 on it. It is their worst map in the pool by recent record.
You look at it and you think maybe things aren't going to get any better today then. Lair, always a facet. It's quick becoming one of my favoured maps. You know, I always talk about Nighthaven and Chalet being my favourite 2 to cover at the minute in the competitive pool. Absolutely love watching those 2. But Lair has become a real fascinating one, I think, because of the size of the map, because of the variations that we see. There's, you know, plenty of viability across the bomb sites, but also different methods of attacking. Yes.
Is it just that did the graphic change, or am I just stupid? You can say the latter if it's true.
Both, maybe both. Who knows?
Did I see club in the last slot, or am I just dumb?
We can never write off stupidity on your side. But
I was like, what are you talking about, Lair? And I looked at the screen. I was like, hang on a minute. I thought it was club. I tell you what,
some stats for Lair, Des. Why don't you do that?
I'll give you some stats for Lair, Tim. It's Dplus Kia's favourite map, Tim. What are we doing? Go. They haven't banned the map once. They absolutely love this map. I can't believe that Scarz are letting us go here. What are they doing? Lair is one of their maps that they don't really like. They're 1 and 2 on it. They ban it nearly all the time. It's their 2nd most banned map. I think the only reason we're going here is Scarz have got a game plan, but it does not look good because Dplus Kia adore this map.
But the map might have changed for you, Des, and the stats
Producer
were slightly...
Chris, please tell me if you change that map. I literally feel like I'm being gaslit here.
Oh no, we've got confirmation from production that it's just your stupidity, Des. We have full. That's locked in. That's locked in.
So sorry, people. I think I probably saw Club Flash. I thought it was the last one. Look, okay. Look, I'm gonna drink my mug that's got a cat on it that says "I do what I want" with 2 middle fingers up, and I'm gonna shut up. You carry on, Tim.
Look, the thing is, Des, the stats and the map might have changed slightly, but the message was still the same, and that was Scarz have struggled on Club. Guess what? Scarz have struggled on Lair. Dplus Kia were pretty good on Club. Guess what? Dplus Kia are even better on Lair. So, you know, the message was the same. We can let you off with that one. It's early in the morning for us here in the UK. We've got our bans come in. We've got Kaid and Clash have been taken away, and then we've got the double shield ban coming in from Dplus Kia. I think that could be smart as well, because on a map that Scarz struggle with, it kind of removes that potential for crutching on the shields and saying, you know, yeah, let's just power shields in there. Let's, you know, force our way in through, say, you know, where we're looking on the map now, just to the side of our 6 room. Let's force our way in there. We've seen it countless times. The Monty just barrels down there. You send the Blackbeard as well, force your way into the plant site and, you know, get the diffuser down. So they're not going to have those same sort of options, and we can see the attacking side, no shields whatsoever for Scarz, not choosing to bring the Blackbeard along. So it's going to have to be a more sort of atypical attack here, which is getting in, creating space, bit of hard breaching. They've only got the Hibana. That concerns me a little bit. You know, we'll see whether they've brought any of those secondary gadgets along, but still, I just think, A, you've got a bit of a risk there if Wishoy gets taken out, but B, those pellets are reasonably easily dealt with like a, you know, a little nitro out. If once there's all sorts of things that can be done there to make it difficult. So we'll see what happens. The mute jammer as well can make it tricky for Hibana.
This is going to feel quite familiar, I think, for Dplus Kia. They played against PSG Talon a couple of weeks ago on this map and won it, but these are the exact same operator bans that were in that game. So they'll feel like, guys, the last 2 weeks just not happened. Was it all a fever dream? Nothing has really changed to what they saw back then. Whereas Scarz, when they played against FearX last week and lost, it's worth stressing, some of these bans are similar. They banned away Bandit and Kai to start, and then away with Clash in the end, and was Shoy. I think they're just expecting a little bit of aggression out of Nia, and they almost found it coming out the front door and have dealt with it as well. That's Rocket cleared out. A bit of early pressure dealt with. Not very often that we kind of see that upside down rappel dealing with that run out either team, but clearly reading into each other a little bit, know what to expect.
Yeah, that's actually a great start. That's a great start, and I was talking about the breaching as well. They've got that done quite quickly. However, that Akiba barricade from Bullet is going to actually do a lot of work there, because they've opened the breach on Mask Wall and kind of moved away. So it's a little bit of phantom pressure, but that phantom pressure is completely gone now with the Akiba barricade. But Rek manages to find another, takes down Levy, and that's... Look at the losses they've had. Smoke and Chanka. All the denial is gone now. The plant is on. Scarz need to recognise that, focus on that, and start looking to create some space.
They've got so much time, though. Don't forget, only half the round has gone. But this is very early to say it, and that's a very easy kill. But you expect this one at least. Remember we saw this over in EUL, actually. I think it was EML, sorry. Creeds was trying to walk in through Rocket like this, was on the Grim, had all bees in back pocket, got swung from those stairs, and I was like, at least what the mistake that's been made here by the Grim of Choppy stepping in is that he's had all the Grim bees down. They've done the job that they're meant to, and he's been C4'd from a great angle there that he couldn't have caught out with those bees. So I don't hold it against him. Great play from the other side as the second C4 rains out. Doesn't quite find its man. But I was going to say, so far, Scarz have played things super well, Tim, and I was about to say, now they're going to start losing things out. But now it's down to a 2 versus 2. They started out strong, but since then have absolutely crumbled. Iagator with it all to do has got to find his one man. He knows exactly where he is. Opts instead to turn towards Mitty, who is isolated off towards his left here as well. But those shotguns at close range are just so annoying to deal with, Tim. Shotguns and C4s, what more could a man ask for?
Yeah, they've played that really well, have Dplus Kia there, because that top floor is a bit of a funny one. There are a lot of long angles there, but there are also a lot of short ones. And if you set yourself up correctly with those shotguns, you can have an absolute field day, which is what we've just seen there. Because, like I said, basically, so long as you avoid the corridors, you're pretty much okay. You're always going to be challenged within about 5 to 10 metres. So the shotguns are actually going to do great work. And like this, you know, they've played on those specific angles, and they've done it fantastically well. So Scarz got to be kicking themselves there. They've just thrown away a 5 versus 3. They had a breach on Mask Wall very quickly. You know, there was a lot going for them in that round. And if those are the ones that they're not going to turn over, I'll tell you now, they ain't going to be winning a thing on Lair.
Not really, no, but I was going to say, really, throughout the start of that round when they got the first couple of kills, I said, and I'm glad I didn't, because I would have kind of cursed it, and I kind of did by not saying it. A weird one. I was going to say this is weird because it feels like the Scarz of old, where they're very controlled against aggression. And don't forget, they exist in probably the most aggressive region in the world. You know, for a long time, I spoke about the very, very fond clip from, God, 2020 that Mag posted on social media. It was when they were scrimming against CAG when he was back on Fnatic. And at some point in the round, 4 players of CAG just burst out of various windows and doorways and soft garage doors. And I was just like, how do you even learn to play against this level of aggression? It's absolutely bonkers. But Scarz have been molded in that. They know how to deal with aggression. So they've dealt with a run out. They've dealt with a window peek. They've done it beautifully. They've all the information. All the preparedness is there. They've just crumbled when they've stepped forward. So actually, I like how they started the first 90 seconds of the round. They've just got to tighten up the end of things here as well. But at least from what I've seen so far, those early signs from Scarz were promising.
Let's see if they can have a better second half of a round this time around, but that kind of relies on having a good first half as well again. And I think that's the big problem for Scarz, really, as far as I see this. That was a round where they'd had a great start. So, you know, how are they going to go on for rounds where they don't have a great start? We're going to see the Grim Bees just coming in there, preventing that swing coming across that Mighty's just been playing onto that window for the time being, at least. He's going to want a close range engagement with that UMP if he can get it. We know that it's not the best gun in the game, so you really don't want to be taking those long range engagements against the attackers. Get those shots guaranteed, but the time being, I think Mighty's playing this smart, actually. He's just burning a lot of time by his presence in that area. So 1 minute 30 left to go. Interesting to see that Scarz not doing a lot of vertical work, Des. That concerns me a little bit.
It's always a risk to try and go direct towards sight, and if you're going to do that, Tim, you've got to be able to win these gunfights. Shoy has stepped in here largely out of step with the rest of his team. All I said in that last round about being aware, you know, the team play, the drones, the rest of it, hasn't quite been the case here, as he was blindly in there looking for his man and has paid the price for it. Hope to God that the hatch isn't reinforced upstairs, or they are in deep trouble trying to get this one open. Where are we looking? Yes, it is. We've got any hard breach charges, Tim? No, we do not, and therefore, yes, we are in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be a real issue for Scarz.
Look, these two have now got to abandon that and say, forget about this top floor, guys. We're going to have to go lateral. This is horrible.
And the thing is, they're going to be pushing into positions now that Levy's going to pop around this corner and he's going to get himself too. He finds the first. There's the second, is it? No! Irrigator manages the trade. That was really important for Scarz. Had they lost Irrigator there, they were in big trouble. But 40 seconds left to go, and still, they haven't really been able to soften up sight. And that's the big problem they've got. Dplus Kia now can sit back. They've still got a Toxic Babe canister left, and they can just hold these angles. They've got mirror windows to play in behind. It's all up to Scarz to try and find some space.
Oh, we really had to have that kill, but look at this. A good bit of team play coming out from Dplus Kia as well, as Fall steps out, gets the trade onto Wreck, and probably the player you want to find. But like this, Scarz are starting to bring it back, Tim. They've got 3 kills in a row here. Now maybe it's Dplus Kia time to throw things away. Scarz, it's the exact opposite of what we had in round 1. Round 1, great early start, poor ending. This time, poor start with Shoy going down, but a great ending. 4 kills in a row to bring us to 1 apiece.
I said round 1, Scarz have got to be kicking themselves. They've thrown away a 3v5. Honestly, I think round 2, Dplus Kia should be kicking themselves, because that one was there for them to win. 4v2, you see it there on your screen. You know, they can't be giving that away. 20 seconds left to go, down in basement. Yeah, a couple of your players are low health, but ultimately, you've got everything you need to win that round. And I think that's kind of been the story of Dplus Kia for me in all the games that we've seen of them so far here in APAC North. It has been sort of throwing rounds away that they should be winning. You know, they should be closing these out. These players have got plenty enough experience to be getting that lockdown. So a bit of a misstep there from Dplus Kia, and they are going to be looking to right those wrongs here in round 3. We found ourselves at 1-1. I've just been doing some quick maths as well, Des. I don't know how accurate this is going to be.
Oh, God, this is dangerous. So, I mean, looking at me and my record on map picks, mate, where I had 9 choices, and you've got potentially infinite ones. I'm nervous, but go on.
It's very early for me to be doing this sort of thing. It's very early in the morning, so please don't quote me on this. And that's going to everybody watching. But I would say that I'm pretty sure I'm right. If Dplus Kia win here with a full 3 points, they'll be into playoffs. They'll be secured. Because obviously we've got to be looking at 3 teams.
Hang on, mate. VAR's taking a look at this.
Yeah, so if they get on to 10 points, there's only then, because Mer and Enterforce play each other. So I think you'll find there's only 2 teams that, like, could make... there's not enough teams could get 10 or more.
I see. I think I agree with you. Yeah, I don't see how mathematically they can lose out.
because Mer and Enterforce. So Mer could get 10 points technically, but if they did, Enterforce couldn't. So there's always 2 teams that couldn't get 2 points because Scarz couldn't get 2 points. So even if Dplus Kia had the worst outcome in the world tomorrow, they'd still end up in 6th place. So I'm pretty sure that a full 3 points will get the job done for them today. So again, it just adds that little bit of pressure. You know, whether they know that or not, who knows, who can say. But you know, in reality, get it done here and now, get it locked out. But Scarz, going back to this one, have lost an important one. They've lost their thermite. Not an ideal start. You don't always get what is going on. What is going on? Bullet is reinforcing at 1 minute 40 left to go with no idea that Irrigator's walking in. Big mistake from Dplus Kia.
I think he only assumed he had a bit more time there to get things done. Didn't realise Irrigator was so hot on his tail. My main concern, though, is yet again, I mean, thank God we've got the ace this time around. All those sounds have now been used. But once again, we've seen the hard breacher going down early. That should not be happening. Not when you've got other players that can step in and be aggressive in your stead. So a small mistake being made to start things off. Yes, one has been countered back the other way. That top floor has now been taken over by Scarz with half a round still to go. It's not looking too bad, but they haven't dealt with Levy still. I was going to say, Tim, he got the entry, he's got the second. They have not full cleared this top floor, and they are paying the price for it.
That's exactly. They've never had control of top floor, but they did have 4 players up there, and that makes it even worse. You know, they had a real number of a weight of numbers up there, and like you said, just haven't paid attention to where these players are, to locking down the, you know, they've got the gridlock. They haven't really locked down the flanks. They've still been able to push back of Dplus Kia, and with 30 seconds left to go, they've got a man advantage, and Scarz are in no position to think about putting this diffuser down. Washoy is still upstairs with the diffuser. They need to get moving to Scarz, and the top and bottom is they need to find some kills right now.
But I look at the last 2 rounds, and they've come down to a flurry of kills at the end, so I can't really give it either way. On paper, yes, I give it to Dplus Kia, and I hope to God they can show a little bit of sense and hold on. But Plant is going down here. They've got the vertical as well. Nothing to step forward and stop him. There is a C4, but they can't do nothing about it. They get the stop at the very end, Tim, but it's a little bit late. There's a kill coming back the other way here. Levy again strikes from the top floor, almost gets a quad, but no, it's Wreck. Now the Angel of Death holding on from above, has to win the next one, but cannot, as Nia secures that trade and gets the round for his team.
I can't believe that the retake was the plan there. I'm going to be honest. I don't
hate it.
I think Dplus Kia have played it well. That's fine, the situation that they find themselves in. But they've just left that wide open for the diffuser to go down. And with a man advantage and 20 seconds left to go, you know, the reason that I don't think that they necessarily played for the retake is that the kill came in so quickly onto Washoy just as he'd finished plan. I think that somebody scrambled and was like, oh, the plant's going down, we need to get in there and do something about it. So I think it was a little bit more responsive, but maybe they just didn't realise how big a gap they'd left inside.
You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to have a professional disagreement with you here, and I actually think it's a good idea, and I'll explain why. They're in a 3 versus 4, or 4 versus 3 here from Dplus Kia's perspective. Until they hear a diffuser going down, at the very least, or until it has been completed, they don't know that third player has dropped, and therefore it's a 2-man defense upon the top floor at very best case. And so what Levy and Falls and Nears and whatever else were waiting for there was, well, let's wait till the diffuser goes down. Then we definitely know there are only max 2 on the top floor. We go up there, we play for trades, we get the vertical retake, and we can win off the back of that. It always feels risky to let the diffuser go down because you then are quite literally putting a timer on yourself rather than the time working against the attackers. I think if they tried to push in too soon to try and stop the diffuser going down, they could have paid the price. It doesn't absolve them of all guilt, by the way. Like, I was looking there, I believe it was Falls who had a C4 in back pocket, and I was like, surely there's something we can do here, but they didn't want to risk, I think, going down to a 3 versus 3. So although it looks risky at face value, I think it's actually very, very logical what they've gone for there. And obviously the result has paid off for them. It could have gone horribly wrong had they lost those challenges onto Wreck on the top floor, because he was the only player left alive who had that vertical ready to go. And the fact they managed to kill the planter about half a second after the diffuser went down told you all you need to know. They did want to stop it, but at the very least, the plan worked out, and you can kind of see the logic in what they were thinking about doing.
Give him the result. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
If it goes wrong next time, you can be like, well, Des, now what you're saying. I'll be like, well, I got nothing more to offer you here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is it. I think it was I think a reactive play to the situation. I think is more the point I was making rather than a planned play, or sort of from the beginning of the round. But like you said, either way, they get the result and they played it well. They played the cards they were dealt and came away with the result. So we're going to head back up to the top floor. We saw last time around Scarz weren't really able to get much done here. I like the Dplus Kia have brought along the Bandit as well because they know that Scarz were just playing the Hibana last time because that's all the hard breach that was used, and they'll have had a good idea of everybody they've killed and they'll know what the situation is, and the Hibanas are so easy to deal with a Bandit battery, so easy to bandit tricks. So Ayagator, I'm looking at you to get underneath, to try and deal with Bullet, to get the track on him, to move him away from that wall if you want any hope of breaching from either side of Mask Wall, whether it be from upside or whether it be from the external side. You're gonna have to clear this bandit out.
All needs to be dealt with at some point, Tim. That much is for sure. Let's see how things go now as we get ourselves set up and dug in. This little two-floor spread coming out here. I like actually the fact that we've got Ayagator hanging underneath. If he can get underneath and deal with the main retreat angle for these guys up on the top floor, it could be a spot of bother. But Wreck again has gone down early on here, Tim. On the window, no less as well. Quite a bit of aggression being shown, but however, that has been countered. Bushoy was there, ready to help as well. So a lot going on up here on this top floor. Ayagator doing a little bit of fishing underneath. Finding nothing just yet, but with that track, he can do a hell of a lot of work. So out it comes. Bushoy up close, bringing a shotgun of his own, Tim. Realizing the best way to deal with a shotgun is to bring one of your own.
I think that track has been dealt with pretty easily with the mute jammers, so that is again a positive. It's you want to take that away. It's a way to keep your bandit in place. We've got a little bit of a trade coming in there. Yeah. We are going to lose the hard breach on the side of Scarz, so they're going to be reliant on those secondary gadgets now to get any work done that they want. Again, should be reasonably easily dealt with by the bandit if he's in position. They did actually get the breach off, but Bullet uses it to his advantage to take down Fishlight. Will be dropped himself, so we find ourselves continuing this trade for trade for trade for trade. They've still got the denial of the Tachanka. I've spoke about the damage of those Shumika pellets. They are lethal. Kill time on a 3 armor operator, so the max health that you could get, the kill time is about 3.5 seconds from full HP. If you've already taken some damage and you ain't a 3 armor, those things will kill you rapidly. And we've just seen that there. Great play from Dplus Kia. Scarz never even inside a sight. It was good stuff, and they get another round done, 3-1.
Yeah, I'm often not much of a Chanka believer. In the meme sense, I am our Lord and Savior, all the rest of it, yada, yada, yada. But that's probably one of the most effective rounds I think I've seen use coming out from Chanka so far. Levy first pinning a player inside of the bathroom, getting that down at the end with some beautifully placed Shumikas, getting that full spread across that mez wall so no one can vault inside a site. He just knew what it was that had to be denied, and as a result of it, got his teammate the first kill and got the second kill himself. Excellent use case, and really showing there the potential of that operator. It does put Dplus Kia up to 3-1 now. Scarz might have started the round okay, guaranteeing trades, playing off nades to secure kills. It was really good stuff, but it's still Dplus Kia that win out in the later parts of the round. 2 more to go here. But I would say, Tim, every round has felt pretty close. We've typically only had 2 players left alive, except for that last round where there was 3. So it hasn't been like a one-sided affair, I'd wager. It's actually been very, very competitive between the 2.
The scoreboard does not quite reflect that. Scarz can maybe feel a little bit hard done to. Like you say, they are kind of finding the kills and they are keeping themselves active in the rounds, but they're just not getting that last 10%, that last 20% that's going to get them the round. And they've got 2 more chances here on the attack. I think the attack of Lair is always a reasonably tough one. If it's not a map that you love playing and are totally familiar with, and there's a lot of moving parts on the defences. As I said, it's a very big map, 3 huge floors, lots of rooms to deal with, and I think that's great for us competitively as viewers. It gives us a lot of variety. It gives us a lot of sort of thinking to do around how the strategy going to work, and but it makes it very difficult at the same time for an attacking team that maybe isn't bang on top of it. They do manage to chase down the Vigil, but Nia does get some work done, and look at what he's taken out. The Blackbeard has gone. Scarz have kept it in the bank, I think, to try and avoid it being banned, which has worked because they've gone for the Grim instead to Dplus Kia, but Blackbeard ineffective in this round. Levy manages to take down Washai, so that's going to be the Ram as well. 3 versus 3.
Again, it's this aggression, right? Just constantly, every doorway, every window. They're happy to challenge Scarz. And I'm starting to feel, is this the way people have figured out how to deal with Scarz? Like round 1, they dealt with it quite well. But since then, whenever there has been early aggression, they have paid the price. And I think teams are probably reading in something about Scarz here that has been true for years. They're very good at team play and very good at their executes. How do you trip up a team that is very, very good at their executes and team play late round? You disrupt them in the early round. And I think Dplus Kia have read into that great. We've seen other teams abusing them for it throughout the stage as well. And I think that's where the kind of team has become unraveled a little bit here. It's almost like how Aston Villa's tactics have been unraveled and they haven't scored a goal yet in the Premier League because Unai Emery can't change his tactics. It feels very, very similar.
Does these moments of concern for Villa are coming thick and fast over the last few broadcasts? I'm starting to worry about you a little bit.
I am very worried, mate. We play Sunderland. If we get battered by Sunderland, I am very gravely concerned.
I mean, it's easy for me to sit here and be smug. We're unbeatable in the last 3 minutes of any game. That's a fact. But hopefully you'll get a better result. Hopefully Scarz...
I'll cry. I'll cry, mate.
I would. Hopefully Scarz are going to get themselves back into this one because at the minute it is one-way traffic. Dplus Kia absolutely rolling over the top of Scarz. There have been rounds where Scarz have been competitive. They have been in there. They just cannot get that end result. They just cannot get that last little bit done to get the round on the scoreboard. And they're going to have to go again. They've given up on the shield option. We saw them bring in the Blackbeard after it wasn't banned out, but they've given up on that this time. So it's going to be focused around, keep an eye on 2 operators, Ying and Sense, with Capitao thrown in a little bit for the smokes as well. But it's going to be about using that gadgetry from Washai and Choppy to create space inside of a breach to think about getting that diffuser down on the ground. It is going to get tricked, almost certainly.
Oh no, you missed timing?
Nope. Yeah, Near has not been able... Don't worry about it. He's just shot Wreck in the face instead. And that's one of those 3 operators I spoke about that they really didn't want to lose. They've now got even more pressure on top of Washai and Choppy. They cannot lose those 2 operators.
I don't want to say correlation is causation, Tim, but it may as well be at this point. Since the Grim has been banned away, the rounds have been more decisive towards Dplus Kia. They've had more players left alive. They've bullied them more in the early round. And look back at some of our early ones when we did have Grim. It was brought all 3 of those first 3 rounds. They were very, very good at making sure areas were zoned off. The Dplus Kia couldn't get aggressive. They were being slow and controlled. Now what are they relying on? Dockerby in round 5. We've got Nomad coming out in this round. We had nothing in round 4. I think Dplus Kia have just played around that ban so effectively that it's given nothing over to Scarz to be able to capitalize here. Don't get me wrong, Brett getting shot in the face, big mistake regardless of what operators you bring along here. You know, Near made a mistake in not banning tricking the wall, but they haven't lost a player as a result, and that is the key part to this. This is 100% going to be a 5-1 half here. I don't see Scarz pulling it back.
No, I was just going to say the same thing. I don't see from this position anyway that Scarz should or can be winning this round. There's too much weight on the shoulders of Washai and Choppy now. The Yings are being used elsewhere to try and clear these top floor players, but one of them's a Warden. Guess what? You're always going to struggle. And this is exactly what's going to happen. Mighty takes down Fishlike. So, I mean, the one positive for Scarz is that they do still have those 2 key operators left. They've got all Sense gadgets in pocket. There's nothing been set up there because all that Scarz can really do now is fight for some kills. If they get themselves back to say 2v3, then you start looking at it thinking maybe there's, use some of that gadgetry, get a plant down, but it's just not going to be possible as Choppy finds himself cut down by Nia, and it is now 1 versus 5. Washai is locked in bathroom. They know exactly where he is. He's got shotgun shells just being blasted all around him. It's Bullet that picks up the final kill, and that's going to be a 5-1 half, and Dplus Kia, they are cruising here on Lair.
They're making it a little bit too easy, aren't they, Tim? And someone did ask it in chat, so I mentioned it. Someone said, is this map attacker-sided or defender-sided? It is defender-sided. It's our 3rd most defender-sided map in the pool at the minute after Consular. And very surprisingly, Tim, Labs. Now, all maps have only got about 15 to 20 plays or so it's not a huge sample size. But Lair currently stands at 57.5%. I don't think the stats are really going to favour Scarz, even if it were attacker-sided, to be honest with you. They just did not look like they were at the races that half, unfortunately. Now we're into our bans, though. We'll see how things go. And Tim, we did have a request in chat. They actually asked me, but I'm going to ask you, can you do your 7 times table up to the 14th number, please?
The 14th number?
Yes.
I don't know if I can. I guess there's one way to find out.
Could be there, mate. Go on.
7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 56, 63, 70, 77, 84, 91, 98. There you go.
Perfect. There you go. It was the 14th, mate. There you go. You've made someone in chat very, very happy. So good job.
No, I mean, I didn't think getting up this morning that me going through the 7 times table up to the 14th number would make anybody happy, Des. But here we are, and I'm happy to do it.
Well, mate, it's about giving the people what they want, and if Tim doing his 7 times table is what they want, then it's what they get. Onwards we go then to round 7. Scarz on the defense. You maybe fancied them to do a little bit better here than what we've seen previously. Truthfully, Tim, I don't think I'm all that convinced because their defensive win rate, although it's okay, it's respectable at 54%, it's not the kind of thing that's going to win you a map when you're 5-1 down, not least against Dplus Kia, who are looking pretty good as an attacking team. Halfway in the middle, about 45% overall, pretty balanced between these two teams. Maybe you get a 4-2 half off it. That ain't going to matter when Dplus Kia get those 2 rounds on the board and get things over the line.
Yeah, it just depends how quickly they get those 2 as well, doesn't it? You know, if they come in now, this is a really important round for Scarz. I'd say, for me, the next 3 are this first rotation. They need, obviously, a minimum of a 2-1 out of these first 3 rounds. For me, they need a 3-0. Get yourself straight back to 5-4. Remind Dplus Kia that this is a defender-sided map and start to put a bit of pressure on them. Like you've said, you know, yeah, they've got a 45% attacking win rate, but it's not amazing. It's certainly overcomeable. So yeah, they need to get in the heads a little bit. But given the fact that Dplus Kia much prefer this map when you look at it, you know, compared to how Scarz have performed on this map historically, I don't think that Dplus Kia are going to have too many problems here, and I think they win maybe one of these first 2 rounds, and then it really is panic stations for Scarz.
Absolutely. Well, as things look, it's not the prettiest, but things, of course, can change very quickly. We're going to start things off with the Shield of Fools marching in towards Scarz, who opted instead to go for the Blitz and the Blackbeard. Now, we spoke a lot about bans, Tim. Probably pretty much guarantees you're going to see a Monty ban be that 4th round ban, because without it, you leave a key shield up that the team can then use and abuse against you. So unless something else really proves to be oppressive, I think it's pretty fair. We can already see what that ban's going to be.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. We're going to have Choppy just trying to watch that window, not the... Going to be challenged from both sides, possibly. He needs to, as you can see, he's kind of flitting between both. He's concerned about bathroom and he's concerned about the corridor as well. But for the time being, to be fair, Falls and the rest of Dplus Kia are mounting up on the other side of the map. They're looking more towards Mask, more towards Scarbridge, more towards this breach that they've got opened up. They've got themselves inside of Ops now. Marty manages to find Wreck underneath. Bad start for Scarz. They're losing the Goyo, not the end of the world. The Vulcan canisters are already down, but the reason it's not great is it allows that Buxom freedom to do exactly this. Start opening up that floor and moving around those defenders inside of sight.
I don't want to catastrophize, Tim, but that is the 6th entry in a row now that Scarz have lost. They are getting battered on the entry in these rounds. The only round one they got on was the first one when they dealt with those 2 runouts early on. So when it's come to more straight-up gunfights, they have just absolutely lost everything. It's been miserable. Here we go, though, with the shield starting to push down and bear down now. Choppy at least getting one back as Levy's going to fall on that Grim. Nice kill to find him with Shoy. Steps out aggressively in towards Bathroom here. Of course, a bit of a surprise. Almost gets a kill on towards Mitty, but he misses his chance, Tim, and somehow, even through a concuss, Mitty finds his man. He's 8-1 in this game, Tim. I get getting one back, finally being down as Bullet and Falls round out for the close. A great team executing Scarz. They just cannot deal with the heat.
Yeah, Dplus Kia, they smell blood in the water now. They know that this one's done and dusted, I think. Look, we see it happen. We saw it happen in NAL this week, I think. 6-1 comeback. Like, it does happen. I don't think it's going to happen for Scarz today, I'll be honest. They're just not at the races in terms of, you know, where they need to be to get 5 rounds in a row to get themselves back to overtime. I would be very, very surprised, to say the least. So we'll see how they go. You know, they're going to go down to the basement. It's going to be their next defensive site that they choose. They've lost heavily on the top floor, and I think Dplus Kia are just going to continue with the same method, and that is get aggressive and take those gunfights because it's working for them.
It is, and I don't think they need to change anything, as you say, because for Scarz, they are not changing anything either. for all we were speaking about for that Monty ban, I don't think it's even going to matter, Tim. We're not going to make it to round 9 at this point. I think it's going to be done and dusted here and now in round 8. Last chance saloon for Scarz, and as you heard us speak about at the start of the show, Tim, if things keep on going from bad to worse, they may not even make it into playoffs tomorrow. They face off against Kinotrope, and being honest,
not easy.
Kinotrope being a mid-table team on the same number of points as Dplus Kia, Tim, I don't even fancy them winning that game either.
No, it's not going to be easy. And Kinotrope, let's have a look. Kinotrope are playing Cyclops today, so let's, for argument's sake, say, you know, Cyclops win that game. They're top of the table. That would be generally the expectation. Expectations have gone out of the window in APAC North so far this stage, but let's say Cyclops win that. That leaves Kinotrope, you know, very probably needing that win against Scarz tomorrow as well to guarantee their playoff spot. So they're going to be coming in, you know, fighting hard for that, and there's going to be no guarantees there for Scarz whatsoever. So, like I say, I'm kind of looking at that threshold for playoffs at being at least 8 points. So Scarz would be on 5. Say that goes to overtime, they can't get their 8 points even with a win. And like I said, that's not a guarantee. That's just me doing some quick maths, looking at, you know, where I think roughly that 6th place team is going to fall in terms of points. But I wouldn't like to be Scarz in that position. Put it that way.
Absolutely not. Well, Tim, 2 minutes stand between them and potentially a very, very gloomy 24 hours until that next game. See how Dplus Kia do on this downstairs attack. Then speaking things off, we've already got Bullet inside, racing around with those Twitch drones, zapping out some of those Goyo canisters. All done inside the space of 60 seconds. His drones are dead. Like any good Twitch player, Tim, you race them in there, you lose them as fast as you can. So you go, oh, well, sorry, guys, can't deal with that mirror window. I've lost my drones. What a shame. I'll have to get him a gun up there and start pushing and going and being aggressive. Very, very standard stuff. I think it was Pengu acknowledged this in EML, by the way, the other day. We've seen quite a rise of the F2. Now, in this round, Bullet isn't running it. Like, why would you? If you're against an Azami, it's good to have the DMR. But the F2 is becoming increasingly popular, and I'm here for it. I used to love the F2 when I first started playing Siege. Admittedly, now it's a bit of a beast with the recoil, but I love the gun itself. Great rate of fire, great for the headshots, but it's been unruly to control at the best of times.
Dplus Kia just getting a rough idea of where players are playing inside a site, spraying in through that smoke. They don't have a glass, obviously, to be able to see through there. Just hoping for that little bit of luck to give them a start in this one. Scarz have done a lot better here. Look, as I say, they're 2 minutes in. They've got 5 left alive. Forget it. 2 of them die, and there's going to be space for Foles to get that diffuser down now. I think we've got the next Dockerby call coming in. We've got the Ram. That really would suggest a plant to me. A lot of noise going on. A lot of distraction. Foles still not taking the opportunity, and they're now starting to lose players. 2 versus 3, and they continue looking for kills here to Dplus Kia. Wreck does go down, and it looks like this one could be over, Des.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Choppy's got it all to do here against 2, one of them being a shield. That really tells you how it's got to go. Unless by some magic he can recover Wreck here in our dying 15 seconds. I simply don't think it's going to be the case. But Dplus Kia have got to get a bit of a wiggle on. They know where he is, though, Tim. Into our last 10 seconds, someone's got to go aggressive at some point here. Off towards his left comes one. Had no idea where Midi was coming from. And sure enough, it is a dominant 7-1 for Dplus Kia.
Yeah, my concern for Dplus Kia at the end there was that they were very separate. They've got like 12 seconds left to go. They've got a Monty inside, and the other guys are on the middle floor, like trying to get himself back into the action. But yeah, it was looking like it could be tough, but he managed to get down there, have the impact. Dplus Kia, there's no other word for it, dominant through that game. 7-1 win, nice and easy, and they secure their spot in playoffs. So well done, Dplus Kia.
Yeah, fantastic by them, and I'm sure Scarz would like it if we said as little as possible about this game because it was a car crash, so we'll do just that. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, in number 2 waits. See.
say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Hey, what's going on everybody for APL? I'm Dev Marta and today we are doing Shot Ones. It's the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. I'm joined all the way from South Korea by Mephi from FearX. Mephi has been playing for FearX for several years and he has been insane. Just taken home gold in APAC North. You won that whole league. You went to EWC. But can you take home the win against the spicy wings of death? Mephi, thank you for being here. Do you like spicy food?
아, 당연하죠. 평소에도 많이 먹고 즐겨 먹는 편입니다. 한국인한테는 쉽다고 생각합니다. Because I'm Korean.
Good. Energy? You got lots of energy?
And yeah.
Good.
Yeah, good.
I love that. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get you to eat on your left, this one right here.
Yeah.
This is the mildest one. Take a bite. I'm gonna ask you a question.
근데 너무 보통만 치고는 매워 보이는데요?
So, since coming into the scene in 2022, you're always on one of the best teams in APAC North and in Korea. Why do you think that you're always on the top teams?
한국에서 제일 잘하는 팀이 모였기도 했고 제가 매우 많은 노력을 하고 있기 때문에 저희가 항상 상위권에 위치하는 건 당연하다 생각합니다.
So, what makes you different to all the other players in Korea? What makes you special?
그냥 평소에 열심히 하고 그냥 좋은 선수들과 같이 하고 있다는 게 특별함을 만들지 않을까 싶습니다.
Do you like it?
Yeah, 뭐 zero spicy. Not spicy for me.
Do you like the taste?
Yeah, but I feel zero spicy. Yeah, it's easy for me.
Well, good, because we have spicier chicken still to go.
Oh,
This actually tastes so good. I haven't had lunch today.
okay.
I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm so sick of that. All right, much better. You can put that one down. You can eat the next one.
Okay. Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Next, we have this one, Pina Picante. It's got pineapple, but I'm told that that's how they trick you. You think it's sweet, and then the spice comes.
This looks very dangerous.
Lots. Yeah, go. Yes! All right, try that for me. So Mephi, you just got back from EWC, Esports World Cup. It's your 7th international esports event that you've played. You've played against so many international teams that are so much better than what you get to play here in APAC. What's it like playing against the best teams in the world?
항상 노력을 해서 좋은 결과를 만들어내려고 하고 있지만 결과는 뜻대로 따르지 않아서 되게 기분이 많이 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 강팀이랑 할 때마다 많은 걸 배워가면서 성장하고 있다는 걸 느끼기 때문에 계속 열심히 하면은 계속해서 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 것 같습니다.
What did you take away from Esports World Cup? What do you think you learned?
I learned Saudi is hot and food is good. Yeah, but this is a shock. Honestly, we arrived before 2 days ago tournament, so we didn't have many times to practice, so we couldn't good practice before game.
Do you like it? You just had some more. Is it good?
Very spicy.
No spicy?
Yeah.
Just you wait, just you wait. What do you think you're going to do differently next time, next event, so that you can go even further?
그냥 더 열심히 하고 많은 걸 시도하고 그때그때 나오는 아이디어를 인게임에서 적응시키는 거를 우선으로 하면은 좀 더 괜찮아질 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
You really like that? It's good? Yeah, yeah.
It's okay.
You must be hungry.
Welcome back to APAC North, day 6. We've just had a bit of a speed run to start things out. I'll avoid the jokes of being like, can't wait to get started with our day here. First game is going to be Scarz versus, yeah, whatever. They got absolutely pasted by Dplus Kia 7-1, which now means we're going to game 2. Nice and quick, and means today may well end up being a very, very fast one, Tim. We're going to find ourselves with KAG coming up against Kinotrope. So a Japanese showdown for this one. I think many know what the result they should expect is from this game, but you just don't really know with Kinotrope sometimes, do you?
No, you never know what you're going to get. You know, look, it's obvious to look at this one and say Cyclops, top team. They've been going well so far.
Like my mug, Tim.
I love the mug. The thing is, knowing you on a personal level as I do, the mug is just... It elevates it to another level. Because,
Mrs. bought it for me. It's great.
Yeah, it is that mug is just you.
Anyway, take a look at our roster. So sorry to interrupt you there, Tim. You can keep on talking about KAG those to come up on our screen in a second. We know they've had a good stage so far. One of our 2 teams that have qualified to playoffs. Tell us why they're so great, Tim.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Des. Is the answer. Look, they've had performances where I've looked at them and I come away and I think, how have they won that then? But they've been doing the job, and that's the point. You know, we know that they're a great team. They've been consistent over the years. So they've had DD step in, who has been doing phenomenally well, and I think that's part of the thing. Like, you know, I think that's part of the reason that, you know, maybe we looked and thought, you know, obviously they've got to adapt to DD and fit him into the team and everything else, but it's just seemed to have been flawless. You know, they've beaten Scarz, they've beaten VRX, they've beaten you know, all these kind of top teams that they should be, you know, beating, and it's been great from them so far. You know, wonderful stuff. So the only person that we've seen them take a loss to has been PSG, and, you know, great stuff for Cyclops. And if you look across the numbers there, Sharip just having a phenomenal stage, absolutely brilliant. 63 and 40, 18 and 4, which I think is the more important stat on entry. Cyclops are coming out strong in so many rounds. Look at Anaton, 11 and 2 on entry. Between the two of them, that's 29 and 6 on entry. Absolutely crazy stuff.
It's crazy when you think for Shurip especially. He's only really been in the game for about 18 months as well. Like, he was on North Epsom before that for a couple of years, really an unknown quantity. Since he stepped up to the KAG level, he's been absolutely brilliant, not just in the server, but also as a personality around the game. But let's take a look at their opponents, Tim. Kinotrope, as we mentioned, probably less known by some of our viewers that don't watch the region a whole lot, but some players on there that you should definitely be excited about. We've seen big pop-off moments from multiple of them. We've waxed lyrical about Sylvia multiple times. Kaura and Mao have had big pop-up moments too. It's just about taking it up a level here and having all their players start to go positive, because as you can see across the board, only Sylvia is positive, and even then it's +1.
Yeah, it's not been, you know, like I said, it's been a roller coaster ride for Kinotrope. They've had results that have surprised us. They got absolutely smashed to pieces by VRX, you know, but then come out and beat PSG. And you just don't know what you're going to get from this team from one week to the next necessarily. But let me put it into different perspective for you, Des. Kinotrope, if they win, will go on to 10 points. And as we've just seen, as you and I figured out, 10 points is a good threshold for today to get you into playoffs. Because now, Scarz cannot get to 10 points, and only one one of Mer or Enterforce can get to 10 points. So that's guaranteed 2 teams under 10. So that means if Kinotrope get the win here, the full 3 points, they go on to 10 points, bang, they've guaranteed playoffs. So you look at it from that perspective, and there's a little bit of extra motivation, whether they're aware of that or not, you know, whether their team have run the numbers and, you know, see how things are going. Who knows? But, you know, they'll know that, you know, a win is at least going to send them a long way towards that important playoff spot.
Completely agree. Should we take a look at what map they're going to, Tim? As the maps are always, as I mentioned, very interesting to know where our teams are going to and where they fancy facing off on the day itself. Is it going to be another little whip out of a very, very banned map from Kinotrope when they played the map a couple of weeks ago? I believe it was Labs that they barely played, and we saw them bring that one out.
Again, Des.
Oh, yeah, it's Club. Yes, Tim, that definitely is Clubhouse. 100% is 100% Clubhouse. Yes, yes. No, we're going to Lair again. So for CAG, looking at this as a map, it is actually a map they don't play. They've banned it all stage long, have simply not touched it. Kinotrope, they've wanted to play it a couple of times. They've tried to let it through vetoes, but hasn't been played this stage. Wind things back a little bit further and go into history. I'd imagine this is a map you've probably seen from CAG a couple of times. I'll find out when my data comes up. There it is. They have played it a few times. 1-2 record on it. Last played against Furia 124 days ago. Whereas for Kinotrope, well, they played it last stage and they lost it to Scarz. That's all we've seen from them on this map.
Well, it's not the best omen, is it? You know, coming in here, Kinotrope, as I've said, just need that full 3-point win to secure themselves into playoffs. But it's going to be a tough ask, and the socials can see that as well. Cyclops, you know, going well.
Yeah.
Not big fans of the map. I think, you know, there's. I'd say that social is probably fairly accurate.
While we load in, Tim, I do have another request on the chat.
It's not a different times table, is it?
No, not this time. It's from, I assume it's meant to say Degenerate is what his name is meant to be.
All, you know. I can do them all. Fives. I can do fives. I can do my tens.
We can avoid those, Tim, for now. It says, Des, I have a question. Using your elite ball knowledge, if you are to compare each current EML team to any European football club based on heritage, reputation, and play style, what would that look like?
So what? I would pick any EML team and say
they want to do each, but we'll start with one for now. Yeah, which one would you compare to a football team that you'd go, yeah, they kind of make me think of those guys?
Hang on, let me just have a quick look at the current EML.
You know who I think Falcons are.
I'm lining something up.
Because I've already picked Falcons, mate. I can give you Falcons.
Okay, you go with Falcons. You go with Falcons.
Falcons are Arsenal because they never win anything.
Right, I'm gonna go with Virtus Pro.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Virtus Pro being Man United because of the drop off they've had.
That's harsh. They've had a good year also. I was going to say Chelsea.
Literally this stage. I'm looking at this stage. Virtus Pro currently sat in 9th. They have struggled this stage, you know. And you know, I love Virtus Pro, and I've backed him over several years. If you remember, I've backed him when others weren't, and I've said they've had a good year, and they've had a good year. This stage has been terrible for them, and I just needed to make a Man United joke. So yeah, they've definitely fallen from grace a little bit this stage.
I know who Matchco are.
I'd have to go on United. Go on.
Matchco are Villa because they're 0-4. Haven't scored a goal in 4 games.
There you go. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I could go. I mean, we're only looking at English football teams at the minute, aren't we? Rather than
go European, actually. It's a very fair point.
Sort of looking a little bit further afield. G2, PSG. You know, they're your PSG at the minute, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, they've maybe not been. You know, PSG have been competitive over the last few years, but maybe not fantastic. But we see them now under Luis Enrique. Now. They are just absolutely flying, aren't they? They're just, you know, they are the top team in Europe at the minute. So, yeah, I'd have to go G2 as PSG.
We'll come back to the rest of the teams. This is a fun discussion. It feels like a podcast conversation. But there is a game.
There's some siege going on.
Yeah, I mean, the blessing is CAG haven't found themselves losing players early on in the same way that Scarz did in our previous matchup, despite Kinotrope looking out these windows, looking to be aggressive, looking to challenge. CAG simply aren't biting into it. So at least we get a bit of a different layer to play out here, Tim.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a slower affair. As you say, I think there's, you know, not going to be that same. I think
you never sound like you sound like a proper pub gremlin when you do that. A proper football fan. Like the fish and chips, hey, give me a Stella. That's you.
Yeah, I think Kinotrope aren't going to bring that same sort of aggression that Dplus Kia were willing to do, and it's going to allow Cyclops to play their game essentially exactly like that. Sharif comes in, beautiful track. What an outcome from the Deimos. Manages to take down Yuki's underneath. That's a nitro off the board as well, I think. Oh no, he didn't have the nitro on the go, but that'll be a nitro off the board. A double nade kill. No way. You
When
can't
does
get
that
away
happen?
with these things, Chimisu.
Hello? You can't, like, they have a fuse timer, guys. Like, what's going on?
No nades. That can't happen.
Sharif into a second as well. An absolute demon with the Vendetta in this round. And now all we see is Coward just like, shit. As the task before him dawns on him, they're getting a 1 versus 5 with a 60-second round still to play out. It's feeling very tough. Swings for one, simply cannot find his man. Admittedly, not the best gunfight we've ever seen. It's a flawless round to get things off the Cyclops.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a little bit more of that. It wasn't just a flawless round, was it? There was a double nade kill in there. There was a very easy Vendetta track kill from the Deimos from Sharif. That wasn't just about it being flawless. That was about it being extremely easy for Cyclops in reality. They were absolutely in the driving seat. And, you know, if I keep focusing on the table because we are down to the last 2 players. So it is important here, you know, as to who's going to do what. It starts shaping up that picture of what that 6th place fight is going to look like. If Kinotrope stay on 7 points here, I know we're only around it and there's a lot of siege to play yet. But if Kinotrope stay on 7 points here, that's great for like Mer, Scarz, Enter Force. It keeps that fight. It's great for us as well as viewers. It keeps that fight alive from kind of 5th down to 8th. If Kinotrope stay on 7 here, of course, Enter Force could move up later on if they beat Mer. But even if that happens, then even those bottom 3 are still fighting with each other. So yeah, I think it keeps the table very, very interesting if this trend, if this trajectory continues for Cyclops. But a lot of siege to be played in this one. Yeah, Kinotrope need to get themselves steadied very, very quickly. They need to get themselves, you know, locked in and get a round or 2 because otherwise it's going to be like the last game we saw and Cyclops will run away with it quite quickly.
I'm always one of the first to say give a team a couple of rounds to really show how they're doing on the day, but even in saying that, I'm just like, can you really afford to just give Kaga even like 1 round? Like, that freely feels bad. Like, if you're not at the races, they're just going to roll over you for the rest of the game. And so it just feels a bit scary. You're already looking down that barrel of a flawless first round to get things moving and set the tone of this game. Kinotrope probably now very aware of the task that stands before them. Either way, Cyclops are in. Rapid here, Timber. 30 seconds in, and Shupe is already inside the building, getting air jabs down, making sure that the flanks are locked off. Needs to deal with Yukiz still, who is out here causing a spot of bother. Has he been seen? I'm going to say that yes, he has. They know roughly where he is here, and sure enough, they've got the watch on this Boss G. Not quite as strong as it used to be, Tim, but I was going to say the secondary, still plenty powerful, but there's the trade coming out. Shirik going down. Shibisu, though, getting the trade.
Not the end of the world losing. Sharif, as we saw, went in and got the air jabs down very quickly, so not a loss of utility. I think he'll maybe be a little bit unhappy in himself at losing out in that, you know, fight with the secondary. He knew the Boss G was empty at that point. He'd heard the 2 shots, but Yuki's just popping a beautiful headshot there to at least take 1. So it's 4 versus 4. Cyclops have got a lot of map control, though. They've got 2 players inside of the map, 2 players outside of the map, so I'd like to see them use what they've taken, you know, maybe a little bit more aggressively here, get in and start opening things up. There we go, Arcully. He starts doing the work with the sledge. Minute 20 left on the clock, so they do need to be conscious of that timer as well, because there's a lot to clear out in terms of basement. It's not about just getting the verticals. If you think about all those rooms downstairs that surround the site itself, you know, there's a lot of little areas that defenders can hide and hold long angles across site. There's a lot of clearing out to be done.
It turns out his name's Dragonite, by the way, not Degenerate. That's just an interesting one. Surely VP has to be at Letico because of how they play so slow, right?
Okay.
Well, I did like saying, chat, I don't really watch a lot of European football, to be fair.
I just wanted a lowly placed team that I could just rib on United with. So
if we've ribbed on United, on Arsenal, you know, naturally we just challenge the big boys, because why not? That's what we do. No, it's been nice to Liverpool, Tim. I haven't said anything about Liverpool yet.
Well, I was just trying to find a team that are just, you know, unbeatable, love to win in the last few minutes of a game and look like they'd probably win the title again. But, you know, I couldn't come across any. So
we haven't got Fergie time yet in Siege. I don't think that's a good point. Anyway, here we go. The March Bomb 4 begins. It's a 4v3 here. Last 15 seconds actually means that Kinotrope might have the clock on their side. The ability to keep Kag at bay as they step forward, start getting this plan down. Akaya's got a job to do here. If any Yokais are left standing, I'm not too sure they are. Fires and smokes coming out, but he'll be able to stick it. DD gives his life for the badge, Tim. It's a 1v3 here for Kawa. He ain't going to do it. There's a trade to be secured. You know what? I respect a man that will take the KD like detriment there by making sure that diffuser goes down.
That was actually, yeah, I'm really fascinated there at the end. So I spoke about that kill, if you remember at the beginning. I said Sharif coming around that corner, knowing he was facing up to a secondary. We see it here, and he's called nice shot at the end for Yuki's because it was impressive. It was a hell of a shot, and Sharif will not have expected to lose that fight against the Vigil on a secondary. You know, but Yuki's did what he could to get his team in there. I want to shout out Didi as well in that round. You picked up on it there, Des. Taking the death to get the diffuser down. Yes, important, but particularly what I want to shout out is the judgment from him. It was close, but he recognised, and this is something you can do at home if you want to. If you're a planter for your team, if you're, you know, playing that support role, these are the things you've got to understand. If you want to go from a good planter to being a great planter, these are the sort of things to understand. And that is, you know, I've spoken about it quite a lot recently. That is the time to kill for certain gadgets. So things like, if I'm a 3-armor, say I'm a Monty going into plant, and I know that I'm going against Tachanka fire, I know that I've got 3.5 seconds until that Shumika launcher is going to kill me from when it starts. So if I start putting the diffuser down, I know that I need my bar to be over 50% full. If that fire then comes in, I can stick it, and I'm going to get away with it before I die. But if I don't, then I'll die before the plant goes down, and I'll leave it in a bad spot. It's the same with the smoke canisters. About 5.5 seconds for a 3-armor operator. Obviously, scale that down dependent on the armor of the operator that you're playing. But again, if that smoke canister comes out, it's about knowing I'm on Monty, I'm on 3-armor, I've got 5.5 seconds, so long as I'm kind of 30% into my bar, I can stick it. And it's about, that's the next level of understanding, and I'm sure there's a lot of players who play in Rank 2, plant regularly, who would have no idea, and that's completely forgivable, because we're talking about, you know, the real minute details of the game here, but if you want to take it to that next level, you need that kind of understanding, and I think DD had it there. That was really good.
Absolutely. Well, it was enough, Tim. It's put them up to this 2-0 points. Now, Kinotrope, as we said after round 1, have really got to start playing the game here, Tim. The last one you could rely on the clock at least a little bit. But this is a bit aggressive out of Sylvia here, just hoping to try and catch someone off guard, and they're trying to get a bit overconfident. But Kag, they ain't giving them an inch here, Tim. Everything they're having to try and find Kinotrope, they've really got to dive for the badge to get over the line. Even then, it's not looking too pretty when you got Anaton, of course, on a shield bearing down, and you're given the freedom to play any shield he wants as well. Very commonly, you see Monty banned away against him, of course, under the new ban system. That has tweaked and changed a little bit, but I think as you've all learned, Tim, you can play any shield and be pretty damn impressive regardless.
Yeah, he's always going to cause a nuisance. We know that much. I mean, Blackbeard, as we know, is just the far more aggressive option. But look, Cyclops are doing particularly well so far at massaging Kinotrope out of their positions. You know, creating the space, as Sharif's just done there by taking down Mao. Losing the sentry, not ideal. You lose a lot of utility with it. But how about that for a double? Talking about utility, Akayu managing to find Sharif with the nitro there. So they've lost the ace, they've lost the thermite. Not the end of the world, because the hard breaching that they really needed done is already done. They needed that external wall into sight, but top floor control is not going to be easy to come by now that they are 4 versus 2 as Kawa manages to take down Anaton on the Blackbeard. This is bad news. DD finishes off Kawa, but the nitro hits him. It's all up to Chibisu, and he is very low health on the Lion.
Yeah, looking much better here, to be fair. As you say, he's got it all to do. He's got himself a good few kills. A good nade coming over here is going to force him to scatter. Sure enough, he tries to punish off the back of it. Isn't going to be rewarded with just that. Got the right idea, finds one, but no! It looked like he had, for the second man, the right idea. He looked across towards the right, but I think just misplaced exactly where the player was and ultimately lost. But that could have been a big play from Chibisu. At the end of the day, though, it's Kinotrope finally on the board, Tim. Hey!
Yeah, Kinotrope waking up and getting themselves into this one in round 3. We're going to have the additional bans coming out for round 4. We'll see how they go. Ying and Sense are the current attacker bans, and the Electro Bros of Speed and Bandit were taken away from the defenders. Let's see how that continues. Clash and Dorkabit, plenty of value in both of those. No notes really. I think they're absolutely fine. You know, looking at what's been happening so far, I think you'd have struggled to maybe, you know, impact on Cyclops any more than something like a Dorkabit ban for their attacks. Just, you know, make sure that you can get out on the roam. That's what you need to be doing here. Cyclops have been looking towards getting the diffuser down. They've been looking towards creating those safe spaces to plant. So yeah, make their lives difficult and just try and burn time out. Take those fights with them around the map, and taking away the Dokkaebi is going to help you do that.
Absolutely. Okay, then. We've got the 1 round, Tim. We've got to try and turn it into a few more in this half. If Kag walk away with a 4-2, I start to feel very, very nervous for Kinotropers. As we discussed earlier on, across stage 2 around the world, there has been our 3rd most defender-sided map. You need to see Kinotrope demonstrating that, I think, if they're going to have any hope of getting things over the line in the second half. Because if I had done my little hat here and go and look at some of the stats that we have, Kinotrope, they are one of our weaker attacking teams in the competition. Only Scarz and Mer are worse, to no one's particular surprise. So I don't think you're going to see tons coming out of them in the second half, which means they need to build up some kind of advantage here and now. We're up on this top floor. Anderton's across onto a different shield coming out this time around. No surprise at all to not see Kinotrope banning away a shield as that 3rd slot, because as we said, you'd just go over to another one, trying something completely different here and trying to almost ban away both the roam clear and the execute capability of Kag. Problem is, Kag are just executing you rather than executing the site.
Wildly off topic here while we're at the beginning of the round, but I've seen it a few times whilst we've been on there, and I meant to mention it. Oh, we're going to have an entry kill there if they are not careful. Man taken down. Anaton does manage to find Yukis. I really like the bathroom on there, the top floor bathroom. There's actually a couple of places where they use it. There's the other place that they use it. But I love the idea of they've got like a rockery behind the glass wall in the bathroom. Down, 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 down. There we go.
The right.
No, up, level. There we go. Down,
That's
we go.
the one. There we go. This rockery.
So just the little rockery in behind. Oh, we're even getting a free
to the right, to the right, left to the right, to the right.
We'll let you off. Go find the kills. Find the kills.
Look how nice it is. Look how
you can
nice
see
it
it on the
is.
left. There it is. So
On the left, on the left. Left. Yay! It's cool, isn't it?
You've got the rockery behind the glass, and the reason that so yes, it's really cool. It's a really cool idea of like having that. You know, we're talking about like sort of interior decoration. But I just
did wonder where you were going with this.
Look, very. I know. It's completely off topic. Just I remember seeing one of these property shows once, and it was a house that had been built on the side of a cliff, and they'd found a cave as they were building it, and they'd done exactly that. They'd lit it all, put glass over the front of it, and that was the bathroom. It was amazing, and it just reminded me of it. But there we go. On to the round.
I just like how you've taken a good half around there to talk about a rock setup in the bathroom.
Like that in my house. I'd love to have it built against a cliff face like that and screen some of it off with glass. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, me too, Tim, but I'm also not Jeff Bezos, so here we are.
There you go. No, me either. So, I just live in a normal house. No cliffs.
All right, it's 4v3 to Kinotrope with 60 seconds to play out at this point. A C4 still to play, but Cow has been down. No, not as the man with the C4. Maybe recoverable, but his team are going to be nervous about those verticals from below. We've just seen Shoot getting down there, getting a little bit busy, applying some pressure, so he might not get saved here, or if he does, it's going to be a bit of a late one. But there we go. That's finally been picked up once he was safe and crawled away to his teammates. Down to these last 30. You've got to see kills coming in the way of Kinotrope now that it's down to this 3 versus 3. Else Kag are just going to slowly tighten that noose and snap the neck.
Yeah, Kaio's got one more left in terms of the toxic babe canisters, so he can deny another 10 seconds, but this is not ideal. Ocully manages to find Sylvia, but how about it? Kaio steps up, doesn't need the toxic babe canister. It's another game of swings and roundabouts. It goes round and around, doesn't know that the man's in bathroom. Kawa cuts him down from the end of the corridor, and Kinotrope have woken up as they fight him back, and they get themselves to 2-2.
I said it at the start, like, it always feels risky saying, give a team a couple of rounds to get a feel for the game and wake up. And, some teams start more ready than others, all the rest of it. This round started well, as you can see. We got the entry for Kag, and I thought, cool, like, at this point, it's going to be really hard to slow them down. But maybe it turns out a way to stop Kag, as we've seen now Kinotrope showing. He's banning away those execute-focused operators. They're good in the early round, but the late round, without those key operators on side, so far at least, Tim, they're struggling.
No more interior decoration tips from Lair from me. Promise. How about this for interior decoration? We're going to have some of the Denari gadgets, as we see in quite common, just put under the sort of tread lip, as we'd call it, of the step, the edge of the stair there, just being put underneath there makes them very difficult to see, very difficult to clear. We've seen them probably at their most effective there. Obviously, I think it's another one of those where, you know how we talk about Oryx, and we talk about this kind of utopian use of Oryx, whereby it's like, you know, getting up through the hatch onto the flank, getting the kill, and it's really rare that we see it actually successfully pulled off, because it's very difficult to do. You know, and I think I'm sort of starting to see Denari in the same style. We've got this, you know, really kind of utopian idea of the use, and I think it's absolutely beautiful of, you know, the way that it can be linked through floors and lines of sight, and, you know, these intricate webs of design, and I think we will see and do see some absolutely beautiful uses of it. But your everyday bread and butter use of it is get it in tricky little spots like that with just two of them along the line of a stair, and that's where we see them more commonly being triggered, getting the slowing, getting the damage, you know, and really being utilised.
Absolutely. Well, round is underway once again, and it's that Monty being brought along. Anderton really giving us the full gamut of shield operators. Tim, we've seen the Blitz, we've seen the Blackbeard, we've seen the Monty, haven't seen the Fuse yet, but there's always next round, you never know. And quite a few teams adopting that now. For a while, it was just always on Virtus Pro, and our whole thing was like, well, you know, quite consistently you're going to get hold of it, because teams aren't going to ban away a Fuse realistically, because they know you'll just run Blackbeard or Blitz and Monty, and they are, or at least feel, far more oppressive. So it always feels like quite a safe bet to be able to play, but for Anderton, I think he'll very happily wear any shield you give him and show you exactly how to min-max the living death out of it. Here we go. Yuki's trying to be aggressive on that Vigil. Instantly shut down. Not quite as successful as he was the last time he played this operator.
Yeah, you know, it's forgivable. Have another go. We saw him being able to have an impact previously, but yeah, cut down really nicely by Cyclops there. You just saw a real textbook idea, a real textbook example of how to execute a pinch onto a Roma there. Brilliant stuff. So 5 versus 4. They're now racing through this verticality. We've got soft breach charges going down. We've got the sledge active. They are really softening up the site, making it difficult for the player. We just see the Denari gadget in action there. Exactly as I said, this is where we commonly see them being successful, and you can see the Monty trying to check those tread steps, those step treads now, sorry, trying to see if there's any more there. He's got a little bit of support coming down. They know that it is, but what a great use. Look at the combination. We know they're going to have to slow down to try and deal with the trip gadgets, so we're going to send the smoke canisters in. We'll get our damage one way or another. I think Cyclops have done well to avoid that damage, but it's been great slowing play from Kinotrope.
It is, and it's enough, I think, to see CAG stalling out, as we've remarked, you know, with that late round execute. We are seeing them flounder a little bit. You'd expect to be able to get it over the line, and they can certainly try, and don't get me wrong, having 2 attacking rounds feels good. If they can net a third, it's going to feel great. Shibasu stepping forward for one more as Mal falls, but DD elsewhere has gone down, and the diffuser is on the floor at this point. This means Kinotrope will know where the push is coming from, and no doubt where we're going to see at least 2 players stack up. One to get the plant down, one to cover, probably one on the vertical. They know what's coming here, Tim. If they've got all their thoughts together, they can get this closed out.
Yeah, Kinotrope have actually been playing the trade game really well. 7 seconds left to go. They do lose Sylvia, but the plant is going down. That's the important point here. They're trying to push around that corner, but Cyclops know they don't need to be overly aggressive, and that final kill seems to seal the deal for this round. Kawa, 1 versus 3, diffuser down. So much work to be done. They know where he's coming from. They see him, and Chibisu takes him down. A good round for Cyclops, but again, Kinotrope keeping themselves active throughout that round, playing that trade game well, keeping themselves in things, and you get a feeling there could be another defensive round for them and a level out at 3-3, but I think they need it, because we've said this is our 3rd favoured map in terms of defensive sides, and Cyclops, they're moving on to the defence after this. Go into there with a 4-2 half. It'll be very, very difficult for Kinotrope to fight back against that.
Yeah, I really like how composed they were towards the end of that round as well. I just think it shows, again, Cyclops, they can adapt and figure out their way through these problems. You banned away some key operators from them, and again, I really respect the banning strategy coming out from Kinotrope. I think it's been a really smart pick against Cyclops when they're probably very used to seeing shield bans come against them. They can deal with that. They'll run Ying at you. They'll throw Sens in there. They'll run a ton of Grim. They've got no bother about doing that. You force them to have to adapt a little bit here, I think, by completely changing the banning strategy. And so far, Clearly, it's limited them somewhat, but they've now managed to figure it out. Now we're going towards this second floor site. It's going to mean clearing out that top floor first. Cyclops failed pretty spectacularly at this last time. Got C4'd out, just lost a lot of gunfights. God hopes he can do a little bit better here and bring something a little bit new to the table. My eyes naturally are going to fall towards our Cully on the Nook. Now, we always have this fantasy, like you speak about Oryx, you know, similar story for like Nook being able to creep on a team into the backline, murder 3 of them, and the round's over and done. Never quite works out that way, but the ability to apply pressure in a part of the map where you don't anticipate it coming from, all of a sudden just kind of clicking your fingers and you're there, is very, very powerful. We'll keep an eye on where our Cully's pushing in from here and what it is that he's looking to achieve with his team, who definitely look more engineered towards getting walls opened up and looking at execute. He is the X factor in this round.
How about this from our Cully? Just having a little creep through. He's got the Hell presence reduction device in there. And what a beautiful kill as well. Sylvia could have had the jump on him for a second, but our Cully was just well ready for it. Is he ready for the second? Yes, he is. Takes down Mao as well. And he has gone through them like a hot knife through butter. Managing to find 2 on the entry. 5 versus 3. Kinotrope could be in big trouble now.
So for all I said about the fantasy of a Nook getting in the back line and killing 3 people and so on, he hasn't killed 3, he's killed 2, but he has broken the back of this defense, because now those upstairs are like, oh, is it actually safe for us to drop in here? Are we just dropping into an angle being held by a Nook? It's going to put the fear of God up you in a sense. And yeah, Ukis is the only one left on site with a C4. He now probably can't afford to make use of that. As long as our Cully holds in below here and gives them a little bit of threat below where they want to try and make a plan happen at some point, I feel that actually CAG have already got such a huge advantage in this round, and if they lose a 5 versus 3, they will be kicking themselves.
Be waiting for those Selma charges to open up, give a little bit of access. 5 versus 2. Sharik manages to find Yuki's, and it's just getting tougher and tougher for Akayu and Kawa. And as you say, I think Cyclops, I don't think they're going to be kicking themselves at all, because I don't see any way that they likely lose this round. Akayu is on green stairs, and I don't think they're aware of his position here. If he gets aggressive, he might actually find one just outside of this door, but there it is. That little movement tells me that they're aware. They hear the noise of the mirror, of course, one of the noisier operators. Easy to hear her moving around. Sharik moves in, gets the kill onto Akayu, who wasn't sure of the presence outside of the door. It's up to Kawa once again. We've seen him in a 1v3. This time it's a 1v5, and the outcome is the same. Sharik with the pistol takes him down. Flawless round, Cyclops.
I feel bad because we've seen it twice as well, but it's another really poor gunfight from Kawa. Not that it would have changed the outcome of the round in either case, I don't think, but whether it's like the 1vx jitters that he gets into, or whether it's just him as a player, I'm not sure, but not exactly the best recoil control in those situations there. He's been battered out twice by players on CAG. They get that 4-2 half though, Tim. They've recovered it, given it was at 2-2, and we thought that half was going towards Kinotrope. They've managed to swing things back here and put on a bit of a show. Now they go on the defense. Things are about to get pretty rough for Kinotrope Gaming.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get any easier for them from here. So, you know, we're looking more towards, when we think about our league table, we're looking more towards the likelihood that Kinotrope continue on 7 points, which, as I said earlier, keeps that bottom half of the table a little bit more close, a little bit more active for everybody involved down there. Bans pretty much as we would expect. Double electric, double shields. Nothing, you know, overly surprising there. They really should be getting the kill onto our Cully there. They can't let him get away with that. Yeah, I think on the defense, Cyclops locked this down now. I'd be very surprised if they didn't.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Okay, let's see how things go. Starting things up on this top floor. And because it hasn't been banned away against them in the same way it was against CAG, Kinotrope are straight onto this execute heavy lineup that we spoke about previously. Being the Capitao and the Ying. The Ying, of course, being banned away in the first half. We've seen Sen's rolled out. Blackbeard for a good old shield. And the Raura was still waiting to see a lot of effect from him. In fact, one thing I will go and do, Tim, while we're waiting for this to all kick off, is go and look at the op stats, because when we looked at Raura at the start of the stage, she had the lowest operator win rate of any operator in the game, and we said, okay, new operator, give teams time to cook, she'll figure it out. I'm very curious how things have been in stage 2, so I'll tell you what those stats look like in a minute.
Well, whilst you have a look at that, I'll have a little look at this round as we're going. We're just about to get into the action phase. Up on the top floor it will be. Everything fairly standard coming out of Cyclops. We do have the Clash being brought along. We have seen some Clash bans today, of course, and we're about to see why. We're going to see the value that Anaton is able to squeeze out of that shield, and it just says to me as well that Cyclops aren't messing about here. Quite often we speak of Clash, and it's there's kind of two trains. There's teams that are going to use use it because it's strong, and they're looking for an advantage, and that's Cyclops here. And then sometimes you get the panic picks onto Monty and Clash, particularly where, you know, you've lost a few rounds and you need to muscle one over the line. Cyclops, they ain't waiting for that point. They're just going to try and get it done immediately here and use that Clash shield to keep them out of ops.
Also, the information it gives to potential aggression from the other members of the team is an interesting one. Ara, by the way, probably down there at like a bottom quartile of operators, but she is in the mix of things now. Of course, consideration for the more an operator is picked, the more popular it is, the lower the win rate tends to be because more people are playing it. People know how to respond to it better. She's in the mix with operators like Buck, Fuse, Striker, Grim, things like that. So she has improved quite a lot.
Have it then. Going to be the Clash coming into action now. Of course, that electricity doesn't do any damage anymore. Anaton needs to be careful here. He does have the backup coming in from the Kiba barricade that's just going to allow him to stay slippy and to avoid that Capitao fire. Not much damage taken at all. That's actually great movement from Anaton there. And as you can see, Kinotrope, they're kind of falling back away from him because they know that it's going to be super difficult to push in. The rotation has been called and they're heading towards Skybridge instead.
Can they get the control they need, though? Looks like no so far. They're happy to just like step back at this point, Tim, and say, cool, we've still got everything locked up. We've got our mirror windows, we've got our Clash, we've got 2 C4s to play behind, and we're down to the last 60 seconds. So for Kinotrope, I am starting to feel nervous, Tim. Very, very nervous. They spent a lot of time trying to clear out this one part of the map and haven't succeeded, as you say. So now trying a different one with a very limited amount of time to actually make it work.
Arcully just holding his position here, using those Kiba barricades once again to create space for himself. Candela comes out. That's just going to support the push cut forward coming from Kawa on the Ying. But again, they're not really getting anything for what they're taking here. 35 seconds left to go and not in a position to think about putting the diffuser down. Kawa's just holding that long angle through sight, but all the pressure is being soaked up by Anaton still. And there is very little that they seem to be able to do about this. 20 seconds left, Des.
There we go. They try and bait out the C4 and they'll get away with it as well as Sylvia starts creeping on forward. Shibisu getting one. Coward does finally strike and ho-ho! Spraying towards the smoke finds his man DD with a perfectly timed spray. Sylvia is gone, but Tim, here we go. It's that Clash being a nuisance and they can't quite find him. It's just all bait. Shibisu gets into another and unfortunately for Kinotrope, Tim, they're going to run out of time, I say, as the plan starts going down. They've got to recover this one somehow. Sprays at the feet. But does he pull off? Did he get injured or pull off the diffuser there? I think he got injured.
Yeah, I think he did. Well, if not, it's unforgivable. There's no way that you come off the diffuser when the clock's at 0. You lose the round.
No.
So, no, I think that damage was done whilst we were witnessing the Blackbeard fight. But we're going to have Kinotrope deciding that it's time for a tactical timeout. Well, that's gone largely as we expected. 4-2-half on the attack for Cyclops meant that they were coming in a real power position onto the defence. Kinotrope actually didn't do a terrible job of attacking there. They just left it too long. They got stuck by the Clash in ops. They got stuck by the Clash then on site door. They just had no answer to Anaton on that Clash, and that's, you know, what they need to figure out, because I think that Cyclops will likely keep bringing it whilst they're allowed to. So yeah, Kinotrope just running out of time, being frustrated there towards the end, I think, and not really having much of a choice but to just, you know, run in and stick it. We've all been in that situation. You just got to try and throw it down to extend the clock, and it was then a pretty easy mop up for Cyclops.
It was, and that's why you understandably see the timeout for Kinotrope. They need to get things back on track. It is not looking pretty, Tim. Feels like we'll have another fast game just like our first one, and maybe it's more a sign that we should avoid Lair today. You don't take teams better than you to Lair. Is that our new statement?
I think we
normally it's about border.
Yeah,
things worse than you to border, right?
Yeah, maybe the new one. Maybe the new one. But look, Kinotrope are going to continue to find that out, I think, as this one continues on. We said that Lair wasn't one of their favourite maps, and that's always going to make it more and more difficult when you're on the attack, particularly. Like I say, defence, I say this quite often, defensive teams, you know, should be pretty comfortable on most maps. You've got your strategies, you've got your setups, you should be able to get in there and get a couple of rounds, you know, and muscle through a defensive side. It's the attack where you really get tested on a map if you don't like it, particularly, because it's so difficult to have those plan Bs, plan Cs, you know, when you maybe don't know the map as well, you don't scrim it as much, you haven't planned it as much, you know, it's always going to be a tough one, a tough ask. So Kinotrope need more rounds as soon as possible is the reality. Round 8, round 9, they need both of them. They need to be coming out with back-to-backs. If Cyclops take the basement here and get themselves another one on the line, get themselves to 6-2, it's done and dusted. They're just going to move on. You know, GG go next at that point.
You caught me as I was swigging from my I do what I want mug.
You know what,
my now cold coffee.
I kind of love that because you were doing what you want. You were doing
I drink coffee.
What you wanted.
You know, societal expectations would say that I should have been talking then, but instead I was drinking coffee.
No. Not you. Not a free thinker like you, Des.
Free. I haven't heard that phrase that term in so long. Excellent. I invented that actually. You know, it was if you go in the dictionary and look at free thinker, you'll see it says Tessu. Hey, such a cringe term. Anyway, onwards we march. We got that Rowra coming along once again. So really keen to try and make the operator work. And again, seeing it's not banned away, the Sen's on side. We've got the Dockerby for the roam clear. All the right tools. Interesting dropping away from the Yin because we haven't seen much Warden coming out from Kag overall. So I thought we'd maybe abuse it a little bit more because as much as Cow didn't get any kills off it, he did use it very, very effectively to force back the mezzanine player who was watching ops all the way in towards site and gain a lot of control for himself.
That's very early for those smoke canisters to be coming out from DD. He's going to just detonate the first of them. Not really too much pressure. Yuki's was at the top of there, so I don't know if maybe a track could come in onto the smoke. Second one going to go out. 1:20 left. You know, the best he can do, he's got another 10 seconds of denial with that third canister, and then he's going to be having to take the fight. He's on his secondary at the minute, which is a little bit interesting as well. I'd be thinking, get a little bit up those stairs, get the shotgun out and play it on that, that close angle there. It's as if I can read his mind as.
Oh, Timmy's in there. Get him in the fortune-telling tent. That's what he's here to do for you. Here we go. Stepping forward for the swing on towards one. Even with no smokes left him, it's about wasting that time because once you got through the smokes, look what's left to deal with next. A mirror window. And normally that means there's a C4 ready to go. Of course, there are none of those available with the mirror now being down. So it's just trying to run the clock down as much as they can, make the time of the 6th man for the defenders, essentially. Shibisu finding one more for himself as the plant's now starting to go down. The sensors come out. It's panic stations a little bit for Cactum. If this goes down, this round is over. And I fear it is over.
Yeah, this should be job done. DD manages to spray down a cow. That's the second time he's managed that. We'll come back to that. Cyclops are on the retake. Mau's got it all to do. He's in the perfect position to do it from. He is above, but we can see Cyclops are coming upstairs to try and deal with him. They're not going to go onto this diffuser too soon. They're going to use those 20 seconds that they've got. It's all up to Mau to try and fight and win. He manages to get one. Can he get the second? No! Jibisu was already on the diffuser. He's going to finish the disable, and that is going to be another round for Cyclops. And honestly, I kind of feel a little bit for Kinotrope there. They were right on the cusp of what they needed to do. They had that top floor control. They were using the verticality. They got the diffuser down. So much of that round was right for Kinotrope, but just a little bit was wrong. And ultimately, DD getting a big kill on a Caillou after that plant had gone down. I want to talk about DD here. That's the second time that he's managed to hit a great shot like that. If you remember, we saw it. I'm pretty sure it was DD. You know when the player came in through the smoke?
Sylvia, it was an art
Sylvia
room.
comes in through the smoke and he just goes off the footsteps and bang, sprays him down and gets it just right. Does it again, knows where. I mean, it's a fairly easy, you know where the diffuser is, you know where the plant spot's going to be, so you put some shots down range, you see what sticks. And fortunately for DD, it's happened twice now where enough has stuck. So good stuff from Cyclops. They get themselves onto map point, and really don't see a way back for Kinotrope realistically now.
Really shouldn't have lost the last round, and they were in a 5 versus 3.
Nah.
They had all the hard work done. They got the 2 kills. They burnt through the smokes. They dealt with the C4. They've done everything they had to. But as we often say, Siege is not a game played on paper, Tim. You can do all the right things, and you can still lose to 5 bullets or even to the clock. It can be that kind of heartbreak. And sadly, Kinotrope are on the receiving end here of a bit of a brutal punishment. I think they've offered more fight than what we saw from Scarz back in the previous map. And I'm not just saying that because they're at 2 rounds instead of 1. I think in a number of these rounds, they have been competitive, but CAG are just showing their class here. They're showing why they're one of our 2 teams that are already qualified. At this rate, are pretty much guaranteeing themselves to jump right up to the top of the table. Of course, Fearx is still going to play against PSG later. Cyclops play against Enterforce tomorrow. Fearx are against Dplus Kia. So I'd say on the stack of things, given they both started at this game, this is CAG and Fearx, both started with the same round difference, I think you're probably going to find CAG being the ones that take the top spot.
I think you're absolutely right there. I would completely agree with you. I can't see that they're really going to be dropping any points given what they've shown us so far. But of course, this is all just putting them into position for playoffs. You know, there are more games yet to come. And once we get into those best of threes, things do start changing a little bit. That's when weaknesses can really be exposed with things like map pools and whatnot when you've got to win on more than one. But Cyclops are certainly looking good to be in pole position when that comes. They know that there's a bit of pressure coming towards bathroom here. Chibisu just going to be holding that with the Warden. He's playing in and around that corner that we so often see held there. And given the fact that the Ying has been a feature so far today, just being cautious, making sure he's able to continue. We'll go inside and actually do some reinforcement and likely to head back out when he gets a second. But Sylvia will kick things off with the kill onto Didi, and that's a big one. Taking down the smoke, and 3 toxic babe canisters go with him. Big loss.
Yeah, shouldn't have been celebrating the coach too much in the last round of field. You just kind of set him up there to die early on. Sylvia gets a second, and look, Cyclops are going quite aggressive here. Looking out through doorways, out through windows, similar to what Dplus Kia were doing. They've been punished twice for it. And the most painful thing for me, Tim, is it's the Maestro and the smoke that you've lost. You know, losing smoke, very, very obvious. But now you lose control of those evil eyes as well. They're a lot freer to hack for Sylvia with no one shooting back at him. So for now, the information is still there, but this round looks to be going from bad to worse. Another kill falls as Shuri loses his life. The C-Pro up over the top. Gonna find no one, and the shotgun just cannot get the job done. A great round for Kinotrope with our Cully having 5 players to deal with.
Yeah, this is a Kinotrope round all day, especially with the UMP being the final gun. You know, maybe if it had been the Maestro, maybe if it had been Anaton with the Alder, the clutch machine, you could have seen it happening, but absolutely not with the UMP. Cower's going to find his last man from above. Little blast of the floor. The hole wasn't there beforehand. It's just how it shows on the replay. Yeah, it just opens it up with the super short. He finds his man, gets the angle. Beautiful stuff. And Kinotrope keep themselves alive for one more round. But you do feel like that's all it is at the minute. Kind of clinging on just one more round at a time. Like you say, Cyclops there played that quite aggressively, doesn't it? I think there comes a point where they just say, lock this down. I think that's kind of that mentality of, we're 6-2 up, let's have a go. But yeah, I think they'll shut they need to. Actually, I'll change that and I'll say they need to make sure that they do shut that down, because sometimes we do see teams think, you know, it's 6-2, yeah, let's have a little bit of a go on the windows and doors, and it doesn't work out. And then, it's still 6-3, let's have another go. And then all of a sudden it's 6-4. 6-5, and you're starting to think you need to be calming down. So yeah, hopefully Cyclops for themselves will do that sooner rather than later and just get this one done.
Yeah, and that feels like it's the way it's going. All right, let's see how round 10 plays out. And more funny business you'd hope on their side. The aggression definitely part of their wheelhouse, their gameplay, their strategy, whatever you want to call it. We've actually now got to show a little bit of composure, I think, to get this one over the line. The last thing you want is to open the door up to Kinotrope, fighting their way back in and pushing this to OT. Doesn't matter lows to CAG. The chance of them losing out in the top 2 spot and getting that bye in the first round of playoffs are very, very low. You just don't want to open up that possibility. You want everything to be done and sealed here, because if they win this, let's not forget, they do secure that top 2 spot. It does mean quite a lot for them. You might go, oh, well, 1 round bye doesn't mean that big a deal if you're playing against a 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd place team, whatever. Sure, but you'd also rather not have to show any more than you need to in officials, you know, showing the different maps and those best of 3s. You'd rather have your first best of 3 be a little bit of a surprise, because off the back of that, you're basically locking yourself in a place to get into those APL major qualifiers that take place after the stage is done.
Up to the top floor we go for Cyclops. It's 6-3, and they are looking to close this one out here and now. They've not brought the clash along, because guess what? It's been banned out. I think it's a good ban from Kinotrope. That they really struggled to deal with it last time that they were attacking onto this site. Anaton was able to bully them at multiple sides of the map with that clash, so I think definitely a good choice from Kinotrope there. Let's see if that just maybe buys them a little bit more space. That's what they're hoping for, space and time, so you can get yourself into ops a little bit more aggressively, a little bit quicker, so that you can push from R6 room onto the site and start to challenge that doorway a little bit easier. As it is this time, Cyclops are creating new problems. They've opened the mirror window on the breach, so it kind of works both ways, does that, because it stops the breach. They're not going to bother with that now. They're not going to try and get down there and put any hard breach gadgets on there. but they don't really need to at the same time, because with that mirror window open, it kind of does the same job. It creates that little bit of phantom pressure. You've got to be aware that there's a line of sight coming through there, so you can't get too aggressive out towards map's wall. So you're kind of picking your poison by putting the mirror window on there and opening it up. You're accepting that there's a hole in the wall, but you're kind of choosing where it is. Yukis manages to take down Aniton. Big start, and that is more pressure for the players inside of Mask.
Yeah, it's more entries that they're losing out on as well, which has been a little bit of a staple of the last few rounds. You know, that's not really the Cyclops that we've seen throughout the game. Normally very, very composed on their attacking side. Have often found the entry onto Kinotrope, but here are starting to bleed numbers, and it is not looking great. Kinotrope, it's more of the same. You know, we've seen a lot of this Rower, as we spoke about. We've seen the Capital again. We've seen a lot of Grim. They're not having to change much up here because Cyclops are sort of letting it work, is the weird part. They're the ones that have now got to change in a way. As much as saying Kinotrope have got a job to do, it's Kag who've got a job to do in not bottling this one, as I've said a couple of times. Here we go. Starts an aggressive run forward and gets a freebie. Shuri punish, almost spins for the second onto our Cully. Sylvia, though, is there for the trade. This fast aggression, Tim, while it is rewarding them in spades. Sylvia into a 2. Plant going down now. Chibisu has got to respond quickly. I don't think he's be able to respond in time, I'm afraid, Tim. Plant is down. This looks to be another Kinotrope round, unless Chibisu can go a bit nuclear, gets a couple. Got to find a third here, sees his man. Sylvia's not too healthy here as well, but still finds the killer. 3k for him in the round. Kinotrope, we're up to 4-6, Tim. It's getting close.
It is. I kind of feel like Chibisu almost deserved the clutch after those first 2 absolute beauties on the stairwell. But ultimately, Sylvia able to hold that down. Look, I like this from Kinotrope. You know, just you could see that 3-2-1 call of like, right, we need to just go aggressive and create space here, run in, get those kills, take that ground. And they executed that really, really well. So, you know, props to them for that. They got the diffuser down as well. And I think Cyclops just were not ready for that in the middle of the round. They just, it wasn't in their thought process of, you know, what if we face this? It's almost like a rush, isn't it? Almost like you'd see at the beginning of a round, the first 20 seconds, just dash in and just get a bunch of kills before they can prepare for it. But instead, it was brought at, you know, the sort of multiple minute mark. So, well played from Kinotrope, get themselves to 6th floor. And like I said, there comes a point where Cyclops need to find a round where they just say, we're just locking this down. We're not getting drawn into their game plan. We're not getting drawn into their gunfights. And it's just whether Cyclops recognise that and do it in time or not.
Yeah, it does feel like they're kind of having to play the game with Kinotrope here. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting, getting rushed, can't respond in time, all being flashed out. We've not seen any Warden being played, for example. They've probably banned away the Ying and think we don't need to run a lot of Warden here. Like, why bother? But it has been a constant threat for them. We saw the push on towards the top of Rocket Stairs, for example. We saw the flashes that came out immediately after to keep Chibisu at bay. They've just been dealt with so well by Kinotrope so far, who are showing real capability and experience on the attack here. I think it is giving the other side a hell of a lot to think about. And so far, I'd struggle to see a way that CAG can get around over the line if Kinotrope keep on doing this well.
Drones running through, as we would expect in the first 30 seconds of the round, just looking for those entry positions. Kinotrope, as we've said, been doing so well on the entry over the last couple of rounds. They're going to be looking for that to continue. But how about this? 30 seconds into the round, Kawa is already in, opening up above that site with the sledge, doing fantastically quick work. Cyclops all downstairs. They have given up this mid-floor. They're going to try and play behind the Nitro that they have. They're going to try and force Kinotrope, obviously, down onto site. Then I think basically Cyclops are recognising here we're losing too many bodies in the early round. Let's kind of give up the map a little bit and force them to work for this space.
I mean, you'd hope for it. The problem is then you let them execute on you with the composition they're bringing along, which means the phone calls coming out. There's no mute to block it away. You've got the fuse shield bearing down you. You've also, of course, got the Row Whistle on side. Blackbeard doing the same. It just looks really oppressive. Whether you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, basically, is my main worry for them. So we'll see what happens here. Nice and close range. It's a shield, though, DD. They start burning through those smokes as we've seen previously. Now, if you recall, it was a little bit of a balmy end last time we got to this one. It was a 5 versus 3 for Kinotrope. They still managed to lose the round after a brilliant retake being shown by CAG. So I think they're going to try and look for a similar sort of thing again. But can you rely on lightning striking twice? I'm not sure you can.
There comes down the stairs, forced DD out of position. They were holding the vertical angle onto him as he did, so he lost a lot of health moving across there, but does manage to hit the reinforce. So they'll still have the information coming in from the mirror for a fraction of a second, because with that, there you go, with that other wall reinforced, there's absolutely nothing to stop you just moving up and smashing that, which is exactly what they're going to do. There is arguably an option to open that mirror window at some point and create a little bit of pressure, but it'd be a hell of a last gas move, I would say. We're going to have the fuse charge coming in, which is going to force DD back once again. He's just trying to shoot that off and does. Yeah, they don't want to open that line. Yeah, there you go. I knew it would come at some point. So they've just made it now very dangerous to those players inside of there. They need to be careful. Plant's going to go down, though.
Yeah, surely they try and stop this. They haven't got a smoke, of course, to do it. And sure enough, there we go. Shroop has found his man. Spray from range and enough to get the closeout that they need. Tim being so patient here as we get towards our last 20. There are no phone calls left. There's still a shield, of course, to do some work with. But they're starting to run out of options here. We're going to have to see them win some gunfights, Tim. Kawa starts out with one. Sylvia and Mao another. This could be their moment, Tim. They might get this done.
They certainly could. Chibisu picking up the latest 2v2 as he goes big for another. Kawa finds him on the trade. 4 seconds. Can Sharif hold on? The plant is not going down, but it doesn't need to. As Sylvia pops around the corner, finds his man. And that is going to be 6-5, Des. This one's gone to 12. It was 6-2. Cyclops are letting it slip.
That was absolutely crazy. We came down to this late round. Kag, every player still alive. Most of the utility on Kinotrope gone. They had to get in there and either get the plant down or win gunfights. They tried the plant. It failed. And then it's the Reaper show as two players come out with the same gun and cause absolute chaos with it, Tim. Beautiful stuff. Really well played by Kinotrope. And again, this late round aggressive play is catching Kag completely off guard. At the end of the first half, we were like, oh, 4-2 on the attack. There's no way Kag lose this. Now Kinotrope are showing exactly what they can do on the attack. And it looks like OT might be inbound.
It does, and but I am going to say I've just done quick maths. So to try and see what happens, say Kinotrope win this in overtime and they get 9 points. That's what they would finish on because they're on 7 currently. So if they got 2 points and went on to 9, because I was saying 10 was a threshold. There's no way that. There's at least 2 teams that can't get 10. So if you get 10, you'll be secure into playoffs. Will 9 be enough? No, it will not. Because there is a situation where Mer and Enterforce play later today. If Mer were to secure 2 points and Enterforce 1, so say it was an overtime win to Mer, that leaves both Enterforce and Mer on 6 points. So then both capable of getting on to 9 points. Scarz could get on to 8 points tomorrow. So it kind of throws you all into that mix still being on 9 points, because there is a world where Mer and Enterforce could both finish on 9 points depending on their results tomorrow. It's unlikely because, for example, Enterforce play Cyclops and would need a full 3-point win, but it's not to say that it couldn't happen. So an overtime win isn't really enough for Kinotrope to guarantee their playoff position. I mean, don't get me wrong, any points for them at this point is, a fantastic achievement against Cyclops, and it keeps them in the mix, but it's not enough to secure that spot.
Well, last chance saloon here, Kag. Gotta get it done. And the same can be said for Kinotrope. Both teams literally in their last opportunity either send this to OT or win the game outright. Now it's that same setup that we saw before, though. If you recall, Tim, we had the very aggressive hold of this room coming out from Kag. It forced Kinotrope to have to go and push highway instead. The way they broke through it in the end was actually just a Ying rolling Candelas through and towards Mares and pushing these players back in towards site. No Ying available in this round. Instead, they're going to try and do it more like the hard way and push through with an Ash, get players stepping forward. Things like the Grim also working their way, and I expect as well. Here we go. Kawa starting that march on forward. They've also got a player below to make sure they can get it. Almost kind of acknowledging, look, things only went horribly wrong last time. We didn't have control of this side of the map. We need it now.
And they have it. Oh, they're certainly not too far away from having it. They've got themselves established in ops. They've taken away the mirror window. They're dealing with the utility. They're going to be able to spray on the long angle through sight pretty close using that panel, the armor panel coming out from Raura as well. That is going to be cleared out quickly because Cyclops are recognizing that they don't want Kinotrope to be able to do what they did previously, which was running across the top of there and getting aggressive in towards stairwell and towards bathroom corridor. So a second armor panel will be removed. I think that we will see Sylvia go for another one on there because they know that they're burning through this utility, and the question is, do Cyclops commit to start using things like nitros to clear out that panel? As it is, Keeper Barricade is going to do a little bit of the same job for them, just trying to create any safety that they can for our colour here, but he has to dip away. Anaton, though, finds the entry. Des, 5 versus 4.
I mean, that's the big turnaround, right? Getting the entry has eluded CAG for so long, and now they've got what they need. And I feel this attack is so orchestrated. They know where it's coming from. They've seen Mask opened up. They've seen the Mez wall opened up. They know what they're going to go for here, Tim. So the best thing they can do is spray. And Mao hits the deck. Arcully almost getting his man. Plant now starting to go down. Great little angle taken up by Arcully. Gets a second freebie onto Sylvie, but no, changes weapon at the wrong time. Echoes up in the air. CAG are going to find round 12. It's heartbreak for Kinotrope, but still 3 points for our team at the top of the table.
So close to Kinotrope there. What a fight back they had. You know, we've got to mention that, but ultimately Cyclops able to dig deep and get the job done at the end. They'd already secured themselves the playoffs. They're chasing that top spot now. They want the pride. They want the bragging rights, and they might just get them. That puts them up onto 15 points, so it puts them clear of FearX in second at the moment. FearX yet to play today, but Kinotrope, they're going to struggle. They're going to be in that maelstrom tomorrow for the fight over 6th place and a playoff spot.
It's going to be very, very interesting, Tim, but Cyclops now can just laugh at those below them as they have secured a top 2 spot. We'll go to a break. When we come back, Game 3 awaits. See you in a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
So we have the spicy wing now. Don't touch your face after you eat this one. Do not touch your face, okay?
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Ready for the spiciest hot wing? All right, eat it. Come on. FearX, recently you had Coded and Woogieman join the roster, very famous players in Korea, and immediately your team is looking so much stronger. You're having so much more success. You're the best team in APAC North. Is this just a honeymoon phase?
이번에는 솔직히 상황이 안 좋았다고 생각을 하지만 계속 국제대회를 시도하다 보면은 정말 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있지 않을까라는 확신을 갖고 있고요. 제가 대회 때 느끼는 거지만 저희 팀 다 대회 체질이라 생각을 하거든요. 사실 스크린보다는. 그래서 앞으로 경기가 되게 많은데 그 중에 정말 많은 경기 중 하나는 리로드 때처럼 높게 올라갈 수 있는 기회가 생기지 않을까 확신하고 있습니다.
How high can you go with Firex, with Coded and Woogieman with this new team? What's the limit?
운이 따라준다면 정말 우승도 노려볼 수 있을 만한 로스터라고 생각을 합니다. I'm gonna try this more.
Bro, you're going crazy. All right, well, good thing I have another question for you. So you're always calm, you're always smiling, you're always positive. Even right now while you're eating spicy wings,
Yeah.
even if you're losing a game, how do you do it? How do you always stay positive, always stay smiling? Don't touch your face, don't touch your face.
It's okay. 게임을 하든 이제 이거 지금처럼 촬영을 하는 거든 뭐든지 이제 에너지가 필요하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 제 웃음이 많은 에너지를 만들 수 있는 원동력이 되고 싶으면 해서 많이 웃으면서 삶을 살아가려고 하고 있습니다. Yeah, it's spicy.
Even for the Koreans, it's spicy. So,
Oh, yeah, it's insane, bro.
yeah, take more, take more. You won APAC North, but you're gonna, like you said, you have to play the LAN, you have to play the OS teams, you have to play the Asia teams, you have to beat teams like Weibo, teams like Enterprise. It's not just Korean and Japanese teams now. Can you do that?
이제 결과가 따라주지 않더라도 항상 좋은 결과를 만들어내려고 노력하고 있기 때문에 목표는 항상 최정상을 올라간다는 생각으로 경기에 매번 임하고 있으니까 이번에도 정상을 향해 노력하겠습니다.
Thank you so much, Matthew. That was
Okay.
so good.
Oh,
That was amazing.
This is insane, bro.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Welcome back to APAC North, day 6. We're just going into the second half of our show after we had 2 games of Lair now, Tim. A 7-1 speed run by Dplus Kia over Scarz, and then we just saw Cyclops narrowly manage to hold on against Kinotrope, and now we go to the other end of the table and look at a battle at the bottom. We've got Mer coming up against Enterforce 36. An interesting game. Who do you see taking it?
I think I'll lean towards Enterforce. I think we've had one good performance out of Mer against Dplus Kia that's really kind of, you know, bumped them up a little bit, I think, in terms of expectations and opinions. But yeah, overall, I expect Enterforce to come through with this. You know, I'm looking at players like Nina and Akusu. They know what the deal is. We've seen big moments out of them. Jin as well. Harper, you know, it goes on. And this roster, I think, should be maybe even ahead of where it is. They're on 5 points in 6th place at the minute, so they're kind of hovering around that cut-off point for the playoffs, and I feel like maybe they should have a few more points than that when I look at the players and the makeup of the roster and, you know, how things are going. They've struggled on the entry so far, which is something you can see with the numbers across there. There's only one of them positive, Jin 12 and 7. Otherwise, it's all negatives for the entry. Sorry, apart from Mugi on 5 and 4, but still, you know, only by 1. So yeah, I think they could definitely do better in the early rounds, get themselves established, and that's maybe something that they can start building here against Mer today.
I just worry they're a little bit slow as a team at times. They haven't quite got the electric capacity we saw out of like Kinotrope, for example, in our last game. I haven't really seen them turn on that aggression at any point, and that's what I think they're going to need today. But let's take a look at their opponents as well in Mer, who, yeah, after play day 2, we were ridiculously excited about these guys. They've battered Dplus Kia. They look like a phenomenal team. We were like, wow, these guys are really onto something. And then since then, it has just been all downhill. You know, Rumatic has been one of our top players to watch from the region. He's been really good, but even he has had a drastic fall off in performance compared to where he was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, because we spent a couple of play days earlier on saying, you know, we need answers to the question, what happens on the days that Rumatic doesn't go big? And we've got the answer to that, unfortunately, and it's not much. So yeah, I think definitely need to see increased performance across the team. Are we going to have another layer? That's the real question. It's still there. It's still there. It's still there. It's club. It's actually clubhouse. We got a layer.
I actually don't mind this at all as well. Very interesting. The last time that we saw this map played by Enterforce was against Mer back in stage 1 when they won it. Yeah, their favorite map, haven't banned it at all in the last 6 months. I'm speaking of Enterforce here, 2-0 record on it. They look absolutely fantastic. Whereas you look at the other side here and look at Mer, it's one of their favorites too. Barely ban it away, but the difference is, Tim, they're 0 and 2 on it. So 2-0 versus 0 and 2. I'll let you be the judge on how things work out. Last time Enterforce won it 7 and 3. Didn't give a single attack over towards Mer. That needs to be the difference today, I think, is Mer have got to show a little bit more spice on the attacking side.
Yeah, and Clubhouse is, you know, we say it over and over and over again. It's unforgivable for a pro team to not have a Clubhouse in the bank. You know, you should be. That's confusing. I'm not talking about bank. I'm talking about Clubhouse. You know, it's unforgivable for a team not to have a solid Clubhouse performance, because you need to be able to play Clubhouse. It is like absolute default competitive map. So yeah, I think Mer need to show up and give us a little bit more on this map than maybe we've seen previously from them. But Enterforce is going to be looking, of course, to come away with those full 3 points. You know, how does that impact us in terms of the table? Well, think about it. Kinotrope have just lost. They remain on 7 points. So Enterforce getting a win here, a full 3-point win, would jump them up above Kinotrope into 5th place. It would put them 1 point ahead of them. It also creates a situation where it locks Mer into 4 points and bottom of the table with only 1 more game to go. So the important thing for Enterforce here is a 3-point win means that Mer can no longer catch them. And when we're talking about like securing playoff spots and everything else, that's basically what you're trying to do. You're trying to get to a point where as few teams can catch you up as possible. So yeah, just getting straight in there and saying, right, Mer, they can't catch us. It means that there's now only one not a relegation spot, but only one non-playoff spot that you can end up in then. So, you know, you're getting more and more secure as you go. So big game coming up for Enterforce here.
All right, let's see how things play out. Gotta see some magic coming out for Enterforce. I think they've got to show a little bit more than what we've seen historically. Mer, a similar story, but they start on the defense. We'll focus on what it is that Enterforce bring to the party first and foremost. Down in the basement, and I think we've got a few Leaky Fact fans in the game here, Tim. We've got Coupe running up on that Scopos out towards Strip. I think we'll be talking about that 3-4K that he got inside a strip on this operator for a long, long while now. Maybe it looks to be the new air quotes meta we're seeing established here, because I look back to a couple of years ago. Teams were trying to make this work in some regions. It wasn't like a global thing. I think Brazil tried it for a while. Couldn't quite find the success needed, and teams then stopped playing it so much as an aggressive hold. But of course, with the Scoffos on side, now you can teleport back in towards site when it starts getting a bit hot. You don't lose a player, but you do end up burning a good half a round and a hell of a lot of utility and drones for the attackers trying to clear you out.
Yeah, there's an important timing factor to it, though. You know, if you let the pressure mount too much, you won't have an opportunity to relocate, because you know you're just going to get a shot as you try to do that transfer. So it's a real judgment thing. I still don't think we're going to see it become like a meta thing. I think it's, yes, teams are trying to make it work, but it's easy to look at Leakafak and say, you know, look at how great this setup is. But it's Leakafak.
You know what, though?
You know.
They've changed it further. I've just realised they've of course got this castle playing inside a bar, so no pressure can come from poolside. They've got Luca, who was set upstairs the second to go in secret stash to be able to deny above inside a kitchen. They're basically saying you've got more than one thing to worry about here, and we're going to make it so they all strengthen each other out. It's a really interesting hold.
Yeah, I think as, you know, part of a greater plan, there's definitely some value in it. But I think the better teams will generally deal with strip reasonably easily, unless it is a player like Leakafak in there who's just going to get slippy and find 3 kills and, you know, escape. But that's not going to be the case all the time. Naps gets taken down by Jim. So that was still not the entry kill. It was Harper that was lost along the way, and that is a big opener. They've got hard British gadget on Ying, and that's it. So they can only open 2 out of 3 hatches. Now, fortunately for Enterforce, Bar hatch was already open for them to allow the castle to drop back down to site from Bar. So they can still get done what they need, but they need to make sure that they don't lose Muge before that stock hatch is opened. I'd like to see them open it. You want that little bit of pressure for Blue, and he's on half health, so need to be careful.
Here we go. And now I was going to say this is the exact thing I was on about as well. With 2 minutes gone, Coupe has now finally teleported himself away. They'll lose the shell, but he doesn't care about it at this point. They'll also know exactly what's going on now that that shell is gone. Tripper's been lost, but Tim, when you've wasted this much time, when you've got rid of the hard breacher as well, they probably feel pretty damn good about this.
Yeah, I don't think they're in too bad of a position here defensively. They can hold. They just need to not lose any more bodies in the next kind of 20 seconds, 30 seconds. You know, coming into that final 15-second bloodbath that we sometimes see, they need to be on top of it, and they are, as Luca manages to pick up a Kusu. Takes a lot of damage along the way, but he won't mind that. The IQ is gone, but here comes the drop in behind the Candelas. A spray down does find some damage onto Jin, but will not find the kill. Could be an opportunity to put the diffuser down, but not when kills come in like that. Rheumatic, Luca, 1 apiece, and it looks like this first round is going to go to Mur. It's all up to Jin. He finds 1. Surely can't hit a 1v3 with the health that he's got left on the board.
You'd be surprised. Tim, he's certainly going to try his very best here. Gets down to 1 more, but no diffuser in hand. No idea where the last player is. He is above. This round is done, and unfortunately, despite Jin's best efforts, that round not going to go their way.
Smart play from Luca, getting up to kitchen. That's the power position to hold from. Once the diffuser's down, as an attacker, you always want somebody in kitchen. As a defender, if you can get somebody up there when the plant is possibly going to go down, it's nearly impossible to do it. So really well played from Luca. Heads up play to get upstairs. And also from Rheumatic, let's not take it away from him there. He's done enough to keep himself in the fight long enough to allow Luca to get upstairs. He's created the diversion. He's given him enough time, bought him enough space to enable him to do it. So good defense from her. I think they caused Enterforce enough problems, enough puzzles to solve around the map that ultimately it was just, you know, too much to ask in the latter stages of the round for them to be able to get in there and get a plant down and win the round. So good stuff from her, and they get themselves round 1. That's 1-0.
All right, now we go to a very, very slow style of setup. So not looking to play crazy out on the roam, as you might expect going in towards this next site. What we are seeing, though, of course, Tim, is a hell of a lot of slowdown. You've got the Chanker on side. We've got ourselves the Clash to play through. We've got Azami. We've got Evil Eyes. There is a lot here that Enterforce are going to have to work their way through. And surprising no one, we're going to see this extended hold coming out towards Cash and CC. Imagine everyone's watching has probably seen this before, but in case you haven't, it's all about trying to waste as much time as possible. And the reason why the attackers have to fight for this part of the map, is there is a window inside of CC that looks out towards the south balcony. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer Sky. This looks out across the entirety of the south balcony, makes it very hard for the attackers to play on those windows in towards sight. So it takes away two very, very powerful angles that the attackers can be using. They want to fight for this. They want to get control of it. They want to stop the defenders being able to shut them down if they do want to play on the south balcony. So it always leads to a classic scrap on that part of the map. Very rarely do you see attackers completely ignore that part of the map. They might open Jacuzzi, but they tend to circle back around and then try and clear out Cash and CC after. Like so.
Exothermic charge will open that Jacuzzi wall. That prevents the elbow being used, unless the defenders are particularly brave and particularly confident that there's nobody playing outside of there. We're going to have a clash to be dealt with. That's the big first question mark. But how about this? Nina just having a little wander up those main stairs. My immediate thought is, how far up those main stairs is Nina going to wander? And will the defenders be aware of it? If he's able to establish himself up at the top of there, could be a real problem as they then try to rotate around as the pressure mounts. We're going to see Guard just being forced back more towards construction than Cash. That's absolutely fine for the time being, halfway through the round, and I wouldn't say that Enterforce are in confident control of anything yet.
Of course, don't forget that Nina can do a lot of work from underneath as well if he wants to get inside a bar or hang around Snooker and just stop the C4 coming up, for example. There's a lot that he can do here, whether he's there to try and catch someone or, again, whether it's to threaten vertically. There are options available to him. Has to be so careful here stepping up these main stairs. The barbed wire 100% going to give him away. And there's a couple of players lurking. The C4 strikes. Shield is gone. That's pressure on construction side gone, which now means his impact is definitely going to be weakened.
Definitely looking good so far. And they have a little look around the corner. Nina misses the opportunity. I know it sounds harsh to say that. It wasn't an easy shot to hit, but those are the ones that you got to hit at this level. We're talking about marginal gains here and marginal opportunities, and that's exactly what that was. So still 4 versus 5. No Blackbeard on side. They can start using the windows. 45 seconds left to go. I don't know about you, Des, but I look at Mer Gaming's setup here, and they feel pretty comfortable. I'm looking at that unbothered scale. They're maybe not quite towards unbothered
look at this.
completely, but they are comfortable.
It's positions that worry me, Tim. They've all been forced so far back towards Logi here. It gives a lot of map control over to Enterforce. So let's say bar 1 in Coupe, who got that C4 earlier, gets a spray down at the same time, is now on his backside. But look at this, the clash as well. I think I'm with you, Tim, as much as I was worried about their positioning. And look, they are dug super far back. They look like they've got what they need here. We're going to have to see some magic come out from Enterforce. Akusu, with that diffuser in hand, needs to do something, but there's still these evil eyes to rain out. There's still fire coming on through, and Akusu is eating all of it. Nothing they can really do about this one, Tim. Down to the last second. This one is done.
That was a good round. It was a good round from her. Again, Enterforce have been unable to break them down, unable to create any real space. I like the clash being on side because it kind of dealt with that elbow issue I spoke about. Once you open Jacuzzi wall, you can't really play an elbow. You've got that pressure there. There could be somebody there, might not be somebody there. It's just too exposed. But by having the clash, you go in there, you plant your shield down. It gives you that opportunity to reclaim that territory. And that's exactly what Mer Gaming did. It went to plant, played it beautifully. They had the evil eyes to deny any late round opportunities. All good stuff from them. And another good round. Enterforce just didn't have the answers. So Mer move on. It's going to be CCTV and Cash.
All right. Let's see if we can keep things going here, because for Mer, it's looking good. For Enterforce, it is not. I won't quite say it's ugly just yet. Same as we saw in our last map. Things can start out a little bit rough and things can then start to recover. It's really got to start that recovery comeback here. My biggest worry, I think, Tim, is we've lost the 2 most preferable sites as well. To lose basement, to then lose gym bedroom, to then expect to go and win Cash CC, feels like a little bit of a tall order. So really relying on that second quarter to get something done. And as I'll say, what I often say, after that third round, I would like to see attack time for E36 if this goes badly, because they need to get something from this half. You can't be going into the second one 6-0 down. That is just a recipe for disaster.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. They need to be doing something to change the trajectory here. But again, I'm looking at the lineup that Mer have brought. They're going to have the Clash. It looks like playing on Catwalk. They've got Luca on the Jaeger to supply the support. So that's just going to prevent those fire arrows. They're not on side. The Capitao hasn't been picked, but it's going to prevent the nades coming. I look at this, actually, there's no way they're going to clear off that Catwalk. They've maybe got the Blackbeard that they could push up the stairs. But other than that, they've got a few nades to throw over the top. I'd be very surprised if they're able to clear Clash out of there. I would expect this to be much more of a construction-sided push.
Absolutely. We'll see for now with everything being opened up. spoke before about this, Tim, as well. The value, of course, the thermite when there are mute jammers on walls.
Yeah.
You have to get it nice and high, still opens up a nice hole. The risk being, as you said before, is about that bolt animation you get stuck in. I'd say effective when it's the site that you're stepping into or near the site, but here, of course, it's the other side of the map. I don't think they'll be too worried about it.
I mean, they've avoided it anyway. It's so long. The only way that you get that is if the thermite charge is placed upside down. So if you do an upside down rappel and put it on to get the height above the mute jammer, then yeah, you leave yourself that difficult situation. But so long as you rappel down and put it on the right way, you're fine anyway, because it breaches down to the bottom of the wall. So no major problem. It's just about getting it high enough to, you can even go to one corner and you'll still get a decent breach. So no major problem for the thermite coming in from the mute. We do have a little bit of pressure for Mer here. Keeper barricade just going to prevent those lines of sight from construction, but they don't prevent them well enough, and this is the risk with playing that construction wall soft. You open yourself up to those angles. Nap's taken out, and the pressure is going to mount quickly here because they are just charging in. Clash dealt with. This is looking good for Enterforce, and I think a lot of it comes down to not having that construction wall reinforced.
I mean, now Coupe's got one from below, at least to try and put a spanner in the works. The Blackbeard gone is the crucial one, Tim. They really should have had knowledge of what was going on. Hatch was opened. There could have been someone below. They haven't checked it out, and now Coupe's able to be a little bit of a menace, and now he's starting to sniff out what a run out could look like here to try and be a bit problematic on towards that main breach platform, which is opened up, but there is no one playing there at this point. Everything is construction side focused.
And that's where the garage catwalk comes in, because, you know, we often talk about the power position of garage catwalk. Luca is holding that, and you're going to see that even when it's not, you kind of immediately, I think, get roped into thinking, oh, it's for a CCTV hold, but it's not really for a CCTV hold. You can hold on to this construction side as well. Rheumatic does great. Akusu does go in and clear out that catwalk position. That's really important. Taking down the utility as well. So now, Enterforce have got the space to put the diffuser down, which is what they're going to do successfully. The Kali is fighting, can't find a kill themselves, but does take a lot of attention while Nina picks up the last two, and that is going to be the first successful attack for Enterforce 36. It was a lot better from them, but I think it was built on some mistakes in the Mer setup as well. I really don't like that construction wall left soft.
Yeah, it's always a risky one. Like, you know, it's going to get opened up at some point. You don't want to give them a nice clean breach through it as well. I understand. The biggest concern more for me was that they knew everything was coming from this one side of the map and did very little about it. There's not a lot to really stall away. For the most part, the Clash stood there and looked at what was going on construction door, then had to back away, got a nade thrown at him, was then sprayed down and instantly killed out, and there was no response from the rest of the team. I don't know where the top red pressure was or where the hell it was meant to be coming from. Here, look, like, there's nothing really coming in towards the Blackbeard here. No pressure to at least try and inhibit him a little bit. Sure, small mistakes made, like we mentioned, with Coupe having that hatch to be able to get a free kill, but outside of that, it felt like a very largely unbothered round for Enterforce 36 there. Mert feels almost not really having the setup fully idealized the way that they had in their minds. And I know I said it earlier on, but that's the offsite one, which is a bit of a strange one. So let's see how things pan out from here. Still 2-1 to Mert. We go back down to the basement. Things so far tracking maybe you should expect for a typical clubhouse game, Tim.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The pressure for the attackers is supposed to come from that construction wall being opened. You know, that's why the Blackbeard should feel pressure, because they're being challenged through the soft wall into construction, into master bedroom. It's supposed to make it difficult for you to get established in there as attackers, but it didn't. It just, you know, they just used the angles work two ways in Siege. We say this so often, you know, and that's exactly what happened. They were just able to make it a living hell to be inside a site, and that's why I just think I've seen it so many times. I think it was in Brazil that we first started seeing that construction wall left soft. It was actually Julio when he was back on in his NIP days that used to open that up and play bomb chassis all the way through to master bedroom. And I just think I've never really seen it like I'm not saying it doesn't work, I'm not saying it can't work, we have seen it successful. I just think more often than not, if you're playing percentages, you lose more than you gain by opening it up. I think get it closed down and just give them another, you know, 20-30 seconds to burn, more utility to burn, force them to open it up, especially if you're playing with the hatch open and one underneath. Force the thermite to go and put it on the wall, get the kill as he does.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how things plan next time I get that there, Tim. See, imagine if we get there, to be fair, the attack won't come from that direction. It'll be a more classic, you know, east side, south side push off, and say you want two of the compass directions for your push. Of course, you can't push from the north, so you're looking for really either east being the main breach platform, south being the garage, or west being construction, but we'll talk more about that when we come back round to it. But now I'm looking more towards the setup coming out of the defenders, and it is far more dug in than the last time around. Not forgetting we had the castle, we had Skopos, we had a third player out roaming above trying to protect the kitchen hatch as well. It was very aggressive coming out from the defenders, but here it's pretty damn dug in. And even then, there's still a lot of respect being shown by E36, bringing along that IQ to help hunt down Coupe's bout cams. Have been stung by him a few times this game, so I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, it's an interesting change-up for Mer, considering the success that they had when looking at this site. This time, as you say, going to be much more dug in, choosing not to play the roam. It means that Enterforce 36 have basically got all the time in the world. They're going to be ripping those floorboards up, hatches are opened, utilities being cleared, and it basically comes down to Mer to try and hold on for those last 30 seconds when that push inevitably does come. The Enterforce 36, I'd like to see them, and it looks like they are going to apply some pressure to the blue side as well. Same thing that you've just said, really. It's another one of those sites where we want at least 2 compass directions challenge. You want pressure from main stairs, you want pressure from blue, you maybe want something from dirt or from kitchen hatch, a drop. You know, get something going from each side so that the defenders are spinning on their heels. They don't know where the next attack is coming from, and it looks like that's exactly what Enterforce are setting up. Nina manages to find Luca. Good start for them, leaving them in a 5 versus 4.
And it's so crucial because they got rid of the warden as well, Tim. Only makes those smokes even more potent. Admittedly, all used now, but those candelas can rain on through. Not that they're required, Tim, as Enterforce have just barreled through. Mer Gaming here. Looks to be their second round of the game. It's about to come on through. Naps gets one, but he can't hold off against 4 while the diffuser is going down. Easy round, really, for Enterforce, Tim. In the first 2 rounds, I was very worried. These last 2, they've looked pretty on fire.
Yeah, I think Enterforce have just taken a little bit longer to get into the game than maybe Mer did. They started pretty hot, but they're not really facing up to Enterforce in these last couple of rounds. Feels like I don't know, maybe a little bit of pressure, a little bit of, you know, better performance from Enterforce is forcing those mistakes to come out of Mer. Personally, I think just going down for a full turtle defense was a mistake there. You know, you've seen in round 1 the success that you've had with being out in the map, and I know you can't necessarily just do it exactly the same because you'll get targeted a lot quicker, but I think the same theory being applied at least. Let's try and burn some time. Let's not just give them everything immediately. Would have worked better for Mer there, because just trying to sit back and hold on, it was not the one.
Absolutely not. All right, now start to feel a bit nervous to the side. Mer, got to show something a little bit extra. And dare I say, where I feel that they've lacked the most has been in the very defensive competitions when they've largely sat back and said, okay, you guys come at us, that's fine by us. That is where the struggle has been, I think. They give a bit too much respect towards Enterforce. We've seen Coupe being aggressive a few times. And what I think you might see in this round, given he's now on the Jaeger, you're going to see a little bit more of that, though. Maybe he wants to put down those 3 ADSs he's got in back pocket first, Tim. Not too sure you want to die with those still on side. They need to be out in the map here and protecting the team from nades and anything else Enterforce will be throwing their way.
Yeah, they really do. Like you say, not been positioned yet. I think one is just going down now. Yes, they're seeing them.
Thank you.
20 seconds into the round. Always a little bit of a
And the
risk.
bulletproof.
All it takes is a stray bullet through a barricade.
75 seconds.
This is it. This is what I'm wondering. Little stray bullet through a barricade, you know, through construction window or something, and you could be in trouble. But
I remember seeing a ludicrous shot, by the way, from construction site spawn through that single construction external facing wall to a clash that was on bedroom door. It was absolutely ridiculous, and I was like, how the hell has that shot found that guy? It broke my mind for a solid 30 seconds. It was brilliant. That's the one. Thank you very much, Sky.
Certainly does happen, but it's not going to matter now, as Coupe has got all that utility placed. A minute into the round, I mean, you know, there is benefits to that. Any droning that has been done prior to this point is not quite redundant, but you're not going to know that that utility is in position where it is, because you likely won't have seen it because it's only just been going down. Enterforce 36 currently working on getting that cache and CCTV side cleared out. Can't quite find the angle through onto the mute jammer, so that's going to at least keep top of red wall safe for now.
And for now, they're trying to stall out as much as they can. You've already seen the tubs coming out to stop the wall being opened up. At least they thought something was coming in to open it up. I don't think there was anything there. We didn't see an exothermic on it, for example, so not quite sure what that snap reaction was for. But they are starting to line up. Rumourtick has got in such an... Hello? He's got into... Hello, guys! Comms, please! How on earth has he got there without them knowing about it? Up through oil? Interesting. Not really seen a flank like that before, or maybe it's more that teams often punish this, but this is the kind of aggression I was on about, Tim. I need to see Mer being willing to get up in their face, because that is where they found success.
Just managed to take the hard British charge off the wall. It was frozen out by Tubberau and then has been cleared from underneath, and that is big for Mur because it helps to keep guard in this position. Inside of Cash, he's just holding on for now. But as you say, big questions to be the big questions I want to ask about that attack from Rumatic on the flank was, why did he get away? Why did nobody respond to it? He killed one, shot at another, and still nobody turned to have a look out in that direction. Nina will manage to get guard as the wall is open, so despite Mur's good early work, it feels like it's still they're holding on by their fingertips here as Enterforce continue to apply the pressure.
I love that play from Nina as well, knowing that his team have got control of CC. The window can't be used by the defenders, as we spoke about earlier on. Zips inside, tries to look for a kill, and then instantly is back out again. Like a ghost in the night. They don't even know he was there, but if he found a couple of kills, well, that could have been a round-ending moment for them. One trying to swing in here as well. Nina's just got that shot first. It's gone from gym window off towards the breach. Plant was going down. Enterforce, despite having a few difficulties earlier on, again, getting hit on the flank. Yet another clean attack over the line, 3-2.
Yeah, I feel like Mur have started missing a few shots here. Rumatic really needs to win that fight with the IQ on Jacuzzi Wall. You know, has the shotgun. But look at this. There's just no response. Shots are coming. Like, there's just no... One dies, another one gets hit, and nobody ever turns to look at Garage Catwalk. It's like, come on, you've got to at least make sure you've scared him away. But yeah, I think, look, just too many lost gunfights there for Mur effectively allowed Enterforce to keep themselves in it, to get themselves back into it. And they've got big problems now. If Enterforce go... But it's kind of like we saw in the last game with Cyclops, and we did expect maybe a bigger winning margin for Cyclops. They did allow Kinotrope back into it, but if Enterforce go 4-2 on the attacking half, I'd expect to see them just lock it out on defense. They know what's at stake here. It puts them, you know, a big step towards getting that qualification for playoffs if they can get this win.
All right, 4-2 half will feel fantastic. However, Tim, I look back to our last map where we said the same about CAG. 4-2 on Lair, and we were just like, oh, they'll lock this out on the defense. And then we saw how that went. It came right down to the wire. 7-5 could have ended up taking us into OT. Fortunately for CAG, did not. We could yet see show us something pretty special on their attacking side, and Enterforce completely crumble on the defense. Always two halves. Do a game of Siege. We'll see how things close out. Now, last time we were on this site, we saw them, of course, attack heavily for construction. We said we don't expect to see the same again. Very rarely do you see attackers just pull out the exact same setup once again, and the defenders don't have some kind of reaction or response to be able to deal with it. They've already seen it before. So I do think you're going to see a more standard take here. Maybe still some pressure for construction, but they're probably going to have to do some work at the same time on the main breach or in towards garage.
Breach already achieved. There we go. That's the main CCTV wall open. So step one is done. Capitao and everything brought along this time. So, yep, they're going to look to clear that catwalk. And as you suggested, there's get this attack going from this side. The question is, how well can Guard hold on? He's got those ADSs, got the Azamis, got the bulletproof cam. Everything that they can at least throw at this area to try and keep him in position. With that main breach open, I'm going to be as bold as to say, if Guard gets taken out here, then I think the round goes to Enterforce, given what we've seen over the last couple of rounds. We can see they're just trying to burn out those ADSs for the time being. We've got utility continuing to be thrown in. We can hear the Capitao bolts. There's at least one of the fire arrows has been used to no effect so far. Jin does manage to get a kill elsewhere. Opens things up with Luca dead, but I'm not sure they're going to be getting the catwalk at this rate. 4 versus 4 as Rheumatic manages to pick up the trade.
That is colossal bottle. They put the fire on their own door there, which then locked out Acoustic from being able to use the smoke grenade that he's tossed on the ground to be able to challenge on towards this player. Now, thankfully, they get the kill, but they couldn't have made that much of a worse start to trying to push in towards Catwalk here. Enterforce 36. Either way, 4v3, still got smokes, a lot of them to use for this blast. There's no warden on the other side. They can get a plant down here if they want to, and they can drown the site out. They've just got to be careful of that C4 from Rheumatic, but it feels like Enterforce are in a very strong winning position here. They've got no excuse to lose.
I think it's going to be a frustrating one because personally I feel Guard's been overly aggressive there. You know, they've messed up those fire arrows. You've heard them going off. You know they've got limited utility to clear you, and he's still been really aggressively swinging that door. You've got to have a look at it every now and again. You can't just let them walk onto stairs and try to get up there. But he's given his life away, and that gives Enterforce exactly what they wanted and needed. They don't need to do too much more here to get this diffuser down. That was an easy kill again. Coupe just needing to take the look, but losing his life because he was on low health. This is going to be a plant going down almost certainly. The utility is in, the smokes are there, we can see it. Plant successful, and that is surely the round for Enterforce. Naps manages to get one, but won't find any more. Mugi closes it out, and yeah, I just feel like there's a missed opportunity there for the defenders. Guard up on that catwalk. So much utility, as you say, has gone wrong by hitting the doorway. The smoke wasted. You know, fire arrows gone. They're almost at a point of maybe thinking, we can't get up here. And then Harper has a little look, and Guard pokes his head out, and Harper says, thank you very much. And then it's, you know, full speed ahead with the take.
I mean, dare I say, every round, it feels we've seen some pretty significant mistake coming out from Enterforce, whether it's not droning out open hatches, whether it's like we saw in that round then, something going a little bit pear-shaped for them. There's always been something that has worked against them. And Mer, in some of them, have managed to capitalize and get a kill off the back of it. But I'd say what they've failed to do is punish it. Actually turn that into a round advantage, you know, capitalize off the back of a missing operator that was quite crucial to what Enterforce were trying to do. I think against a stronger team, Enterforce wouldn't quite have that liberty. But as you say, things like Guard going down there. Yeah, maximum patience from Nina, by the way. Full respect on this one. Both players just really trying to wait each other out. It was Nina that ultimately won the patience game. But for the most part, Enterforce have got away with making a lot of mistakes in this game that I think, again, other teams would have otherwise punished. All that matters, though, Tim, is that playoff spot. That's what they're fighting for here. They're on a great trajectory here to get this done. Let's see how the second half plays out.
Yeah, exactly that. If Enterforce can pick up this full 3 points, it puts them up onto 8, which, as I said, it's not locked in. But I think off a little look and a few guesses, I'd say 8 is probably going to be about the threshold for that playoff spot. Wouldn't surprise me at all for that to be, you know, safe for 6th and above on 8 points. But yeah, Enterforce, look, all you can do is win the games in front of you, and right now that's exactly what they're doing. 4-2 half after a good start from you know, they can feel hard done to here. First couple of rounds, they actually played them really well, but then, like you say, the mistakes crept in, and it kind of seemed like the theory had changed a little bit. You know, we've got a great example of it between round 1 and round 4, the 2 basement defenses. You know, round 1 they had a great theory, a great strategy that worked really well, and then it was just a complete, you know, like coin flip reverse, really. It was the exact opposite. It was, you know, completely turtle up inside a site, didn't work at all, and yeah, it just feels like there was a change somewhere along the line. And interestingly, Des, no tactical timeout at any point either. You know, maybe they're keeping a hold of it for this defensive side, but I don't know, might have been, you know, worthwhile round about round 5 just to try and secure at least a 3-3 half.
Yeah, well, with how things stand, Tim, they're going to have to work upwards from here. We're starting out with this pushing towards the side that we all know and love, this Cash CC starts. Now, we aren't attacking on towards human bedroom, but because they've seen this set up over here, they want to make sure it's cleared out and they can march their way through. It's also why you're not seeing these members of Enterforce spend a lot of time here trying to be, you know, crazy out in the roam and try and get kills. They're just here to waste a bit of time. They've forced through a couple of those hard breach charges. They've burnt through a bunch of drones. They've wasted a lot of time on the attackers. And now, by the looks of it, are still able to hold around main. You've got Mugi who's holding up inside of the main area of bar. 2 players that were dancing around him a second ago are now going to work their way down towards side. But I would like to see one at least hold them towards main stairs. It's been a real good strong point that we've seen this stage. You know, Denari certainly has helped with that as well. But players playing close range with the shotgun, we've seen a good few kills coming out from those kind of positions.
Bucky's opening up the floor, just getting those verticals established. 1 minute 20 left in the round. Mer need to get themselves moving. They are opening up that kitchen floor a little bit. They've still got the Hibana on side, so can be getting those hatches. 2 pellets have been used so far, but stock hatch is open. Kitchen hatch will continue to be opened. We will see the little game is going on with the impact tricking. Nina manages to pick up Rheumatic, though. That's the ace gone. That's actually quite big, because if you're looking to open, say, church wall at the bottom of main stairs, you'd be using the Selmas for that. Of course, you can use some of those Hibana pellets, but it's a little bit trickier to do it. You've got to be a bit more careful. There is room over that top of the wall for things like nitros to come out. Looking at Nina, Coupe manages to find Harper. 4 versus 4. 35 seconds left to go, though, and I don't feel like Mirror really in a position to be pushing onto site just yet.
Still trying to work their way through these guys that have been giving them bother off site by the looks of it. And yeah, sure, They managed to push most back. Nina's still hanging around on main stairs. Here he comes down. He was covering from above initially. They've just got no idea, Tim. They've cleared this top floor. They've droned it to the death. How have they missed Nina?
And they've been punished for it. And the problem that they've got now is they've a choice to make. You've 10 seconds and Nina on top floor. You don't have time to go and hunt him down. So now you have to push straight to site, and Nina's going to walk straight back down into kitchen and try to get kills. And that's exactly what he does. Manages to pick up Coupe. It becomes a 1v4, a 1v3. Can't do any more. Guard will be closed out of the round. And that is going to be first successful defense for Enterforce. 5-2 now. And they look like they are very quickly accelerating towards that finish line.
Yeah, it's looking a bit too easy for them in a sense, isn't it? And again, it's a similar story where both teams are making mistakes throughout, but Interforce are the ones that are punishing them. They're finding ways to capitalize. And, you know, if you aren't seeing Mer respond to that, secure a trade of some kind, or to punish a player when they spot them out on the roam by themselves, of course it's going to sting them. They should never have let Nina get back up those stairs. He wasn't up there to begin with. He was forced down with everybody else. The fact that he's got away with that is daylight robbery. 5-2 then to Enterforce. And as you say, Tim, for Mer, it's looking like this one might already be over.
Yeah, they just haven't really shown as much in the last few rounds, have they? And, you know, like you say there on the defense, not dealing with Nina, it's a critical error, really, is what I would describe that as. And, you know, it was no surprise to see Nina getting his triple in the round because he's just been allowed the freedom to do so. And that says to me that maybe Mer on the attack, there's just a little bit too much going on for them. You know, they're not keeping a track of all the different threads, all the different bits of information that need to come together to build that complete picture of what you're attacking into. So it's going to be gym and bedroom coming in from Enterforce 36 next. Round 8, 5-2. And Mer for me need at least 2 rounds back to back. They need round 8 and 9. Get themselves back within 1. Maybe then you can hold on to the coattails if Enterforce 36 get themselves onto that 6th round, but there's 2 big rounds to come before we can even have that discussion, and I think Enterforce are going to make things very, very difficult from here on out.
Ooh, careful now, Luca. Don't want to start chipping away at Coupe. You need every little bit of health you can get a feel here, especially those shields charging into 3 C4s that they've got to contend with. Won't be pretty. And here, again, we're finding ourselves stuck up at the first point of entry. A great C4. Oh! Really thought it would take Coupe's life there. Instead, he's down to about 25 HP, as I said. Every point of HP is helpful here. Now they've lost out on that. It's a bit of a stinger, and they'll feel pretty happy about this. Of course, don't know they've done that much damage. Didn't see anyone die. That's the crucial thing for them. They're going to concede, cash CC after 60 seconds or so. Lose no lives. Of course, walk away with a lot of damage done, which is fantastic.
That's actually really big damage onto the Blackbeard because don't forget, you're only generally going to be hitting his feet a lot of the time. You're going to be aiming for those limbs, and limbs do less damage. It depends what kind of weapon you're using. If you're using a DMR, for example, it'll be about 70% damage. But if you're using something like, you know, an AR or an SMG, it can be down to like 60% damage. So your damage drop-off can be quite big if you're just hitting the feet, and it can make it difficult to fight against the shields, as we've seen. So, yeah, that damage, look, it could be crucial when it comes into it because it makes it much more difficult, not only for Coupe to go and challenge people, but even for him to bully, even for him to walk in, you know, with his shield fully extended over his face, you know, thinking you've got a bit of safety. It makes it a lot more difficult to do that. We can see just sort of rapid relocations inside a site from Harper as he deploys that keeper barricade, just very aware of the pressure from underneath as well as we see that big hole opened up. And Gaming don't have anybody down there at the minute to be making any challenge onto it, but Harper is right to be cautious.
It's for now Mugi looking to just aware of what's coming on that window. This is a bit of a death spot that you play inside a gym. Like, sure, the weights protect you for an amount of time. When you've got windows being opened up, when you've got players pushing in on the breach behind you, and nades can come flying over, it is a bit of a death spot, like I say, and you can see the red outlines on both windows and off towards the breach itself. Has got to be really careful here. But gets to step away, he's flashed out. Surely he dies here. How is Mugi not dead?
What?
He sucked himself in. They haven't punished him from the window, Tim. 2 kills finally come through, but Akusu now gets involved for the party. They get one back the other way, and this has been a bit of a weird one, but it's still Mer coming out ahead, Tim, with 15 seconds to go. Plant's now going down.
I think they've got the information. Yes, they do. Nitro goes out unsuccessfully. Coupe manages to reposition. A little bit of a fight back, but surely the plant will go down. Akusu can do nothing. Guard manages to secure the final kill, but that was nice from in the last sort of 30 seconds to a minute of that round. We had concerns early on with the damage that the Blackbeard had taken and whether they'd be able to grab that ground that they needed, but ultimately they did really, really well. It was that double. Naps and Luca managing to pick up kills at the same time really did elevate them in that round, and it means that they can pick themselves up another. I said they needed 2. That's at least one of them. I think they need round 9 as well, and then they've got a fighting chance.
I mean, I was a bit nervous for a second, but I think they heard the C4 because there were holes in the ground. They heard it coming skyward. The Blackbeard repositioned. Yourself for an untimely death there as well. Good end to the round, as you say, though, Tim. Now starts to make you wonder, are we yet again going to see this attacker-leaning half like we saw back on Lair? We spoke about it at the time. 4-2 to CAG, almost came back the other way for their opponents in Kinotrope. This one could yet prove to go exactly the same way, in which case heaven knows how it comes out on top. But a good round for Murren shows that they can get the attacks done. They've just got to play catch-up now to Enterforce, and this is that crucial round 9 that you and I speak about a lot. Enterforce win this one, they're up 6-3. It's hard to see a world where Mur fight their way back in. If Mur win it, that's 2 attacks back-to-back, and they're up to 5-4. You 100% see that game getting taken to overtime at that point. So this, for me, this is the deciding round on which way this game goes.
We've got a cash CCTV hold here, and we've got an attacker lineup that is very focused towards taking Catwalk and getting a plant down inside of those server stacks, because we've got the Maverick on side, so we're looking to just guarantee that we've got the line of sight in through this main breach. So we'll keep an eye on exactly how Luca does with this. I often talk about the Mavericks. I don't like to see them make a mess. If you know that it might be part of your role to bring them, you better be practicing with that torch so you can get it nice and cleanly cleared off, and quickly as well. And it looks like the work is progressing here, at least moderately, for Luca. We'll just see how successful he is at actually removing the reinforcement. That's the important bit. But they've got the Monty, they've got the Capita, they've got everything they need to be able to go in and take out that Catwalk. Luca, getting a little bit concerned here. Don't want to be getting critical. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you're going to play the Mav at this level, it's your job.
Oh, man.
This is a big problem.
Yeah, and he's down to his last canister now. It's
a big problem.
He's going to stop. I think he's just decided not to bother anymore, Tim. Yeah, that's...
It's a mess. It's what it is, Des. It's a mess.
It's a mess, Tim. Yes, it's a mess. Does he now get it this time round? It's the last little bit to get.
He's trying to drone it to see exactly what's missing. And there's obviously something. I think it's that bottom left corner, to be honest, as we look at it now.
It's nearly out of gas. He's out of gas, mate. He's done. He's out of gas.
Forget about it. And that is exactly what I'm talking.
Oh, dear.
I mean, thank you, Luca, for the example. You know, that is exactly what I'm talking about. If you know that you're going to be playing the Maverick, you should have put in however many hours practice is needed to make sure that you can get that cleared out. And that's just a mess.
Did you just not fully get the middle of the bottom side?
I think it's the bottom corner. I think it's
bottom right corner.
You've got to get them struts at the like each side at each sort of the 4 corners, and I think it might be that's the issue. It's not.
Didn't quite get him. Trying again here, but no, we get it this time around by the ADS. That is not ideal. No, we can't be bottling this. You can't have all this pressure coming through, and you've got flashes and nades and all sorts on side. This here is Mugi deleting a shield, now getting Rheumatic down as well. This has gone from bad to worse for Mur. They can't open the breach. They couldn't quite get the kill. Finally, they get there. Tim, they may just save this round, but my God, do they not deserve to?
This is unforgivable, really, from Enterforce 36, I'd have to say. You know, the work that they've done there to take out the Monty on Catwalk, keep the Azami in position, and now look at where they are. They're going to be facing a... They're not even going to face a plant, to be honest. Akusu will be lucky to stay alive. It starts going... honestly, Des, this round, I think it might be the death of me. The plant is going to go... Akusu is ultimately taken... I thought Akusu was going to fight his way back into the round there. Well, there's been a lot of mistakes made in that round on both sides of the table. As it is, Mur come away with it. We'll move on from it. They go 4-5. I said that they needed to get rounds 8 and 9. They've done that successfully, so, you know, fair dues for that. They've got themselves back into the game. Enterforce 36 might just be feeling a little rattled at this point.
Yeah. The game has devolved as we've progressed through it, I feel. Like, we had some moments in that first half that, you know, okay, fine. Like Coupe got a couple of kills up on flanks, for example. Cool. It wasn't then for always fully punish is the thing. In this half, it has just been like, who can make more mistakes in a half? Who can get more things wrong? Who can capitalize on the chaos? And it's not been pretty watching. Yeah, it's got Mer now dangerously close. A 1 round shot. I did say this would be the kind of decider for me. Now that we've seen Mer win 2 of those rounds, I wouldn't be shocked to see this go to overtime unless Enterforce can really pull their finger out and get themselves back on track. You know, they need this. Both teams do. It just feels like neither is really showing the composure and the discipline to actually get it.
Right, I'm glad to see there's no Maverick on side, so we're not going to have those issues. It's going to be, what is it going to be for the hatches? I would imagine hard breach chargers. Looking at that lineup, they do have the ace, but of course it's 2 Selmas for 1 hatch, so Ace is only capable of fully opening 1 hatch at the most. So we're going to have the Grim brought along, which I like. We've got the Buck, got the Fuse, so we should have hard breach charges on the Fuse. We've got the Capitao. Should be all good from an attacking perspective here. What are Enterforce 36 going to do? Last time Nina had an absolute field day out in the map and was not really dealt with. This time is inside a side. They've kind of gone with the same process, you know, of having a lot of success with the roam and playing around the map, and then kind of just dropping back into sight the second time that they come to this. Their plan B, their second option is turtle up, and I know they've got Mugi inside a bar, but it's not going to take much for the castle to be forced away. And I'm going to make the same criticism early that I did of Mer here. I feel like you've had a lot of success. You've shown that Mer can't clear the roam successfully, and then you've not played it again. It just seems strange to me.
Yeah. I've enjoyed seeing their own game be aggressive from both sides, to be fair, but as you say, it's kind of been dropped away from at what feels like wrong times often to be doing it. But I'll be shocked if there's some attempted at stall, because we have again got a lot of operators that can lead towards a lot of stall. So they're relying somewhat on Mer being slow here and having to play to the clock later into the round. Is that necessarily the right game plan? I'm not too sure, because I'm looking here at Coupe, of course, running around on that Fuse. Partly because there's a shield on side. In fact, almost dies there in the process. What nearly killed him then? There was no C4. Did he? I'm so perplexed.
Unless it was Nina's C4. Nina's C4 is gone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say there was definitely an explosion that seemed to have done the damage. They've got the hatch open. Look, Mer aren't being slow here. Enterforce 36, like you say, are kind of, you know, the lineup is playing into burning time and you know, punishing anything slow from Mer. But they have been anything other than that. They've got themselves in quickly. They've started opening up verticals, hatches. They've started pressuring down main stairs. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. That's an absolute age of time for attacking Church and Arsenal. So, you know, they've got Church wall open. I just think Enterforce 36, if you're going to play this role of trying to waste time. Get out in the map and waste some time. You don't need all 5 of you down in the site.
This is where I'm a bit nervous now. As you know, we had Nina C4 that we were speaking about. You'd expect to see 2 or 3 C4s really on this site, mainly because tossing one in towards bottom main is a great spot to net a couple of kills if the attackers aren't being careful. They've got no smokes, nothing to deny, anything really away from Mer. Once they drop in here, there's nothing they can do except maybe zap them out with the Evil Eyes, and that makes me a little bit nervous. You can now hear the fuse charges coming out. That's going to force some space inside of Arsenal itself, just to ensure no one is playing deep, and that's when the drop can start to look through for a plant to come down on that default position.
Wow, we can see the entirety of blue on fire at the minute.
Very red
and that's
now,
going to take... Yeah, it is indeed. Plant will be going down. I'm not sure that Enterforce are going to be able to stop this, which they are not. And the important thing is that I'm pretty sure Mer Gaming have just... Yep, they've got one upstairs. So, look, without Enterforce challenging up into kitchen, there's no way that they should be able to win this. They can hold this from above. You can see the shield is at bottom main. This is really well played from Mer. They're stopping the push back
Drops
up
the fuse
main.
charges above, easy.
Yeah, well, they've got the fuse. They've got the fuse at bottom main to stop them being able to push up into kitchen. It's really smart. Luca manages to pick up Nina as they try to go an alternative route, and there's nothing they can do without taking this top floor control off them. You can see them just trying to fight through the floor now. There's nothing that Mer need to give them away, to be honest. 9 seconds left to go. They'd have to be getting on it now. There's no way that they can do it, and that's going to be another round going to Mer. They're going to level things up. Well played from them, but again, I can't help but say that it's a mistake from Enterforce 36. They had great success with Nina on the roam. I'm not saying you do exactly the same thing, but they wanted to burn time away from Mer. The droning was not good enough in round 7 from when they were attacking that site last time. They were punished because of it. Get out on the roam again. You don't need all 5 players to burn site. to burn time inside a site on Church and Arsenal. At least have 1 or 2 out in the map, and then the rest of them can worry about burning time. Goyo can go and play out in the map. We see it all the time. Get the Vulcan canisters down and go and play up on top floor. Force force Mer to waste that time.
I haven't had like hashtag Des Rants for a while, and it's not even about the fact they didn't roam him. I'm in agreement with you. I'd rather have seen them try some kind of roam and then fall back later. I'm more frustrated by what I spoke about during that round. There's no smoke. Dare I say there's no Tachanka, and I'm not always his biggest fan for these kind of moments. No real C4s outside of Nina. They used their 2 impacts with the Maestro very early on. To what end, I don't really know. Like, you've got plenty of ability to open rotates anyway, so why are we using impacts early round for things that, by the looks of it, were nothing to do with actually stopping any kind of execute going down? And then to force, Murders did exactly what you'd expect. They dropped the hatch. They took inside you took into a comfortable spot where no one can see you. You get the plant down, and no one's able to stop you doing it. And I was just a little bit like, this is the most readable thing in the world based on the competition that you brought along. As soon as that C4 is gone, you have no ability to deny this plant going down. Shock horror. It goes down, they have the verticals to play, and it just felt like one of the limpest defenses I think I've ever seen of downstairs. It was very much a, let's hope they beat themselves here and run out to the clock. Like, that is not going to win you around. So for Enterforce, you've got to sort it out, boys. That was disappointing.
Yeah, they've just said, they've had a tactical timeout. Look, coming out of that first half, 4-2 up, they get their first defense, 5-2 up. Nina runs roughshod all over them, and you think, yeah, this is Enterforce all day. They're just going to run through this on defense now, absolutely no problem. But I don't know, they've just, dropped off a cliff in terms of quality over the last couple of rounds. They've just absolutely blown it. Let's not forget round 9. The wall doesn't get open by Mav. They make a bit of a mess of clearing Catwalk, and Merce still come in and win the round. What are Enterforce doing, realistically? We'll see whether it changes in round 11. We're going to have the Amaru on side. Keep an eye on Rheumatic, of course. Could be a little hatch play there. Could be a little window play there. Might be nothing. It could just literally be for the gun and the ability to maybe get up onto the rooftop quickly or whatever, but we'll keep an eye on that and we'll see. There we go. You're going to need that opening door. Don't try an Amaru into that. They need to get that open. And then
I'm so nervous.
I don't know if it's, good fortune for Enterforce 36 or whether it's maybe something that they've played for specifically, but having the castle on that window has just saved them potentially a real headache.
You know what he's got to do now? Go and get rid of the castle himself, and then go back outside.
Go back out and zip him. I want to see that.
They're just going for it though, Tim. They're charging their way forward. A 1-for-1 so far. Jin at least keeping his team going. Rheumatic's in there for a trade. 3 versus 3, and somehow, Tim, they've largely just waddled into sight here. No one is anywhere nearby. How have we let this happen? These have been the weirdest 3 rounds of Siege that I've seen for a long ass time. The site is theirs, and they can get the plant down here as well, Tim. This is mad.
There's genuinely a possibility that they could. I think because there's only 2 of them left, they don't want to leave Rheumatic just on the sole cover. They're just waiting for them to push back in so they can get a freebie and level things up at 2v2. But need to be careful. Just maybe showing a little bit too much of themselves. But yeah, Naps is going to move across. Go for the plant. Utility used onto the door. Okay. The Grim Bees doing their job. He can drop away if he wants to. Naps manages to get that plant. And he drops away underneath as well. Smart play from him. And honestly, I think Mer Gaming could hold on here. We've got Rheumatic with the shotgun, so he's going to be a difficult challenge inside a shower cubicle. And this can be held from underneath.
That's exactly what Naps is going to do as well. They have no idea where they're looking. I think even Rheumatic fully knows. Here we go. Ring around the roses. Gets 1 pump. Looks out for a second. I tell you what, if he didn't die there would have been a massive problem. Does get the 1. Naps, I thought we were going below, buddy. What's going on? He's got to step in for the 1. He's got to win this 1, but how? Please. Get me out of this goddamn game. What is going on?
Well, there we go. That was a round. Round 11. Enterforce 36 come away with it. In a round that, in all honesty, Mer should never have been able to get the diffuser down. They just found themselves in a position.
I know. On the hatch.
But my point is, they should never have been. They should never have been able to get sight. Was my point. They just kind of wandered in and got a couple of kills and completely cut off Enterforce 36. But then, look. credit where it's due to Mer. They made a good choice with the plant. They got it down inside of Jim. They used the Grimbees on logistics door. It meant that, you know, the Amaru could just challenge on. Rheumatic could just know exactly where that challenge was needed. He came around the corner, got the kill. It was actually well orchestrated to get the diffuser down. You know, the discussion of whether they should have been in a position to do that or not is totally aside from that. They did a good job. They got the diffuser down on the ground, and then, like you said, you feel like they've got a winning position there. You know, if you could get Rheumatic underneath with the shotgun particularly, you know, but even then, you'd make an argument for the Grim being able to play it through. Oh, you can hear through the arch well enough, spray through the floor, anything. But no, comes back up and tries to take those fights, loses his life, and Enterforce 36 somehow scrabble their way back into the round.
I don't think I can take OT, Tim. I don't think I can do it.
We might not have a choice.
I've not felt like this in a game of Siege for a long time. This has been batshit.
I am scratching my head, I'll be honest.
Oh, no.
Right, Coupe, you have an
off.
opportunity to redeem yourself. Please get the reinforcement off. Sorry?
Was it Luca last time or was it Coupe last time?
I thought it was Coupe.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'll go and check. I'll go and check.
Whatever. Maverick, you've got a chance to redeem the team. Get this reinforcement off.
No, it was Luca last time, yeah.
There we go.
They said, Luca, you're off Maverick.
You're
duty.
off.
You bottled it. You're off.
You've been subbed. You're off.
It's not even like you're being told, oh, you're off.
I still don't like the look of it, Des.
Breach. He's actually got top left. I saw he missed that, and I was like, okay, why?
He's leaving it for safety, I think.
He's doing the little like trick thing like you can do with the Hibana as well, right? Trying his best.
Also, I think... There you go.
He is, yeah.
They're
fine,
the
okay.
reinforced. I thought he may also be trying to play it a little bit cautiously because, as you saw, the explosive came out immediately as soon as that dropped. So sometimes I think it's a little bit safer if you take the bottom and then maybe do the top from rappel. But look, either way, we can confirm the Maverick has taken off the reinforcement, so we don't need to lose our mind about that. Guard does manage to take down Mugi. He only had one option to try and escape there, and that was over the top rope, but he got taken out as he tried to do it. 5 versus 4, advantage to Mer. We could be careering towards overtime.
We could be. Onwards they start. It's only the one admittedly, and there's still a C4 to play behind. The back pocket of Nina. And that bulletproof certainly doing them no favors as well, seeing everything going on there. They should be able to take it out relatively soon. Who did I just see lurking downstairs? Of course, it's Nina. Why wouldn't it be Nina? Here he comes marching up towards Garage. Could potentially get his team over the line here, but has got to go big.
Now they've got him
really
covered.
down to the flank watch. You've got to see Guard watching this. Guard is the guy who has to catch him out.
They've got him covered. There's been a little bit of a challenge, but no, his attention was taken elsewhere, but it does stop Nina being able to focus in towards Garage. Luca was putting the diffuser down, but comes off as he knows there's a Mozzie underneath with a Nitro, and that's exactly how it goes. Nina manages to secure the kill, puts the diffuser down, but the kills come in from Mer Gaming. They manage to find themselves 2, and it leaves Harper in a 1 versus 3. They go in for the plant again. There's very little Harper can do about this on the Jaeger. He's going to come across. He knows the challenge is there to stop him doing so. He can't find anything as he's cut down, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Wow. I don't know if I can do it, Tim. I don't know if I can. At least that round carried some semblance of normalcy as well, right? Nina almost managed to do quite a lot of work downstairs, got himself a couple of kills, but by then the plant was already going off. They already had the numbers advantage upstairs. It was well played by Mer overall. It's Mer who stay on the attack. Enterforce remain on defense. Let's see just how far this wild ride can take us.
Well, it's going to take us for at least another 2 rounds, maybe 3, who knows. Enterforce, as you say, continue on the defence. They've only won 2 rounds. Look, there's an argument that Mer have just got themselves an advantage here because it's been 4-2 attacking rounds and they start on the attack. I'm just having a look at exactly what happens. You know, what are we talking in terms of the table here? Because now we're limited to 1 and 2 points. So the maximum Enterforce can get onto is 7, which ties them up with Kinotrope. Mer can get themselves up onto 6, which puts them right in the mix. But even with a 1, it puts them on 5. Enterforce would go on to 7. This is making it super tight at the bottom. Between 5th and 8th place, there is possibly only going to be 2 points difference coming into tomorrow for those 4 teams. It is super, super close.
Well, we like it at least when the last play day means something rather than we already knowing our teams that are going home and the games are for a bit of sport. just mean that things stay very, very competitive, which makes it exciting. We've got to get through these 3 rounds first to see who gives themselves the edge, though. Who gets those 2 points? And who's left holding the bag and walking away with just the 1. Now, we've spoken a lot about Enterforce and their approach to this site, Tim. You'll be pleased to know they are out and roaming again. We've got Mugi, we've got Akusu, and we've got Harper and Jin all out of the basement, all doing things. All it needs now is Mer to realize this, rush the site the same as they did in Jim's bedroom, and we're back to full chaos.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Enterforce are going to play this much more like they did round 7. We're going to see that bit of a... Well, we need to see less difficulty from Mer, essentially, in their droning, in their clearance. Get yourself confident control of top floor. Force these players away. As we can see, Akusu already being pushed back down main stairs. Harper does get a big nitro, though, onto Rheumatic. This is what Enterforce needed to do better. If you remember in round... I think it was round 10, I said, you know, why are you not playing around the map? Why are you not challenging Mer as they come in? They gave them too much space, too much respect, too much time, and Mer were able to use it this time. Enterforce 36 out in the map. It's not a million miles away from site. It's inside a stock, but it gets the job done. It takes down the ace. That stops the church wall breach. If you remember, they did that last time. They had a lot of success from that last time. It made it difficult for the defenders to move inside a site. This time, they are safe. With the Hibana band, they've got to rely on hard breach gadgets for hatchers. That's all the breaching they will be doing.
And look at this, Mugi's still around. I was going to say you might get pushed at some point, I'm afraid. And it was the Fuse the first step forward, but it's Naps that collects the kill. Almost we marched then into a 4 versus 4. And Mugi was overstaying his welcome, dare I say, there as well. I get it. You can play your life. You're at a castle. But it would have been nice to have another gun down on site. Still got Akusu dug in, of course, as we're seeing here too. They have no idea that he's here, Tim. He could do so much work.
Yeah, he really could. He's just going to keep himself nice and quiet. Man. Look at the trigger discipline. He knows that he doesn't need to go too soon. They've got absolutely no idea about him here. He's going to wait until there's 20 seconds left on the clock and just cause an absolute nuisance of himself. Let's hope he hasn't actually missed his opportunity and that he's got, you know, the potential to actually move himself into a position. He wants to be in a position to take kitchen. Is why he's holding on here. This is why he's not getting overly aggressive. 30 seconds left to go, Des.
And he gets the freebie onto a shield. Dream one to find. Now rounds in towards kitchen as Harper picks up another. They're going aggressive together, but no, Luca, he gets the shutdown. But Tim, the damage has been done. They can't have the Fuse drop inside anymore. It's going to have to be someone else. In this case, it's Luca. Bottom main and Moto to make this one stick. And they've got no idea about Deep Arsenal, Tim. It's a free kill for Nina. Tries to get a second. The trade is there, but there is no time left to get these kills and get the diffuser down. This one is looking pretty done, and it's going to be Enterforce taking the win. Up to 7-6 and match point.
Just getting snagged on the rotate there. I don't think it really matters. There was absolutely no way that diffuser was going down. So Enterforce, like you said, just going back to what worked in round 7. Thank you, Enterforce. Getting out in the map, making a nuisance of himself. And look what happened, Des. As if by magic, they were able to punish poor droning and time management from Mer. Imagine! Enterforce don't need to be in overtime. They could have taken a full 3-point victory here without those changes in tactics, without those changes in strategy. Because they have proved there in the first round of overtime that the rinse and repeat, the same technique, done slightly differently, still worked. They were able to hide somebody out in the map. They were able to have that late round impact, just like Nina did back in round 7. They were able to get that entry as they forced Mer into the top floor of the map with the Nitro this time. Beautiful stuff. Much better from Enterforce 36. They get themselves onto match point once again. They've had the opportunity already and not closed it out, but now they're on the attack, and that's where they won 4 rounds previously.
We're almost kind of coming full circle here a little bit as well with how things are shaping up on club. Of course, don't forget how the game started out. It was Mer Gaming who were off doing this big aggressive roam out towards strip with the Scott Boss on side, supported by the castle inside a bar, and we had Luca who was on the mute playing upstairs. It'll be a very, very similar thing. So we're all coming full circle back to how the game started out. Now, given Enterforce 36 have seen this, you think they'd figure out, oh, okay, we lost this last time, but it was a close round. Jin got a 3K. Luca won the 1 versus 1. Cool. What do we change this time around to deal with what gave us such an issue before? They have to have the answer. You can't show the same strat twice in the same game and not expect the other side to know what to do about it. Or can you against Enterforce?
Can you? Can you? Well, this game, all bets are off, I think, because we've seen quite clearly that absolutely anything can happen and will happen. So let's see. Mer have got them. Des, I feel like I'm just like, just playing the same old record here. I'm just like an echo. They've gone back to what they did in round 1 that worked. We saw them change it in round 4, and it didn't work. So Mer Gaming have decided to get themselves out in the map again, just like Enterforce 36 did back in the last round. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Mer win this one and us end up in overtime, because they are going back to what works rather than ignoring it. So Enterforce 36 still not inside of the map yet. They've got Mugi has dropped into cash. He's taken quite a little bit of damage there, half health. Jin does pick up Luca though, takes some damage along the way, but that is a big start for the Mute gone. And a Nitro as well. Mugi gets Coupe. You gotta fancy Enterforce 36 to lock this out now.
They didn't have to use any flashes. They didn't have to use anything. They just walked through and barreled over 2 players who were holding up inside a gym, doing a little workout together, and have been absolutely slammed for it. Yeah, at least Mer tried to change it around and didn't play the hold that I thought they would inside a strip. They played different parts of the map, but that's made it even easier for Enterforce 36 to just steamroll their way through, and now they look set to take the game. 5 versus 3. Surely we don't see this one slip through their fingers.
Just holding the angle onto Lounge, can't even win that. Naps knew that the fight was coming, he just didn't know when. Akusu swung beautifully, aware of the player at the top of blue stairs, and cut him down. 5 versus 2 now, and surely this is going to be over for Mer. We're going to have plenty of time left on the clock as well. 50 seconds left to go. We can see those Hibana pellets being used to open up those verticals a little bit. There is still a boogie drone available from Jin as well. That is now going to be activated to give a little bit more pressure to those verticals. Guard, Rheumatic, you've got 30 seconds to hang on.
No C4s, no really nothing to play with. In fact, as the Goyo canister gets popped on that default plant spot, it's going to have to force Enterforce to think of something a little bit different. Sees the vertical but can't find his man. Off to playing long range and looking at bottom main. He's missed out there on a couple of kills, Rheumatic, by a matter of pixels. They find one. A flash finally coming down through the hatchet to at least try and put him at bay as the diffuser now starts going down. Guard has got to win it all out. This one feels like it's a bit too much to ask, as the diffuser is going to get stuck inside a church. And at long range, I don't think he wins out on these gunfights either, Tim. Jin taking quite a lot of damage as Guard can look on here and just see how close his team were. That's with 1 point that they walk away with, 2 to the side of Enterforce. They've just got too much going on here, I think, for him to be able to win it back.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance here. 20 seconds left to go. You can see there's smoke everywhere. There's utility just being dumped in. Guard's trying to get something going. He brings it back to a 1v2. Well, look, it's doable, but it's still very unlikely. 8 seconds left to go. He tries to find the man in behind the small bar, but he has been pinged out by those Grim Bees as well. And that was all the intel that Harper needed to close this one out. Maybe closer than it should have been. Who knows? Mistakes on both sides? Definitely. But Enterforce come away with the win, and that's all that matters to them. 2 points go on the board, and this is still going to be a close finish to this league tomorrow.
Real winner, Tim, was the viewers and the fun that we had all along. We're going to go to a break and take a very well-deserved break after a game like that, I think. Back in a few.
journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 저는 BNK POX 소속 선수 매피 박주환이라고 하고요. 오늘은 제 커리어를 돌아보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
Now Matthews had to get off rappel. Nice shots here. So far, so good with this sniper rifle.
I gotta say, the op minister right now.
Welcome to the church.
Church of the one-shot body
Oh.
shot. Oh, okay, hold up.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know you were built
Wait a
like
minute.
that. Can we go
Wait a
for
minute.
4? Yes, we can. Might need to start seeing Caliran more
Hey.
often because Memphis single-handedly brings the round back from Oblivion.
이 당시에는 이제 저희가 인비테이셔널을 처음 갔을 때, 처음이 아니고 제가 처음 인비테이셔널 갔을 때 조별 예선을 아슬아슬하게 뚫고 이제 16강에서 W7M이라는 팀을 만났던 상황인데, 그때 제가 라운드가 많이 저한테 불리한 라운드였는데 제가 어찌어찌 해서 잘 이겼던 것 같습니다. W7M이 국제전에서 2번 연속으로 우승을 했을 때이기도 했고 잘하는 팀으로 인식을 하고 있었어서 사실 어느 정도 힘들 거라고 예상을 했어요. 하지만 그래도 잘하는 팀인 만큼 우리가 할 수 있는 최선을 보여주자라고 생각을 했던 것 같아요. 나쁜 점은 저한테는 딱히 없던 것 같은데, 왜냐면은 이때 당시에 진욱이는 다른 팀이기도 했고 저희는 브라질에서 한 3주 정도 미리 부트캠프를 했기 때문에 어느 정도 적응한 상태였어서 사실 나쁜 점은 크게 없던 것 같아요.
Where has been your favorite place to travel to play?
캐나다가 좋았던 점은 저희가 캐나다에서 3일 정도 부트캠프를 했었고 날씨도 덥지 않아서 생활하기에도 좋았고 음식도 괜찮았고 숙소도 좋았고 대회장도 괜찮았고 모든 게 다 괜찮았던 대회였다고 생각합니다. 자, 이상 저는 BNK POX 매피였고요. 스테이지2도 좋은 모습으로 돌아오겠습니다. 항상 응원해주신 분들 감사합니다. 땡큐.
It's another 1v1, the close end for the ball. Wing saves the first. What is going on?
Welcome back to APAC North, day 6. We're going into our last game of the day, and Tim, so far we've had a bit bit of a roller coaster ride, it's fair to say. In fact, before today started, you said to me, you never really quite know what you're getting in APAC North. Either it's like the most intense competitive day you've ever seen, or it's a day of entertaining, interesting siege. And I kind of feel we've got the latter so far today.
I would say after that last game, we've got a strong lean towards it. Yeah, I think that'd be a fair description of what we saw in that one. But look, Enterforce come away with a win that keeps things tight. That's the interesting thing. Down at the bottom between sort of 5th place and 8th place, you know, reminder for everybody, top 6 go through to playoffs. So there's 2 teams down there that will go through, 2 teams that won't, and they're all still scrapping for it. So that's good. But we've got kind of a different vibe of a game coming up now. It's at the other end of the table. PSG, Talon able to get themselves secured into playoffs if they get a result here. So big game for them as well.
But it's a result they need to get against FearX, Tim, and that is not an easy ask. So let's take a look at our 2 teams. In case you aren't familiar with them, I imagine you are by now. FearX, definitely the team that everyone seems to be excited about from the region, Tim. The ones that are topping all the charts right now, they look absolutely fantastic. This merger of kind of like old, I wouldn't say old school, it was like the new school Sandbox combined with old school Dplus Kia, and it just looked absolutely fantastic. It was the super team we've wanted for years, and now it's really starting to come to fruition.
Yeah, exactly that. Like you say, we're starting to kind of see exactly what we expected. Big performances so far from Good Boy Mephi and Woogieman, of course. All the names on this roster are going to be names that you are familiar with, and they're getting, you know, pretty much the results that we thought they would. They've got themselves secured in the playoff positions already. They are done and dusted, so they're now just playing for sharpness, for, you know, getting those wins, for, you know, getting as high up the table as they can as well. If they can get another win here, it levels them up with Cyclops for that top spot. Again, we're coming down to sort of tiebreakers then to decide who's on top. So yeah, they're definitely going to be full force fighting for this win.
And on the other side, as we've just mentioned, there's a bit of work to do here for PSG Talon, who have been historically up and down as a team, it's fair to say. You know, the lofty heights of beating BDS, SI, down to not really having the best stage last time around. We're hoping that here now we're seeing them in 3rd place. They can go on for a good run inside of playoffs. And as you've remarked, if they get this done, they haven't even got to worry about their game tomorrow. They'll be going into it saying, yep, we're already in playoffs now. We're just fighting for seeding and positioning here, but we're not involved in that weird scrap. In fact, tomorrow they play against Mer Gaming. So they could even look at that as a free 3 points as well, based on how Mer have played so far. But we'll see. We'll get that up for you in just a second, so you can take a look at that roster as well. And then we'll have a look at what our map veto is going to be between these 2 teams. Tim, give us a talk through of these boys.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a dangerous thing for them to look at Mer tomorrow as a free 3 points, because if they don't get the win today, that becomes a real interesting matchup tomorrow, because, of course, Mer sit on 5, PSG Talon currently sit on 8, and Scarz sit on 5. So it's Scarz and Mer that could overtake PSG Talon to leave them out of playoff spots. So, yeah, they certainly would need to be putting a lot of focus on making sure that they won that game, because otherwise they could be in big trouble. But, yeah, again, 5 names that we are, you know, more than familiar with. Unsang being, of course, the newest one amongst them. But so far going well are the 3 on your left. They're the ones you want to be watching for the front line of Misa, Soldier and Ryder. Maybe not as good as we've seen over the last year overall. You know, there has been a couple of wobbly performances from them. What I've said about PSG Talon a couple of times, and I think remains true, is they are winning 80% of rounds. And by that, I don't mean 80% of the rounds they play, unfortunately for them. I mean physically 80% of a round. They will do 80% of round 1 brilliantly, and then they'll lose that last 20% and they don't get the round on the scoreboard. And that has been a big problem for them, is, you know, doing the first 2/3 fantastically well and then struggling to get each round over the line, and all of a sudden they're 3-0 down and kind of scratching their head because they've been playing really well, and what's going on. So yeah, big problem for them there. They just need to get to that point of closing rounds out. And again, they've not had a bad stage. They're in 4th place. They're kind of fine. Like I say, even 1 point today, even 1 point will secure them. They get to overtime, that's it. They'll be secured. 9 points will now be enough to get them through to the playoffs. So they're in a good spot, but they could be in an even better one, I think, personally.
So they've been improving as the stage has gone by. Let's not forget they've got 5 attacking rounds against CAG on Skyscraper as well, which is always going to be a hard feat. And speaking of Skyscraper, let's take a look at the map that we're going to so we can see where these 2 are going to throw down. What arena will hold our 2 gladiators? I was going to say, I can't imagine Skyscraper will be making a repeat appearance today. Most definitely has been taken away from them. It's going to be a little bit of Cafe to close things out, Tim. A map that PSG Talon are 0 and 2 on. It's one of their permabans. If you remember, actually, I think we cast it. They brought it out against Kinotrope, and we realized that was a little bit of a mistake. On the other side, VRX, they've got a good record on pretty much every map these days. But on Cafe, they're 4-0, Tim. They've got a good run on this map so far.
Interesting choices. Interesting choices then coming out from PSG Talent to leave themselves in a position to be playing Cafe. Look, maybe they've been doing some work on it. You know, maybe they've been trying to improve things since last set. Hopefully they have, because otherwise they could be in big trouble here. Like I said, don't forget what I said. If PSG Talon takes 0 points here, they're going to... there'll be all sorts of tie breaks and stuff that will come possibly into effect. But there is a situation where Mer and Scarz can get themselves onto 8 points tomorrow. Mer would beat PSG Talon in order to do so, which would leave them on 8 points. So all 3 of those teams would be on 8 points and fighting for positions through tiebreakers and all sorts of stuff. You've also got Kinotrope and Enterforce both on 7 points. Kinotrope arguably would have to lose to Scarz in order for, you know, that. But Enterforce again pick up 1 point against Cyclops, maybe drag them into overtime. They could be on 8 points. It could get absolutely crazy. And looking at this map choice, I don't think it's a world that we're a million miles away from, but the real question is, can Mer do anything? But it's going to be a tough one for PSG Talon. They need to get themselves to overtime, I think, and get it locked in now.
I think any map they go to there would have been a bit of a battle against VRX. VRX have the ability to remove 4 of their weaker maps. All their maps they're pretty good on, they've got a good history on, so it's never going to be an easy order coming in. So I think for PSG Talon, yes, I'm a ban. Yes, you're 0 and 2 on it. But you kind of kept this one hidden away and have now introduced it to your map pool, but save it very specifically for games where you feel you've got something cooking. So I just hope they've been cooking the right things. I look back at that game that they lost against Kinotrope, and there were 3 rounds in that first half. 2 1v1s being run out by Mao, I believe it was. And the second round when Sylvia got a 3k inside a train, I was just a bit like, yeah, these guys could have won 3 more attacks than the 2 they walked away with. And that game could have been shut up shop and done very, very quickly. So as you say, it's that last 10-20% of the round where we've got to see a bit of difference. They're going to ban away the Blackbeard and the Grim. The other side take away the Mirror and the Castle, 2 of our Architects, and that's going to be how things take shape here for PSG Talon's defense.
Let's get on into it then. Let's load on in. The big question for me is PSG Talon on attack, particularly. We know that the attack of Cafe can be quite tough. So let's see how they do through the first half. I want to see them lock down as many defensive... You know, yes, obviously we could always say that about anybody. But PSG Talon really need to focus on, I think, a minimum of 4-2 half. 5-1 would be ideal for them to take that pressure off the second half when they get on to the attack. So they really need to be coming out solid here. And the other thing I want to see from PSG Talon is that better performance in the final, 40 seconds to a minute. Do all the early work right, as they have been doing, but then have that clinical finish to rounds that puts them on the scoreboard.
Well, let's see if they can get it then, shall we? Here we go. Round 1 is underway, and we're starting things off inside of Mining and Fireplace. On the attacking side, Tim, I'm liking what I'm seeing lineup-wise. We see an awful lot of Gridlock being brought along on this map anyway. I often sometimes see things like Gridlock and Nomad paired up because there's a lot of roam potential. Gridlock, I think, since she got herself that extra track, is just very, very oppressive and difficult to deal with, especially when she's an operator that can bring along the nades. It's considered to be a very, very powerful operator. Alongside that, lots to focus on with the execute here, Tim. Raura, the Ying, the Blitz, they've got so much capability to go aggressive here for ERX. I love what I'm seeing, and to start things off, we've got Kotiv working his way down through Kitchen here. Of course, he's to realize that he's got to work his way upstairs at some point, Tim, but I think hoping to catch someone out that might be playing around with a C4, of which right now there is no one downstairs, but there is Ryder up on this top floor alongside Gotti, both running around looking to waste a bit of time.
Yeah, he does need to be careful, Coated. If he tries to move back up downstairs, he could find himself on the wrong end of Ryder's rifle. So just needs to be aware of that, definitely. Could potentially try to take that position, you see, move up into pillars, and then you can get aggressive towards kind of double door. You can look at, getting into just outside of pillars, double window, spraying through the soft wall. There's lots of work that can be done from there, so it needs to be cautious. It looks like I thought the Blitz was shaping up to get on, and it's too easy. It's too easy. Soldier manages to put Mephi on the deck, and that's the Raura you would expect will be a big part of any plans for getting this diffuser down.
They have to know that he's inside a train at this point and have an answer to him, but there's 2 kills coming over for PSG. Mephi and Rin both shut out of this one. The Rower is gone. Still got eyes trained on towards this mining window. You know, in a way, Fearx have tried to go direct towards site and paid the price. Woogie's got to rotate over here, and we'll be able to avoid that angle. But now you've got a Warden to contend with who can see even more. So it's just a difficult spot to be in here. Well defended by PSG, who are giving nothing to Fearx.
Yeah, this has been really good so far, and we've had Courted wandering around in the basement. I'm not really sure what Fearx are doing, to be honest. You know, Good Boy manages to get in onto top floor and get a kill onto Gotti, so they're just at least starting to clear out that top floor and get a little bit of verticality and just, you know, bring that man advantage back in line a little bit, I guess. But Woogie drops down, looks towards reading, but is going to push more directly towards sight. The Warden just flicks on those glasses, knowing the blitz will be existing, knows that the challenge could come. 3 versus 3 as Good Boy manages.
Come on.
They can't give this away, Des. This is exactly what I've spoken about. This is exactly what I've said. Winning 80% of rounds.
They've done all the hard work, and Unsang nearly dies to a spray through into utility as well. That is mental. Now getting shot in the booty is the Kaid as the plant starts going on down. Woogie peels off, though, to try and look for a kill. Good Boy is on, wants him. Make him the great boy at 4K. Make it a 5. An 8 to start it off. But it really feels like this long ago.
Yes. Yes, is the best I can say there. Look, PSG come out with 2 really strong kills to get themselves into the 5 versus 3, and then they basically just picked apart piece by Good Boy there, picking up an ace, getting the round, and this is exactly what I'm talking about from PSG Talon. I said it before we came into the game. I said it was something I wanted to see them change during the game, and still it looks like we're in that same position where they're able to get themselves a good foundation, where they're able to win half a round, 60%, 70% of a round, however you want to look at it, but then they just can't get it over the line. Again, Fearx at a point there with 3v5 with one person in the map that was caught down in kitchen doing nothing, and where was the attack going to come from? Where was the attack going to come from? They were stood outside. The plan had gone. They were supposed to rower off the doors, get the blitz in, create space, and go straight to site and put the diffuser down. But it couldn't happen. You can't allow 2 of them to adapt and to just get back onto, you know, a plan B like that. Just go into top floor, walk across and kill everybody. Big problems for PSG Tower.
I mean, full fair play to Fearx as well, realizing, guys, this push ain't working. We've got 3 versus 5. We've got a minute and a half to play with. Let's rotate over and try something completely different. But I'm with you. Should never really be letting that one happen, PSG. Paying the price for it, and they lose the first round. Let's try the second one and see if their fortunes improve or change at all. Still going to stick up here, but this time around we're going for the fireplace and reading sites. So a small change away. Not drastic, but it's going to be a similar dance, I think, of question. Do you want to deal with those on the top floor, or do you want to try and work your way direct towards site? But now, at least, it's how about we just dome Misa as he stands there. That's going to be a sentry gone.
A lot of utility lost along the way. We often speak about Striker, Sentry, and the big benefit to bringing them is they get 2 of those secondary gadgets. Their special gadget, if you will, their unique gadget is being able to bring further, so they can bring, in that case, something like bulletproof cam and impact nades, or, you know, they can bring that dual piece of utility, and that's all going to be wasted, or at least the good majority of it, I would imagine. Straight in, but Mephi is going to be punished. Soldier there, ready and waiting, shuts him down, but Good Boy gets Gotti. 3 versus 3 as Unsang picks up Rin. This is all getting a bit wild. Double kill for Soldier as he manages to pick one up through a barbed wire kill of all things. Ryder got one with the nitro as well. Not too often that you see that. Courted 1 versus 3, and he knows that there's one in heaven, but I don't think he's going to be in heaven himself.
Yes. Good Boy was on a bad time. I think he was stuck in. He was obviously like found himself in a spot where he was inside a smoke, inside a barbed wire. He was just dead to rights at that point. Kota trying his very best and has found himself inside a site. Hello. But sadly, with no diffuser, this one isn't really going to go the way that he would like it to. And try and work his way out towards White Team. Surely you can't pull off a 1 versus 3, right?
You wouldn't expect so. He's got tracks available, but at the minute, I wouldn't say that he really wants to use them because it's going to give intel as to his location. They know where he is. They're going to cut him down. But yeah, there's not really much point using the Deimos track there because you're just giving them even more to go on. We see that one closed out. Look, that's 2 messy rounds essentially so far. PSG Talon did enough that time. It's kind of like when they win in that first half of the round, like they did in round 1. It's whether they do enough in that first half, in that winning phase, to get the round won or not. If they don't, they struggle to close it out. But they did enough that time. They were ready. They were waiting. Yeah, he gets downed in the barbed wire with the smoke, and then it's the barbed wire ultimately that gets him. There was a lot going on for him there. Poor good boy. Yeah, so PSG Talon did enough that time to get that round 1. So, you know, better from them. They get one on the board, 1-1. As I said, they're looking, I think, for at least a 4-2 half here. So, FearX are going to be the happier of the exchange with those first 2 rounds.
I agree. I mean, with how things shaped up in that round there, it's one of them where you're going for a rush without really prepping. You're not clearing out barbed wire. You're not doing any of the prep work that you would do in a normal round. You're just kind of saying, right, we're going for it, boys. All 5 of us inside a site here. Let's make it happen. PSG Talon did stand up well, but for FearX, they'll look at that and go, ah, well, we tried. It's okay. Back to normal business now. We're not going to rush our way through. If nothing else, Tim, we're going towards a much more execute-focused lineup here and identifying there is no mute on the other side. It's a great chance for Rin to bring along that Dockerby and help deal with these roamers that have been, I wouldn't say highly problematic, but have been a bit of a bother for the most part. And of course, it helps deal with things like the Yokais as long as you're saving that call for when the execute comes through.
Need to make sure they're not losing anybody early this time around. I think that's been a little bit of a problem both rounds so far for FearX. They've been on the receiving end of those early deaths and found themselves behind with work to do. They did get the entry last time onto Misa, but then suffered very quickly. A couple of kills after that. The next couple that came in put them at serious disadvantage. So just need to make sure that they're getting themselves, I think, better established inside of the round, a better foundation. I'm going to know that there's a player at pillars. Just need to be cautious. Straying across that door there. They should know and be fully aware of that defender's position, but they will get away without any damage for the time being.
Well, Gossie's the one who's got himself dug in, and very understandably. On the Warden, in case any of these smokes do come tossing over his way, there are 4 smokes to worry about in the back pocket of the enemy team, along with a bunch of flashes. Woogie going to start his charge on 4s, manages to bypass everything. No problem, he's in. But can they put down the pressure that they need? Oh, great shot from Soldier to get rid of 1. Supports out elsewhere. Gotti, though, is going to fall at the same time. It's almost like he thought he got the headshot himself and was like, whoa, what's going on? And then loses his life as a result there. So FearX again going pretty quick here, Tim, have found themselves losing 2 players early on. Not ideal.
Yeah, I think they're just getting a little bit ahead of themselves. You know, where's your vertical pressure? These defenders haven't had to move. You know, that's what you're always talking about on a kitchen site, is get above, get that vertical pressure and force the defenders to move out of position. You know, when have you playing ever picked a bad position to start in? You don't generally. You pick the most powerful, so you got to get them shifted. Misa manages to take down Courted with a headshot. 4 versus 2 now, advantage PSG, and it should be another round going their way realistically. I say that, the kills start to come in. 1v3 though, as they do manage to take down Rin in a trade. It's another trade. Soldier will get that final one. Round for PSG, and that's okay for them so far. I said they needed to be looking at a 4-2 half on defence as a minimum. They 2-1 after the first quarter, so absolutely fine, and we'll have our next bans come on in.
They've done really well in dealing with the aggression out of FearX across both rounds, I feel. You know, they haven't panicked and ran around like headless chickens. They've dropped smokes down, for example. They've tried to play off each other as well, even when FearX are somewhat surprised them with this very, very aggressive push. And for FearX, I think it's probably a time where you need to slow down a little bit now. Like, I totally get, like, if you feel you're against a weaker team, you feel you can probably just like completely overwhelm them by playing fast and aggressive. We saw it a little bit during our games earlier on today, but I think for FearX, they know they're a stronger team. Slow things down, play the siege that you always have, and this can very easily be yours, I think. They don't need to play this crazy.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that the opportunities are definitely there for them. We've seen that. But like you say, they're just kind of throwing it at the wall and seeing what sticks instead of, you know, going through and ticking the boxes. Like I say, if they'd have been in and worked vertically and moved those defenders out of position, they'd have had much more joy with them pushing through Bakery and Small Bakery and getting themselves established inside a site, because the players inside a site wouldn't have been able to be playing where they were. You know, they were fully secure to stay on those angles, and it's a great example really of although we didn't see any vertical play, it's a great example for maybe anybody who's newer to watching and, you know, is wondering why we put so much onus on that verticality, on that map control. And it shows why. Because when you don't, that's what happens. You get cut to shreds because the defenders are in the positions they want to play. You get above, you open up holes above them so that they have to move, so that they can't be in those locations. And we've just seen exactly why. So, yeah, I'd like to see VRX slow down a little bit. You know, get yourself into top floor. They've got Woogieman on the Monty, get him in and just march him through. Just bully those players. You know, anybody up on that top floor. Gotti's up there. Ryder's up there. Just bully them. Push them away. Force them back downstairs. Get your ram going. Get that work being done. You've got the track stingers to prevent the flanks coming in. All good stuff for VRX. They just need to use it all.
They need to chill out a bit. I think they'll have no choice in this round because they've got Woogie on the shield, and you can't very well just speed in when you've got a Monty on side. I mean, you can try, but it's certainly not capitalizing on his main use cases. Yeah, right. Also, with the ram upstairs, you want to make sure the verticality is done. You're showing the respect towards the Valkyrie with the IQ. Everything does point towards a slower, more controlled round, but now they've got to show us they can win that style of round. I guess they kind of did in round one, but it did come down to one player turning around a very lost situation into a 1-1.
Yeah, exactly that. It's, you know, if they can come across and start getting a couple of kills on this top floor, then we'll look at it and say, you know, yes, that is definitely doable. Woogieman's going to take a bit of damage from a nitro there. Needs to be careful because there is another one on side, and they will be, of course, very keen to be taking the Monty out of action if they can. Just one nitro left in the hands of Soldier. 5 versus 4. Woogieman can now start that march across top floor once he's got himself into piano, which I think he has now got himself established. And we can see, yep, there we go. We've got Pixel Corner closed out. We can start pushing towards Lumber, start pushing towards top white. The defenders have dropped away. So this is good from VRX. They've ticked those boxes. They now need to start working vertically.
Ooh,
beautiful nitro.
Soldier.
Beautiful.
Honestly, taking down the shield, stuff of dreams here, and they're still... Like, come on, guys, we've got an IQ. Like, surely we should know about this going on now. We should know where these cams are. They should all be gone. Instead, they're just farming themselves a bit of information, and of course, it's helped them secure that entry onto, again, a key operator in the Monty being gone. So much work being done inside of Piano itself, and yeah, we're attacking onto the downstairs, but still a lot of time being spent on one area of the map. We've got about 30 seconds to go here. We've started to get a wiggle on actually inside what's going on inside of sites itself. And now we're looking at the window. Smokes will be coming out soon, or some kind of nades. I think it's flashes and nades actually being rolled out here. You're going to start thinking about the execute, but they haven't killed anyone on the side of PSG. That makes me nervous. Ooh,
and it's not going to get any better for them. As Gotti manages to pick up Rin, and again holding long angles. But look at this, PSG have made a mistake, Des, and they've been punished for it. Courted has been able to get in there and put that diffuser down. Great use of space from VRX. Manages to get a kill on the post plant as well. Ooh. Good boy will be collected. Gotti does pick up Courted though. PSG could be good on the retake as they now find themselves having to win out these gunfights, but it's Mephi who comes away with the first, picking up Ryder. Knows there's one inside of sight, but they're on the diffuser. They're going for the disabled. There's nothing they can do as Misa picks up a double on the top floor. PSG managed to fight their way back in the post plant. It was always a bit of a Hail Mary and a 3v5 to put that diffuser down, and there was nothing that VRX could do to hold on to it. Talon racing towards that 4-round minimum that I felt they needed on defense.
I was very nervous for a second that they weren't able to retake them, but Misa, as you say, saves it at the bitter end of things. And I think we all saw it flash up during the round in the top right corner. VRX requested that tack timeout. Even once the diffuser was down, I was like, guys, the round's not over yet. Chill out, man. But they want that tack timeout in now because, as they can see, it's not been the easiest half for them. It's kind of relied on moments of brilliance from individual players to even be competitive. And really, it's only been Goodbye that's managed to make that actually work out for them. So they need to get something going in these next 2 rounds. Otherwise, for PSG, Tim, it turn out that map that they don't have a great record on could be the one that also breaks that combo for VRX and hands them a loss.
Yeah, and look, the broader picture, as I keep coming back to for PSG Talon here, is qualification into those playoffs. They need to focus on getting 1 point, getting anything. Anything beyond that is, of course, a bonus, and they will be looking for the win 100%. But guaranteeing themselves a position of overtime goes a long way because it locks them into playoffs. So a 4-2 half is really big because you'd look at that and think, well, you know, yeah, we should be able to achieve that on the return. We should be able to get a couple of attacks. If they can get a 5-1, even better, because you start looking at that situation thinking they only really need to get themselves to 6. Once they get to 6, they're in the playoffs. So yeah, this is a great start for PSG Talon. I was a bit concerned for them after that first round. It looked wobbly again. You know, they were in a position where FearX really came back at them after they should have had the round one, and I thought, you know, a little bit of me thinking we're going to have more of this from PSG Talon where they aren't able to close rounds out. But you know, they've proved me wrong over the last couple of rounds. They've got it done. They've had a couple of good defences there, and they're looking, you know, much more promising. So we move into round 5, and it's going to be Reading Room this time. We saw that back in round 2. They were able to get it won. So FearX, again, you're going to have to fight over that top floor more, I think. We haven't seen them yet properly use vertical control, which is so important on Cafe.
I thought one for you, actually, Tim. There is a way that PSG Talon can lose this game and still qualify for playoffs guaranteed. If they lose this 7-5, their round difference sits at +2.
Well, this
Scarz,
I didn't look
who
at.
Are
Yeah, I
seventh,
didn't.
Are -6.
Yeah, I didn't
so
look
be
at
that
the
8-round buffer there. That even if Scarz get a 7-0 tomorrow, they could still. Like, I'm with you, by the way. A point will lock it in 100%. They should go for that. But there is still a world, crazily, where they can lose today and still qualify.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is bonkers.
Yeah. I didn't. The tiebreakers start to blow my mind at this time in the morning when we start looking at the variations.
Come on, Tim. It's 11 now.
Yeah, but I've been up since 6:30, Des. That's the difference.
I know. It's all right.
That's
I get to bed early last night.
I did. I always get to bed early when I don't. You know me. I don't sleep very well, Des. I had some very bizarre dreams last night. So I didn't.
Was I in them?
No, it did have. I mean, if you'd have been in them, Des, it'd have been peace and serenity, and you know, I'd have got a good night's sleep, no problem.
Look at this angle, but I know this is a really interesting topic talking about your dreams, and we will come back to it. But that angle is horrible.
Yeah, it's
like,
nasty.
look at that.
There's a couple of good vertical angles from downstairs. So inside of reading, there's a painting on the wall that's kind of just right. If you go in through reading from pillar and then come back on yourself to the right, there's a painting on the wall there. And if you shoot out above that in the ceiling, you can get an angle up onto skylight, the big skylight. And again, it's one that you kind of just shoot in from underneath the bar when you look at it from skylight. Really tough to see on the reverse. So yeah, if players want to use that, it can be a good place to hold it from. But we're going to have the defenders dropping away now. PSG Talon, to be honest, not too bad. 1 minute 50 into the round. That's been wasted. They're going to start giving over control. Not completely yet, but they will start to give over control to FearX up here on the top floor. Unsan gets taken down by Woogieman. So that is now advantage to FearX. But they've had this advantage previously and not used it fantastically well.
It looks like they're trying to look for a reading door plant here as well, given they've got that cocktail control now, and given where we can see Woogie hanging around. Hopefully on PSG Talon's side, they're reading in towards that, and looks like they might, because Misa is in a great spot to get a bit of a sideswipe here if they don't show the respect required towards any potential flank coming out. Getting themselves on the go. He's just waiting for the go trigger here, waiting for the button to say go for it, step across, and Timmy's going to move. They must have heard him shoot out the drone, though, surely. No one swings. There's no one above. He can get a freebie, Tim. They just don't know. And now he gets rid of the shield for the second round in a row. Woogie has been dealt with relatively early on and will be no part of the execute.
Yeah, it's such a biggie as well, isn't it, taking down the Monty there, because you know he's the one that wants to bully his way in. Mephi's taking some damage there, but does manage to find a kill. FearX look like they might just be able to brute force this. They've gone in through Soldier's smoke. Ryder, however, goes through it to do so. The plant does go down, but he manages to get a second. It's 2 versus 2 now. PSG Talon fighting on the retake once again. Can they get this done, Des?
They know about the rounding from the back. Oh, they trade. No, okay, it's a trade bone that the other way, but it's a 1 versus 1. Good boy, who's been huge for his team throughout the game, has got a...
What?
Soldier! Oh, my God! The pre-fire of dreams finds his man. He'll get the disable, and PSG Talon, they go up 4-1.
PSG Talon looking better and better as this one goes on, to be honest with you.
What a shot.
FearX are just making mistake after mistake, and PSG are just there and ready to punish them. You know, so definitely growing into this one. I love this. The kill onto Woogie. That's, again, unforgivable from FearX. Absolutely criminal getting away with that. And yet, being I like that play from Ryder, though, because that's really smart, because when there's a smoke canister there, I think, look at this. We'll just have a... Oh, absolutely.
Free fire of dreams.
Love that. Just put a couple of shots down range and see what happens. But, you know, I love it because quite often attackers, you know, will see a smoke canister on a door, and I think the natural thought is, the door's kind of blocked off, isn't it, for that time? Unless it's Smoke himself, you don't kind of think of the defenders just being willing to tank some damage to walk through it. But that's exactly what he's done there to get himself into that position to pick up a kill inside a site. They had absolutely no expectation for him to move in through his own team's Toxic Babe. So brilliant stuff from PSG Talon. I was, like I say, a bit critical of them round one, but they've really impressed me beyond that. They've been, you know, going from strength to strength over these rounds. They've secured the minimum that they needed on this half of Cafe now, and they've got an opportunity for a little bonus round, and 5-1 will be fantastic for them because it'll just leave them needing one attack to 100% lock in exactly what they need out of this game.
Wow. I spoke about it a few times over the last couple of weeks when teams would say, oh, you know, we won this, but it should have been this. We should have won 2 more rounds. FearX will look at a couple of these rounds and just be like, we really shouldn't have lost those. Like, what the hell is going on? That'll be one of them, because there are 2. We looked at the replay and saw 3 kills, so we were like, shouldn't have got that one. How's he got that one? Shouldn't be a thing. Fair play to them. PSG Talon Ryder, I do want to give a shout out to. I know in the end it came down to Soldier being the one to win out the 1 versus 1, but it was Ryder really around that reading door, playing that bold player, stepping in through the smoke, spinning back out to pillars and getting another kill. Done an awful lot for his team there, I think, in that 1 position. This round, it starts out with Good Boy, who lost that closing 1v1, getting the entry onto the Goyo team, who, as you spoke about back on Clubhouse, is kind of the operator you want to be out on their own, be willing to lose his life.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Just he's getting drawn out from every which way at the minute, and you'd expect him to come under some intense pressure. But look at that. Did you notice the Yokai just racing across the ground? And I love that support. Soldier is just in there trying to feed information into Ryder to help keep him in that position. He knows that he's not being pushed yet, but he's being tracked as well by Demos. What a win out! Manages to find the kill onto Ryder despite his position being known. Mephi will continue that chase, I've no doubt, but great play from Ryder.
Again, this guy cannot be stopped today, Tim. Sure, it's only the 1 for now, but it can turn into...
No! They can't keep getting away with this, guys!
This is criminal. What on earth? Oh, FearX is going to feel so hard done by. But yet again, they just delete another player. Coated, control, delete. He's gone from the server. The 3 versus 4 to win it out. They've still got Woogie on side, which to perk him, but I don't think they fancy losing 2 players in the process.
Wow, I can't wait for the replay on that. I know production are already working on it. They're already working on the Zoom.
Chris is cooking. Chris is cooking. He's got it ready again.
He's already working on the Zoom. I've no doubt about it. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Well, 3 versus 5 for FearX. They're in trouble here. They're going to send out the Sense gadgets just to try and create a little bit of space, a little bit of safety for Rin, but it won't be complete. As you can see above, Ryder on the 4K didn't get the ace. You've got to feel he deserved it, but FearX could do absolutely nothing to get themselves going in that round. 5-1 on the half for PSG Talon. 1 more round locks them in 100%. No tie breaks. 9 points gets the job done. They will go to playoffs, and it looks good for them at the minute. That's just absolutely disgusting. There we go. That's hip fire as well. As he was... No, not having that.
It's crazy.
Not having that.
Oh. Just bracing people for the fact there's another kill like it coming after. I always like having the stream up on the right to see people's reaction to things, and obviously we've just had that kill from the previous round when Soldier got Good Boy, and I was like, there's another one coming, just be ready for it. Oh, so entertaining. PSG, as I said, I'm pretty sure I've got themselves there, but I'm with you. They get the point, then at least they guarantee themselves there's no need for a tiebreaker. They are just clear-cut dry into playoffs. And the more points they can collect, the further in they can drive themselves and give themselves that better seed, because I believe it's still 3rd place 6th and 4th place 5th. If they stay as they are and they get 3 points, they go up to 11 points here, and I believe, Tim, that puts them clear of everyone else. They will finish in 3rd place guaranteed, which means they get scraps of like Scarz, Enter Force, who are all fighting things out, maybe Mur as well. Yeah. I'd quite fancy playing one of those teams, to be honest with you as well. So it looked good for them to get through the 1st round of playoffs.
Yep, absolutely will do. Absolutely will. Let's see if they can get that next round that they need. They now move on to the attack. 5-1 up PSG Talon, and FearX have got to be kicking themselves, because look, this is a map that you've said yourself, Des. You know, they know what they're doing. They like playing here. They like winning here. But just really poor from them so far, if I'm going to be honest.
Tim? They've done some kind of set a wish out like, oh, we want Good Boy to get an ace this game. And the monkey's paw is curled. And now they just can't get around. They cannot get anything else going their way. Good Boy's got 3 extra kills throughout the game. Okay, cool. So over 5 rounds, you've got 3 kills after starting with an ace. Great. And the rest of the team, well, between them, they've got like 9 kills and they're below double digits. It is miserable. They're getting battered by PSG Talon.
Yeah, it's been really poor from FearX. There's been so many mistakes being made. You know, they're just ahead of themselves so often. They're not ticking boxes. You know, they're not doing step 1 before they're trying to do step 3. Just, you know, yeah, really poor overall. We've got the pulse here inside. Woogieman is going to be feeding that intel around to his team just to let him know that there's somebody outside on that bakery rooftop window. Just looking to maybe get aggressive in towards mining itself. Not the best nade throw that we've ever seen. Did at least bounce to safety.
It's all right,
so.
mate. He's got some stuff in the tank here. He's okay. He's got himself a lot of goodwill. Ryder can get away with it, and he gets a kill anyway. Who cares? That's not so good. I think there's a trade coming out as Gotti gets rid of Good Boy, despite Good Boy finding Soul just a few milliseconds before. It's good back and forth, but 2 kills come the way of FearX, and I think, Tim, that might be what they need to hold on here. They've still got the pulse on side. They can see who is pushing from where. I tell you what, though, needs to be. I thought that would be reinforced off. Like, why is it not? Very, very dangerous spot to be in. Has to step outside of sight entirely. And now he comes forward. A shotgun in hand at the ready. Rin's going to find one. This round definitely looks done.
Yeah, exactly that. You start looking at this first round and wondering, you know, are we going to have a round, are we going to have a map where basically nobody can attack? And that's the real struggle because FearX have been pretty dominant so far. Kota takes down Unsang to finish things off. There was nothing really that PSG could do to get themselves inside of the building or establish there. Everywhere that they tried, they were just met with aggression essentially out of FearX. They were quite happy to take those fights at that point of entry and just get right up in the face of PSG Talon. So we move into round 8 next of all. It's going to be moving across from reading this time to mining, so it's going to be on the same floor at least, and probably more of the same coming out from FearX.
Okay. Is it a 2 halves of siege kind of game, Tim? Is it FearX going to shut things out for the most part? A PSG Talon going to be left like, oh, we were so close but couldn't quite get it done? We're going to find out as we keep on stepping ourselves through, as you say, across towards the fireplace side. And I would expect to see some good top floor presence coming out here as well. Not least because we've got this Mozzie on side as well. Just make it really hard to know what the hell is going on that top floor. Take away a bunch of those drones, deny the ability to sniff things out, and things should look pretty good. No IQ coming across from Talon. I also want to stress here as well, despite there being that Valkyrie on side. Yeah, I was about to say, surely they show the respect here in the same way that it was showed by the other side earlier on. Lottie's going to switch over towards that, and Soldier's going to move across onto taking off those Havana duties.
PSG Talon will continue seeking that 6th round then. We'll put them clear. And FearX look like they're going to be a bit of a different team to deal with on the defensive side. They weren't particularly good on the attack, but certainly locked in round 7 and got themselves their 2nd round overall. Blackbeard was dealt with very easily last time around. I think that was part of the problem. They maybe got a little bit unlucky. The Wamai sort of jumped up and just managed to pop that headshot before it was taken out by Gotti. So I'd like to see them get a little bit more value out of the shield this time around. Blackbeard should make it really easy to think about clearing this top floor, to pushing those players to drop the hatch, drop the stairs, get themselves back to site.
Absolutely. So for now, we're going to see what PSG start things off. Of course, the roof is where you'd normally assume, and piano going to be their main point of ingress. Thought out of FearX back in that first half, opened everything up and made sure that was their sort of safety point to make a plant happen inside of mining. Similar kind of vibe here, but for now the pressure not quite building the way that they would like. If you recall, it was actually that exact wall that we just saw Boogie starting to open up where a plant started going down. It was a really interesting spot, and it did manage to stick. But ultimately, of course, PSG, as we know, managed to fight their way back into things. Blackbeard giving a bit of a sniffing towards piano. Rin's going to start things out onto Ryder, a great player to find given how his game's been going so far.
FearX now just waiting for PSG Talon to make those mistakes, to give them those opportunities. They are aware of the Valcam, so we'll take that out. A big positive for them, especially with the Nitro being lined up from underneath. Just need to be aware of that, make sure that they don't get caught out. A little bit of a concern there from Woogieman, I think, of the possibility of somebody being on that window once again into mining, but it wasn't actually the case at the time. Verticality is being brought in by PSG Talon. They do have complete control of this top floor now. Trackstingers go out to prevent any flank. So it's now about massaging that site, getting rid of utility, forcing defenders out of position. They've got about 30 to 40 seconds in order to do so.
Hold on, as you say, plenty to stall with. Biding their time here and kind of waiting for PSG to be the ones to make the mistakes, and that's the way you'd expect a top team like VRX to be able to play. Make use of the C4s, make use of the smokes, punish them as they step forward and try to make an execute happen. But PSG starting to get themselves ready here. A big focus towards Cocktail and White Stairs from most of their players here. Unsan going in for the drop, and now the pressure's going to start to build. It's Coated who sits here ready and waiting. A nade comes in towards the back, and he still gets rid of Unsang and doesn't die to the nade either. Not the best passage of play, but like I say, VRX are just going to wait here, let the boys start stepping on forward and punish them as they start their march on in. Coated ready for this step forward as well to come in from Soldier, but I think at this point, Tim, it's looking pretty cooked. A good 2v1 to come out. But he gets one, but with 4 players to go through, it's not going to happen. VRX taking round 8, Tim, and they're looking very comfortable on the defense.
Yes, they are. There was little that was going to happen towards the end there. Meaningless kill came in, but that was about that. 5-3 now as VRX continue on their fight back. Nothing really PSG Talon have been able to do in these first 2 attacking rounds to get anywhere close to putting a plant down, to you know, being on top in terms of man count. The entry hasn't been fantastic in terms of taking control of the map. They did get the entry kill then, run on to Ryder, but ultimately it didn't really you know, gain them too much. It took them still quite a long time to get that top floor control, and then they didn't really gain too much from it. So we're heading down to Kitchen. This is going to be, I think, an important round for PSG Talon as far as I'm concerned. The reason that I say that is round 7 and round 8, we've sim played in Reading, we've sim played in Mining. They're both very similar sites with similar requirements for the attackers, needing to take that top floor, needing to work from there. You're straight down in towards site. They're not the same site, but they're very, very similar. This one has a reasonable difference. So I would expect, if PSG Talon have struggled on the first 2, this is now their opportunity. This is a chance, whether it be down here, whether it be top floor. They need something a little bit different to face as attackers, and so they need to get this one locked out. This needs to be their round.
Let's see if they can get this round over the line then, Tim. Onwards we step. Maybe that downstairs site, the focus. When we've seen VRX attack into this one, it was very much a aggressive play. It was quite rushy in that sense as well. I don't think we'll see the same out of Talon. It looks very set piece play to me. The fact we've got the Glads, we've got the smokes from the Capital, you've got the Raura, more smokes coming along. It all just screams that there is an execute they have in mind here that they want to pull off. That does mean unseating a few of these members on VRX first, so pulling them back in from Coat, for example, getting Bakery control, which are a couple of players dancing around. There's still a lot of things to work through before they can really bring those operators online. So they've got to show respect towards VRX here and not lose those players too early in the round.
Already thinking about the Toxic Babe canisters going out. That is very early. 50 seconds into the round, just trying to prevent that aggressive entry from being successful, but they need to be cautious. Got a Zoto canister out as well. This is a lot of utility being burnt very early by VRX. They're obviously reading into you know, what Talon are going to do, and it's just as simple as popping an EE1D and you start burning through that utility. So VRX are going to have, you know, a long time towards the end of this where they're just reliant on guns.
Yeah, Unsang in a spot where he's trying to make something happen as well. Gone deep in towards Bar here, and I'm pretty sure Rin knows about it. Wants to put some pressure in. Setting himself off with that top door as well. Of course, able to use the Raura for his own reasons and his own intentions here. Is to make this a little bit of a bother. They need to get rid of him, but it's Rin to get rid of one more. Finally, they get the shutdown as Ryder's going to disappear. And not disappear. Disappear Rin more like 4 versus 3.
Yeah, that's good. They've cleared out VIP as well, so it gives them another option. If they want to start pushing towards that freezer side, they've got the clear space in order to be able to do so now. I'm not really sure what the plan is for PSG just yet. They've still got 3 outside of the map. There's only Gotti inside, and he's currently in dining room. So there's really questions to be asked with 54 seconds left to go as to exactly where this push is going to come from.
To being so patient here and know about it. I just can't find his man. So close, but every second that a VRX player can hold on, whether it was Rin earlier, but it's of course finding his man inside a Bakery now. I was going to say, he's just wasting more and more time. And even with the pressure onto Mephi, Coated is there for a trade. This is starting to look a little bit ropey though, Tim. It is a 2 versus 3. We're into the last 30, but as you've just seen, those yokais still stand.
Yeah, that's the big factor at the minute. They're able to go in and they have the space to put a plant down here. It's just whether the cover can be provided to prevent that being possible, you know, for the yokai to be able to come in and deny that plant. That's going to be a big factor. 9 seconds left to go. They get themselves in position. Gotti goes for it. Here goes the yokai. Is the cover in place? Waiting. They've got no idea. And they are going to win the round. Fearex on the yokai. We've seen it so many times. And PSG Allen just had absolutely no plan for it, realistically.
Nah, it's a bit frustrating in a way because they've done all that hard work as well. They've got the numbers advantage, but leaving things until the dying few seconds to make a plant happen is always going to be a recipe for chaos when you know that there is an echo still available on the other side. Left things sadly a bit too late and have paid the price there. That could have been their round to get them up to 6 and 3 and guarantee that crucial point that we keep on speaking about. Instead, Fearex continue their comeback. It leads to a PSG Talon timeout because at this point, even behind the scenes, I can imagine Joker is standing there thinking, this ain't funny anymore, guys. You've played so well. We cannot let this one slip through our fingers.
But you feel that could be the case. It could even be a 7-5 here, to be honest with you. PSG Talon are back in that groove again of kind of winning 80% of the round. That's what we saw there. They did so well through a lot of the round, had themselves in it with the space to plan, in a position to do so, you know, and just didn't have a plan for the yokai at the end. It's just that last puzzle piece every single time that they seem to be missing, particularly on the attack. Like we've said, yes, there is still a possibility if they lose 7-5, you know, with tiebreakers and round differences and things, that they could be into the playoffs. But 1 point, just 1 point, it guarantees it. And at this point, that is 1 round, just 1 round. And it is locked in on points. Nobody can match them on their 9 points then, or not enough teams to be able to budge them outside of the top 6 places. But they just can't seem to find that one. They've lost 3 rounds in a row to Fearex on the defense, and the danger they've got now is Fearex are back on that middle floor where they played so well so far through round 7 and 8. PSG Talon didn't really get close to winning either of these sites, and they're going to face that again for 2 rounds in a row.
All right. You've had your timeout. This is about when you need to start getting serious, I'm afraid, boys. You've had your 3 rounds. You've had your quarter to get yourself settled into the half. No excuses anymore. Otherwise, I think Fearex might just find themselves pushing on and taking all 3 of those points. Let's see a Thorn being brought along here, Tim. Very rarely see that operator these days, to be fair. Yeah. Lots of other trap operators people tend to lean into instead, but Woogie must clearly have some idea in mind.
Yeah, I mean, the Thorn, the Razor Bloom gadget is a funny one because of the fuse on it, because of the timer for it to actually activate. It doesn't really make much of that kind of an entry denial or a trap device. It's much more, I'd say, an intel device, really. Or if you want to use it as a trap, the best sort of place you can do it is where somebody's going to have to stay still. So something like if you want to keep a wall from being breached for a period of time, you know, you put it near where the thermite or, you know, whoever is going to have to go in and put the hard breach charge on the wall, because then they're going to have to dip away because, you know, they can't wait for it to detonate. So but yeah, it's a little bit of a funny one. Like I say, it does provide a little bit of intel, I guess, if you hear it detonating, but other than that, I think there are operators that do a better job in that sort of role. But, you know, it may be a gun choice as well. Boogeyman might just be, you know, more than happy to be using that Thorn gun.
Now at least hold themselves around to see again where this pressure comes in from. Soldier at some point has to explode forward and, you know, apply pressure onto this enemy team, but it's going to be a case of where does he come from and what do the rest do at the same time. As like, never mind, Timmy's dead. Forget I was thinking about it. It's all good. It's all good. Whatever.
That will deal with,
has to curse that to the death.
That will deal with that threat. And it was Woogieman of all people on the Thorn that managed to get it. Rin has taken some damage along the way. We found ourselves 5 versus 4.
Why was he in that deep by himself?
Who knows, Des? Diffuser is down cold. It's better not to ask questions sometimes. Diffuser is down cold on the ground after the blitz was taken out. So PSG Talon have got a really big problem now. They've got to go in and they've got to collect that diffuser. They've got to clear out these defenders and force them off the angles that they hold in. And they've only got 1 minute 10 seconds left to do it all in.
Not an awful lot of time, but they're going to have to get something moving, Tim. So got to deal with those on the top floor, causing a bit of bother as well. It is not looking pretty as we get towards those last 60 seconds. Mephi's still dug in for now. He's still got fire burning out from the Goyo. The time-wasting efforts across all of these rounds from FearX have been brilliant, to be fair. Talon just look a bit slow, a little bit lethargic at points, and that should not be happening. You know Mephi's in this back corner. It almost got himself a second, but finally shut down. Gotti bringing him down, but Tim, it's a 1-for-1 is the problem. And even then, there's still a kill elsewhere just to really seal the deal here. The FearX are still large and in charge.
Yeah, ultimately 1-for-1s only serve to benefit FearX at this point. You know, they will win the trade game, being that they are currently 4-2 up. They will quite happily take 1 death for every kill that they get. And right now, 20 seconds left to go. PSG Talon are still scrambling. They're still trying to do that bit of vertical work. They've got a little bit of intel to suggest there's somebody in the corner. Good Boy takes a little bit of damage along the way, but 2 kills coming for PSG. 6 seconds left to go, and that's exactly what we expected. The trade game. They just come in, they find their responses, they were in position, they were the key players that were looking for those kills, and they get them. FearX level things up with 4 rounds in a row to be 5-5.
It's such a shame as well for PSG, because even coming into this game, they were one of the best attacking teams in the region. Better even so than FearX. They had a near 60% attacking win rate. But here, they can't buy a round. They're being absolutely shut out at every single turn. It doesn't even feel like a round has been particularly close, like 1 or 2 maybe, but for the most part, FearX have just looked very dominant, like we expected when this game really first started and got underway. Might even be that Ryder's got himself, of course, the kind of kills that we've seen a couple of times throughout the game. Has got himself in double digits, leads the leaderboard overall across every player, but it just ain't enough to get them something over the line and start to get this towards a round win.
No, exactly that. It's like I said, I think they're going to struggle on the mid floor. I think PSG Talon have got to focus towards that first choice. You know, it's probably going to be Kitchen again. I think that's where they've got to be looking if they want to get themselves that 1 attack and get themselves into overtime. But honestly, at this point, I'm not too sure that that's going to be the case anyway. I think there's a possibility that FearX just get this done 6-0 in the half and go through and take all 3 points, which would be an absolute tragedy for PSG Talon after starting 5-1 in the first half. Make no mistake about it, but right now, I don't know. I just don't think PSG Talon have got the answers.
It doesn't feel like it, especially not after you've had the tap timeout, but let's see if they can change things up on mining. Let's maybe not send our shield player straight in to die really uncovered, unprotected, and alone. That needs to be avoided. Yeah, this top floor control has been something we've seen be a big part of this site so far, but they haven't really brought too much to get that done. Yeah, maybe looking towards the buck. We've seen ram from both teams throughout this game to try and make that effect happen. So let's not stack up on windows, boys. Let's focus on getting these players forced away first, and then we can worry about the windows and the site.
Located a bomb.
IQ is just going to be signaling the locations of those ADS devices for the time being, and we've seen, you know, a reasonable bit of IQ today. We've not always seen the best IQ use. We've seen Valkyrie cams still existing with IQs in the map and things like that. But that's not going to be the case this time, of course, with Valkyrie not being actively chosen. No Blackbeard for PSG Talon to play behind either. I don't feel like they've had great success with it so far anyway, so probably not the end of the world. Ryder does manage to pick up Wookie Man with the skeleton key of all things, so that gets them going. The Jaeger is off the board, but, you know, let's make no mistake, there's been a couple of rounds so far where PSG Talon have had the entry. Ryder's had it in round 7, Unsang had it in round 9. They still haven't been able to secure the win, so more work to be done yet.
This one looks a lot more composed, admittedly. I like what I've seen so far from PSG. If sure, even without the entry onto Woogie, I could still be saying the same thing. It feels like they've started to get more control inside the map itself, rather than relying on the windows so heavily. They've got the vertical control they need. Do they know there's a player inside of Train still? Not too sure they're aware of Coated. He could be a real thorn in their side unless he gets cleared out here. He's just got himself tucked in very, very merrily, and surely the punish comes through with something like the Blitz to make sure it is fully clear.
Getting on the drones, checking
Surely
what intel they can gain. You would hope so, but maybe not. We will see as the round progresses. Bulletproof cam will be taken out. Always tricky to get onto the tight enough angle. They know that this one, yep, they definitely know there's inside of train. Damage is going to be taken by Coated,
and he gets a kill anyway.
But he's still going to find his kill onto how about it? How about it? Coated finds another one, hits him with a good night.
I tell you what, Tim, we've been here before. If you recall, PSG trying to push someone inside a train and they get 3k to win the round. When was that? Oh yeah, the last time they played this map. It is more of the same. They're still trying to get rid of him. They had no nades to toss his way. This looked like a good round for them. They had the entry, and instead all they've done is see it slowly slip away. Finally, he's taken down, but it's too little, too late. No diffuser, no teammates, no round to be won. It's going to be FearX moving up to match point, Tim. I can't believe I'm saying that after how the first half went.
Honestly, there's a real chance here that, like I said, it just goes 6-0 and PSG aren't able to get an attack. It doesn't surprise me too much. That's what I said in the first half. They were always going to be better on the defense. Attack on Cafe is where they would struggle. It's what we've seen from PSG is that, you know, when they're not just coming into a round defensively, it's their strategy. They know what they're doing, they know what they're playing, and they come in and they close out the round. When they've got to be adaptive, when they've got to come in and react to what's in front of them, that's when we see them starting to struggle a little bit, and that is exactly what we've seen so far today. No matter what FearX has put in front of them, they haven't been able, you know, to find a realistic response, to find an answer. They've been losing a lot of the gunfights as well, which hasn't helped them. It means that they're often at a man disadvantage, and now is their last opportunity to get this done. As you say, you know, round difference may be their saviour when we look towards Scarz and who can finish on what points, but still, PSG Talon, after a 5-1 start, have got to be disappointed with not taking a point out of this game.
Oh, mate, they'll be absolutely fuming. Like, you can't have a 5-1 half and walk away with nothing. Like, this is the kind of, like, comebacks that we're used to seeing, like, in big tournament finals that, like, you know, set headlines in a way. And although, obviously, it's only a regional game, it's still going to be a bit of a kick in the teeth. It should be enough still to secure them playoff spot, but it could have been a guaranteed third-place spot. Instead, they're very much dragged down here into the dregs of fighting to figure out exactly where they land and what seed they'll get, because if they finish third, as we said, they face off against an Enterforce, a Scarz, you know, a team that isn't playing well. If things carry on like this, they could be against a Dplus Kia, who, as we've seen, are very, very capable this stage, and it will not be an easy game to start off in playoffs.
2 minutes 30 until we get the answer, and what that answer will be, nobody knows, but FearX are just piling on the difficulty, bringing along the clash as well. You know, I've spoken about that, how teams kind of just brute force that last round or two that they need sometimes and just start putting up as many obstacles as possible. And of course, the clash shield is always a difficult one to overcome. We know this. We're going to have the FNATs of the Fenrir as well. So many difficult things for the attackers to deal with, and I feel like it's, you know, again, probably going to be a step too far. Just having a look, we've got presence with Ryder inside of third floor already. I feel like he needs more support. There's 4 players still outside for PSG Talon here, still outside of the map, and I know that they're trying to pressure different angles, and the information should tell them that there's nobody really there to challenge. Get in and start getting that vertical work going.
They'll be at that point now to start doing just that by the looks of it, Tim. Just being doubly sure, making sure they've got the flank drones set up, making sure that Mies is in spot to get some of them tracks down. And now about that halfway point in the round, which is the barometer, I'd say, for where you want everyone generally to be. About 1 minute 30 left. You want to be starting to open things up here once you've pushed away those roamers or those that might be showing any kind of aggression. So now it's going to come down to how well FearX can hold on with a very, very dug-in comp. And that's what makes me nervous, Tim. They've shown they can do it excellently well so far. We've seen PSG Talon lose the clock multiple times. I think it's going to come down to the same here unless they can do something really different. But at this point, it feels a bit like blind hope.
It does. It really does. 1 minute left to go. Boogeyman's still able to play inside a site. He's still holding them out of small bakery for now, and can turn his attention very easily towards Freezer if he needs to do so. We can see one of those Vulcan canisters just activated, burning away the precious seconds that PSG Talon have got left to work with. Out comes the Vendetta for Ryder, as does the track. You know where he's going to be. You know that he's playing inside a VIP. His own nade actually slows down his push there. Surely he can get the kill, but it doesn't look like it. Eventually, it does happen. Misa is the one to get it with the super shorty, but there's 20 seconds left to go.
And they've still got the ability to play with shotguns at close range, Tim. That's exactly what Good Boy has rotated over for. They'll be looking at the clash. They'll be expecting that he's the main problem, but it's not him. It's Good Boy they've got to worry about. He'll get an absolute freebie here, Tim. 1 for 1, looking for the next, but no. Shot from the back, down to the last 5 seconds. There's only 3 left alive for FearX, Tim, but the clock is against them. Doing as they can, they get rid of 1, but they've got to start planting. Unsang finally pulling it down. Soldier into another. Tim, are they going to hold on? Mephi's rounding his way through, but Soldier again is there on the double door, and we go through to overtime.
somehow PSG Talon have been able to grab that one round that they needed. It was still close. It still looked like there was a chance that FearX could win that out. But with that, they put themselves on 9 points and safely into the playoffs without question. Without question, two teams cannot catch them in terms of point total. There is no points, there's no round difference, there's no tie breaks needed. PSG Talon have done what they set out to do, and they've taken FearX. Also, interestingly, of course, it means that FearX cannot reclaim the top spot anymore. It was a full 3-point win for Cyclops. FearX will not be able to do that. The best they can hope for now is 14, and so Cyclops will be able to breathe easily at the top of the table tonight. The problem for PSG Talon, of course, being here in overtime, that FearX continue on defense. So looking for the win here is going to be difficult for them, but I'm sure they won't care, knowing that they are now locked into the playoffs.
Absolutely that. If they can get the 2 points from this game by winning an OT as well, they all but secure themselves a spot as well, because, again, looking at how round difference stands, they'll have 10 points, being in third place. You'll have Dplus and Kinotrope both in 4th and 5th on 7, but both have got relatively notable negative round differences, whereas PSG Talon will have themselves at a +5 if they can get this win done. So still something worth fighting for. They can still lock in that 3rd place spot that they're currently holding on to, but it means putting in a bit of yardage now, I think, to get it over the line. And as we saw in that last round, Tim, it came down to the wire quite literally. Like, Unsang was half a second away from seeing that round lost. It was only because he managed to get the diffuser, double back in towards site, and get that plant key held down that they managed to keep themselves going. And it was a great flurry of kills, especially from Soldier, as that diffuser was going down, that kept them going. Very, very close. As you say, they've done enough. Let's now see if they can get 2 points, or if it's FearX walking away with that instead.
Okay. We'll continue. Mephi up on the top floor with the smoke. Needs to be... I want to see a better top floor clearance from PSG Talon here. They've taken such a heavy toll every time they've tried to clear across this top floor and get that vertical control. You know, go in there and get it. You've got Ryder on the book, and then force the defenders out of position. And we're going to see at least Rin drop away for now, so that's something at least for PSG Talon. What a utility, trying to keep these players, particularly Mephi, in position. 3 ADSs, bulletproof camera. Everything is set up for him to hold on to this position at top of White Stairs. Nuke Jammer as well. Goyo canisters, absolute ton of utility. So I do feel for PSG Talon having to play into all of that. But I'd like to see them finding a way through. They've got nades. You know, keep them away from the ADSs initially. Take out the Vulcan canisters and then push forward from there. You know, get moving.
Now it's working through that top floor, as you say. Halfway in, and they've started to get bathroom opened up. Dano secure, Scarz secure, pressure being applied to these that are dug a bit further back, but it's 2 kills going the way of FearX. We are back to usual programming, I'm afraid. Unsang, Soldier, and Ryder with it all to do, and I think even with the amount of time they've got available to them, Tim, losing 2 players out on their own like this, that's a death sentence.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's certainly looking comfortable again for FearX on the defense. You know, looking at who they are as well. If those track stingers weren't out from Misa, then that is, you know, a real problem, because it's going to mean that they can be hit on the flank as well, which is certainly not something that PSG Talon need to be thinking about right now. They are at least able to, you know, start their vertical work, but as I say, depending on the status of those track stingers, it may be that they need to pay attention to the staircases still as well. 30 seconds left to go. A little bit of intel for somebody playing underneath, but again, FearX are just playing really well to avoid everything here. Are they aware? Yeah, I think they are aware. Nitro goes out, and that is going to stop any possibility of the plant going down. Soldier does get Mephi though. There you go. I spoke about the flank, didn't I? And it happened.
Good boy.
The track stingers wasn't in, and they were able to get up there and get those couple of kills.
Yeah, like I say, a 3 versus 5, I think at that position is always going to be a death sentence for PSG. So fair play for still trying. You got hit on the flank though, and ultimately never going to be able to get that plant stuck with the C-Force careering towards you at the same time. But stuff from FearX then up to 7 and 6. They go onto the attacking side. And can they show us a little bit extra on the attack? Because both teams so far have only won 1 attack each, Tim. Can FearX be the first one to break that and get this done in 14 rather than requiring that very last round?
Let's see. Let's see. FearX weren't great on the attack themselves, as you said.
I've just realised, Tim, something really important. How's your garden going? Have you done anything this week?
Yes, so we've made some good progress. I was pretty sick last week, as I said, so I wasn't able to get out there, and then the weather's been against me as well, because some of the work I had to do was digging, which I don't mind digging in the wet. The problem has been that it's been too wet. It's been like, you know, you can't even really get it out of the ground because it's just kind of turning into mud. But I very fortunately had 2 dry days, Thursday, Friday, so I got the last of the post holes dug, so that's what I was digging holes, because I need to put posts in that the decking will then be secured to. So I've got the last of the post holes dug, got all the earth shifted into the vegetable planter, so that's now topped up nicely, ready.
Decent.
I think I'm going to put some pumpkins in, you know, I'm going to have a look at growing some pumpkins.
For a bit of Halloween magic.
I know, for next year, ready for next year. That'd be cool, be able to just pick our own and carve them, that'd be pretty good. So I'm going to have a look at that. So the veg planter's topped up nicely with earth. The decking frame, I've finished all the joinery that I needed to do on that. There was some screws that needed to go in to secure some joists, so that's ready to go back in. So basically I'm at a point where I just need to get 4 other guys here to give me a hand lifting it, because there's a lot of weight in it now. It's a big decking frame.
So it's a shame you don't know 4 guys, Tim, innit?
I know, I've no friends.
I really hope you find them, mate. Yeah.
But I need to get like 4 or 5 of us to get it lifted, get it back in position, and then I can get it on the posts, get it bolted in, get it all concreted in place, and we are absolutely rattling along. I'm hopeful for it being almost finished by the end of September.
Smashing. People were asking in chat earlier, and I was like, oh, I forgot. I feel so bad
There's
for
the
not
update.
asking, but there's your update. And update, Ryder is dead again. These entries really not looking good for PSG overall. Another kill comes through. The plant is going down. In fact, as I said, for Fear X, you might see a different attack come out here. Can they get the second over the line? The answer, Tim, looks to be a resounding yes. They've got the plan down. They've got 3 kills. Looking much better here, given their heads a wobble. They do look to get the win. As we've said, it's still good for PSG. They still secure playoffs, but for Fear X, still reminding us that they are one of the best Korean teams going, and will beat down their Korean counterparts here in handed fashion across these last few rounds.
Yeah, we can see there Unsang just being absolutely bullied at the end of the round. Flawless for Fear X to finish it. I think they're going to be looking at that, wondering, you know, how they didn't win more on the attack, you know, how they struggled in the first half of things. But ultimately, they get the job done, scrappy or not. It's 8-6, and it's probably not a bad outcome for anybody, really. Fear X grab themselves 2 points and get themselves, you know, kind of looking good and locked into second place. They can't be caught now by Dplus Kia, and PSG Talon lock themselves in points basis to the playoffs. So yeah, pretty good for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, like I say, overall, it's been an interesting day. I think, you know, we've had some pretty dominant games to start things off. Scarz continuing to disappoint, unfortunately. As we then rattled through the day, it has gone progressively more crazy, I kind of feel. That third game especially, Enterforce versus Mer. I'm not going to forget that anytime soon. We'll talk more about that when we come around to taking a look at our standings and schedule in just a moment as well. Some great shots in that game overall, Tim. However, with how it currently stands, we're starting to get a good idea of how tomorrow is going to shape up and who's going to make it to our playoffs.
Yeah, that's it. We've got, you know, a fairly good. We've got 4 teams locked in now, but I quite like that. We've got half the table locked in, and we've got half the table fighting for the last 2 spots. So yeah, I think that's kind of great. But it's going to be difficult for some of them to catch up based on tomorrow's schedule. But we will have a look at that obviously when we get to it. For now, we can see how those standings are looking. So your top 4 there: PSG Talon, Dplus Kia, BNK, Fear X, and Cyclops are all locked into the playoffs. They mathematically cannot be caught by enough teams to get dropped down below 6th place now, so they are all safe. The first and second are actually, they're not locked, they can switch, but they will be the top 2 teams, and then we might see some changes a little bit further down. But yeah, Enterforce all the way down to Scarz, anybody can still make it.
It's still crazy for me to look at that and see Scarz where they are. Like the drop-off has to be studied. Tomorrow they play against Kinotrope, so they are literally against another team in that bottom battle. If they win that game, they are in, but they have to win the game. Kinotrope haven't really got to do too much. I think a point might even be enough for them because they'll have won the head-to-head as well. Either way, it's going to be a very, very interesting day tomorrow. Tim, it's been a mental day. Any closing thoughts you want to share?
No, it's exactly what we expect out of APAC North, isn't it? Particularly this stage. It's absolutely anybody's. Coming into tomorrow, looking at those games, you know, Kinotrope versus Scarz is probably the big one for me, because that could be a real decider. That could be a place switcher. So see how that goes. But yeah, a lot of fun today. A lot of fun.
And a lot more to come tomorrow as well. But don't forget, of course, Siege isn't over just yet. We've got Asia coming up very, very soon. So stick around for that if you want to. But for now, APAC North is done. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you on a broadcast again very soon. See you later.
宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もなんだったっけ見えなくて生まれたとのクラクションだって慣れて